now.
Hey, everybody. Greetings and welcome to the Game Junction podcast number 75. And we're going to be talking about gaming, pop culture, and a lot of other things. We have some sad news, some crazy news, some happy news. Um, we always think, like, oh, this week might be a little slower. But no, there's a shit ton of stuff that happened. Um, One of the things is we had the Xbox partner preview. We'll be talking about the games that were announced, the games that are coming to Game Pass. We also have uh, Rooster Teeth. Is that how you say it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rooster Teeth.
Yes.
Yep.
They've been around for 21 years, 20 years.
Yeah.
And they've
Long
been
time.
doing all kinds of crazy content, and Warner Bros. Is shutting them down. So that's some sad news. And then the saddest news is that the creator behind Dragon Ball passed away. And we're going to be talking about him a little bit and, his last project, which is a video game that is coming out soon. There's also been a 2-day Capcom showcase announced for two different dates. So we're going to be touching on that. And yeah,
Yep.
a couple of really interesting things. As I said, some of them sad, some of them crazy, some of them happy. But yeah, how are you guys feeling tonight?
Doing good.
Feeling pretty good, actually. Wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a week. It was a week. Not terrible though. Could have been worse. We had a lot happened though. Oh my gosh. Just a crazy,
Yeah,
crazy
it's
week. But
never stopping.
I at this point I don't think it's going to. I just don't think that it's going to. I mean, there hasn't been a single week since the start of the year that hasn't been crazy with. I just don't think it's gonna stop, you know. It's always um a very mixed bag too. Like super
Yeah.
negative stuff, like positive stuff, but that's good, I guess. It gives us something to talk about. So yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Do you want to go ahead and start off with your segment, Kurgle?
Sure. So my new games galore segment, where I talk about recent launches. I talk to you guys about some discounts and sales you can grab on, and yeah. So there's a couple of different sales currently, and this is specifically for Steam. I'm sure that PlayStation and Xbox Store also have sales. Usually, when the companies do these publisher sales, they kind of roll them out on all platforms. So make sure you check those out. There is a Capcom publisher sale. You can get Hunter on discount, Dragon's Dogma, Street Fighter, Resident Evil. There's a couple of other games. There's actually one of my favorites is a lot of people don't know about it. It's called Remember Me, which is a third person RPG. It has an interesting story, really good combat. I definitely recommend you guys check that one out. I really enjoyed it. It was kind of out of the blue. I played it randomly and I loved it. Um, there's also EA Classics are coming on to Steam. There is Command and Conquer. You can get the whole pack. It's currently on sale. Let me just double check, but it's like super super cheap currently. You can get the ultimate collection for $9, and it basically includes
Nice.
all the Command and Conquer games. So that is super super fun. I know there's a lot of fans of that franchise, and there's also some more EA classics that you can get, like Populous, The Saboteur, SimCity 3000 Unlimited, um, Dungeon Keeper, some really really cool classics. There's also a Bandai Namco sale as well, and you can grab some of the Dragon Ball games on a nice discount. So make sure you check that out. And there's a free game on Epic Game Store called Astro Duel 2. It's a kind of 8-bit battler, and I think it has local co-op. I can double check on that, but that looks like a fun one as well that you can play with your spouse, with your friends. A lot of gaming today is done online, so whenever I see games with local co-op, I really like to try them out because it's kind of a rarity nowadays. It's sad.
Yeah.
Um, And then there's a couple of cool games that I wanted to kind of mention, because some of you may have missed. There's Backpack Battles. This is like a puzzle auto battler. It looks really cool. It looks like something you can kind of wind down at the end of a stressful day, and it is only like $10, I think. But basically, they went into early access, so they're gonna still be rolling out a ton of updates. There's also surprisingly Supermarket Simulator, which I never kind of understood simulator games until I played one because they all look goofy. The graphics are not great. The mechanics are not anything amazing. But when you kind of start role playing in your head and you're like, oh, I gotta like maximize profits or I gotta do this
Yep.
and that, it becomes really, really fun. And it's been blowing up on Twitch. Um, I've seen a not a couple, a shit ton of streamers streaming it and playing it for hours on end. It's not one of those things that they pick up and they play it for 2 hours and they never pick it back up. Like people have been actually going back to it. So yeah, check it out. Looks great. The Outlast Trials got the 1.0 update, which is like the official launch, I guess. It had like a rocky early access. People were not super crazy about it. But now it looks like pretty much like 90% of the reviews I've seen so far have been super positive. So it might be something interesting to you if you like horror stuff. There's also for lovers of adventures and car games or driving games, there's Expeditions, a mud runner game. So from the developer that did Mud Runner, which was a super successful and highly praised like a simulator. And if you guys don't know what it is, it's basically you go through these rough terrains, transferring materials or going through like super crazy environments where it's essentially off-roading. But the Expeditions is like it's like an exploration game mixed with the Mud Runner stuff. So it looked interesting. It has mixed reviews right now. So um, I've seen some people complain about things that to me is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of picky stuff. Lately, I've seen like a lot of gamers been like they're looking for shit to be negative in video games. But the people that liked it really liked it. So somebody even called it like this is Indiana Jones of driving games. So you have that sense of exploration. So if you're into stuff like that, definitely check it out. And then there's the frustrating stuff, which I will probably get, which is a difficult game about climbing. That's the literal game of the name of the game on Steam. And if you never played it, it is very similar to Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, which is a game with a person in a cauldron in a pot with a hammer trying to go over obstacles. It's super frustrating. Um, it will challenge your brain and your mechanics and your skills, but it's super fun as well. So it looks like it's a little more forgiving than Getting Over It, but still looks pretty rough. It is $10 and it looks like a ton of fun. But that's it. I kind of like a little mixed bag of everything regarding new games and sales and things of that nature. But yeah, we can kind of hop into some news that are not necessarily big picture news. We've seen some really cool stuff. The first thing is basically a SpongeBob Xbox, which looks really, really nice.
Dude, it
What
looks
did you
it
guys think
looks
about that?
it looks cool. I'm not gonna lie. Not like the biggest SpongeBob fan in the world, but like the shape of the Series X fits SpongeBob like
Yeah, I
that.
was gonna
So
say. Yeah.
it works. Like it just looks really cool. I mean it's like a collab for like a terrible game because I played both of those Smash Brothers style games and they're not good. But that I mean that
Yeah.
thing's gonna be going for a lot of money. A lot. So I
Yep.
what
It definitely looks cool. Outside of the actual game that I don't care for.
Yeah, the game is garbage. Mark, didn't we play the first one together? I feel like.
I can't remember if we did. I know I played it once, and it
Wasn't
was
there a
kind of
bunch
like
of them?
it felt like I think it's a segment. It's like a Smash Bro, one of the other Smash Bros ripoffs.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
uh,
you're talking
all
about
all star bro.
Nickelodeon? Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of played like that. Is they're just more games that are just kind of trying to capture what Nintendo did, but it's obviously not succeeding.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
and it launches at $700, which is $200 more than just getting a straight up Series X. But I
Wait,
mean,
is that officially from Xbox?
yeah,
That they're
yeah,
launching it at 700?
yep,
It's a it's a $700 wrap on your Xbox,
yeah. I mean,
or not a
essentially,
$200 wrap.
and
But,
controller,
Oh,
matching
oh, I
controller
just
too.
saw that it says All Star Brawl 2. Eh.
So you get
see,
the 60. I want to say it's a $60 game. Yeah,
it's such a ripoff.
here's the problem though. It doesn't matter because it sold out in 2 minutes, and I knew it would. Like literally, it sold out in 2 minutes. So that
So, well,
Yeah, so scalpers can.
how many copies were they even? Are they say sold out, but of how many copies did you actually make? I think that should be stipulated.
I'm
Because they
gonna
made like
imagine
10
that.
copies and it's sold out. It looks really popular.
Well, I'm
Obviously, they made
curious.
more than that, but
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going for on eBay, but yeah, 2 minutes. I called it. I already knew that it was gonna be gone. Like I thought probably less than that. It was gonna be gone. People were waiting immediately for that because I mean it is really really cool, and you know how collectors are. Um, they're rabid, man, and I'm sure that bots grab those as well. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was gonna
probably.
say it's probably just bots getting all that stuff.
Oh
We'll go
God,
back
God
to
in heaven,
selling that in the
you
store.
guys will not believe the prices on eBay. I can't make this stuff up. $1,900, $2,300, $2,000, $2,500, $2,400. I'm listing these off. Yep, and
What you gotta do is, $49.99 and 99 cents.
there are currently, it looks like there's 8 on eBay currently. So I'm curious on the sold there, but that's whew, I
If you're
knew that was gonna happen.
if you're willing to spend that much money, you deserve to be ripped off. I'm just gonna say it.
D-
I agree.
Collectors are rabid, man. Like they're
Such a
all
waste of money.
I know several people through Facebook groups that have bought every single release for the Switch. So they own like, like 27 Switch consoles.
I mean, I get it. You like collecting things, but I'm like, at that price tag, I'm like, I just can't get behind such a expensive hobby.
It
Maybe it's because I'm poor. I don't make that much money.
yeah.
I don't make $500,000 a year to just throw money away at stuff like that.
I was gonna say like there's a lot crazier stuff with car enthusiasts and some other stuff, but
I've known car
yeah, I think
enthusiasts.
it's
They have like 10 cars that don't work, 10 different projects. So they get halfway through, they get a new car. So they're just perpetually cars that just will never work because they're perpetually wanting something else. But those are the
Always.
ones that I've known. I'm just like, I
I'll
don't
tell you
get it.
the ones that are the worst, the Honda Civic guys, man. The Honda Civic guys are nuts with their vehicles. Very very popular here.
That's
Very
'cause
very
what?
they
What
all
are you
popular.
make.
talking about? It goes 0 to 60 in 27 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Maybe if you're into JDM, that's fine. But get an actual import, not some ricer car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I know so many people are into Honda Civics. It's not even funny.
Get into like the RX-7 or the Skyline or something like that.
Yeah, that would be nice. I saw the other day it was a guy that slapped I mean, it was a huge spoiler. Like probably one that you would slap on a 350Z, like wider car and a car you would actually like do something with. This guy
Yeah.
slapped it on a Prius. It was
It's
great.
literally pointless. Like the whole
Yeah,
point of the spoiler is
more downforce.
like downforce at high speeds so you don't
Yeah,
flip over and go in the air and stuff like that. Like
yeah.
I'm not an expert when it comes to cars, but I'm not stupid.
Hey,
I know
looks cool,
I know the
right?
base. No, it doesn't.
Dude, so I just have to say this. So we saw the listing prices for these, right? Here's the last couple sold. They're pretty close to the listed prices. $1,800 was the last one that sold today. Yesterday $1,500. Yesterday also $2,000. Also yesterday $1,500, $1,400, and the lowest one sold yesterday for 1,000. So they are just going up. Whoa,
Pretty much.
2 days and that is mind blowing. For
I would never pay more than MSRP personally, but
God, it makes me.
I don't have a need for an
Well,
Xbox
you're not
at
gonna
all.
have a SpongeBob Xbox, Dan.
I don't need. I could make my own. I don't need one. All the Xbox games are on PC. It's pointless to buy an Xbox.
Oh.
It makes me kind of wish I could have tried to grab one. What a bummer. But anyway, yeah, SpongeBob Xbox. They're now they're going for crazy money. I knew it would. I wanted to bring up something kind of funny yesterday too, because this is gaming news. I was listening to a podcast. Do either of you guys know Nick Nocturnal?
I've heard of him.
Yeah. Okay. So he's got a podcast now, and he had on Clown from Slipknot, and he was talking about his big Minecraft world server that he's building, that he spent the last 3 years developing and is still developing it. And he was essentially talking about he's trying to build this like big sort of open world thing in Minecraft. I don't play Minecraft, so I don't totally understand, but it's got like 5 different points to it. There's going to be like a tier of a subscription model that you can pay, but you like go through it and you find like all this old Slipknot like merch, and you can like actually get it. He's trying to clear out. He's got storage units full of like stuff, from back in the day and things that he saved, old masks, photos.
It's kind of like a server he's building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is he trying to turn it to like a museum type thing, like one of those like online Minecraft MMO light type games, or like what exactly was he trying to do with it?
So one of them, I guess, one of the worlds on there is he is trying to build it to recreate Quake, Doom, like Unreal Tournament, so death matches, so straight up like death matches and capture the flag. Like one of the worlds within like his server is that, and then one is like a museum type of thing, and like you can like earn these this money. I forget what he's calling it, the tokens that you can like earn, but you like can end up getting like backstage passes and
so NFTs.
Yeah, basically that got brought up about 10 times, but he said NFTs are not tied to this, but yeah, NFTs pretty much say. right
Yeah,
so it's like
I've got like an idea of what he's trying to do, but I don't know. There's a bunch of different Minecraft servers that do some stuff. It's a game I play periodically, but it's more like solo world type stuff. I don't care for the servers personally.
I mean, it would be interesting to check out. You say he's trying to bridge like a gap from like the fans to this game, and then like people that aren't fans like playing in the server and like transfer over to the band. So like trying to do this like whole cross promotion thing. I thought it was kind of interesting to bring up because like all the stuff he's trying to do it. There was an NFT discussion was brought up, but he said no. He said he got really into NFTs during COVID, trying to learn about them, and joined something called Critters. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but apparently it's like this NFT Minecraft group. So he said he left it because it was NFT based, but he said there will be like tokens that you can earn, but it's to be used with like their stuff or something like that,
like within the server.
Yeah, you can like earn it by
like
playing the game.
It's essentially like in-game currency for whatever you can like redeem it for. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
He's,
NFTs are just an out-and-out scam. I'm sorry, there's no way around it.
They are,
and breaking people's hearts.
They are. I agree. And he said like you could use the whatever he called them, like not tokens or so, I can't remember. You can use them at like the merch tables, like if you're at a show, like build these up and like buy stuff essentially. And like they're going to be doing tournaments where there's going to be like $5,000 prizes for 24-hour tournaments and the deathmatch world and like crazy stuff like that. I just thought it was really interesting because that was just like yesterday, and I listened through the whole thing like when I was laying down or whatever, and yeah, so thought I'd mention that.
It sounds like it's like has some actual use case, which is nice. You don't see that a lot. You see a lot of scams lately from even like freaking like what is it, Logan Paul or whatever. Like they're all trying to like milk their fans even though they're making millions. It's
the
sad.
worst. It's disgusting.
Anyway,
honestly,
let's go towards something. Money. Yeah.
It's so disgusting. Well, on the topic of NFTs and I guess Bitcoin and all that. I did also want to mention real quick. I don't know if you guys know the YouTuber Retro Rick. There's been a bunch of channels here in the past like 2 weeks. I know of 3 very large gaming channels. Their channel has gotten taken over, completely taken over, and everything is removed, and everything on there is streaming live 24/7 Bitcoin crypto stuff. And his entire channel got taken over yesterday.
Yikes.
So
Like
he's
it got like
dealing.
hacked or something.
Yeah, he can't get into his account. He's like tweeting if you go, and he's got like 500,000 retweets on Twitter, like trying to reach Team YouTube. Here's the problem. These platforms, because I've had problems with like things either getting not reported, but like either flagged or whatever for like nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. Like I got one on
Yeah.
Instagram yesterday, and I was like shocked. I was like, there was nothing in the comment even remotely negative or bad. Like it was a super
Oh, that's
positive
not.
comment.
Yeah, that's usually like lately with especially with like meta stuff. They're really bad with their like moderation and their bots. Like it's insane.
And
Uh,
here's the problem: you can't reach anybody when you have these situations. Like
oh yeah, they don't
on
care.
any platform,
Yeah.
there's no phone number. There's nothing you can do. Like the only way that like some of these guys are able to get through, like Adam Korlick, one of my friends, he's a big gaming YouTuber and he's like one of the OGs. He's been doing it since like 2009 or something, right? And his is one that got taken over last week. And same thing. They stream crypto stuff 24/7. They change the name of your channel and everything. So these people lose thousands and thousands of subscribers, and like Retro Rick's channel, like money got spent out of his PayPal because Google is connected to everything. Like obviously that's his full-time gig. So it's
Yeah,
connected. That's how he's getting paid. And they were spending money in there, and you can't reach any of these platforms. Not a single one of them like that. There's no
There's
support
nothing
system.
set up
No.
because they don't care.
Yeah, there's no.
yeah.
I mean, I've had like major issues on Facebook. At one point, I got a Pokemon story. There was nothing negative on it. So I got not just flagged, but I it affected it affected my account essentially. It was like there was nothing negative on it, and I cannot reach anybody. I tried, did a bunch of digging, tried to do everything I did, sent emails to what I did see that you were able to contact them with, and like nothing. Never got anything, no resolution, nothing. You can't reach anybody. So like the only way the YouTube people are able to is if they're connected to one of the, I think it's called TNN, but like a network essentially, where they have like a liaison to work between YouTube and their network. So like that's how Adam was like able to get his channel back, because he was part of a network, thankfully. So he had like an in between
that's just-
guy.
I was gonna say that's just sad that YouTube just there's nothing there to even attempt to help get certain stuff resolved. I guess all you can really do is try to secure your login and information and stuff like that, like the best you can. It's take
Well,
you know.
apparently they
Oh,
had like 2-factor.
Yeah,
and
they
got
all
in.
they all got 2-factor authentication
Well, I mean,
on and everything.
There's a misconception about how secure 2-factor really is, especially if it's going to like your phone or something like that, because they can spoof phone numbers and some other stuff like that. But you have to take just general networking stuff, like periodically, like and how you set, like just in general, it's like how you set your password and your username and stuff like that, how often you change your passwords and your login and stuff like that. But I mean, ultimately, there's only so much you can do to protect yourself
Yeah.
from people trying to like
Sucks.
hack into your account.
Yeah, it sucks, man. It's just it's ridiculous, especially when like they're hitting these guys that like do it full time. Like this is their job. You know what I mean? Like their livelihood, and something that like we all know how hard it is to build this stuff up. If you've been doing it for as long as some of these people have, like I can't even imagine the gut feeling that you would have. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like, it's over. And like some of these people have not gotten their stuff back. So like if you're like not attached to a network, it's like a huge problem. So that's why a lot of people do it for reasons like that, so they've got an in between for YouTube. But you shouldn't have to have an in between. It's like it's
There
it's
should
crazy.
be YouTube should have a system in place to kind of look for stuff like that.
They should, but they don't. None of these platforms do. Not a single one of them. I guess the easiest one to get in contact with somebody is Twitter, but even then, people I've seen have issues that like I literally, there are people that do Twitter full time. Like I know people that they make their income from that. Like I do know people, and it's ridiculous that all these platforms, man, that it's such a major issue, and it's like it's scary, dude. Like it's
Like it's
kind of
that at
scary.
one point. That's why a lot of people are trying to spread themselves out,
Yeah.
maybe not be stuck. So it's like, hey, I essentially advertise on because I see some people they advertise like on a YouTube, but they upload their stuff to other sites as well. So it's like, hey, there's
Backup.
added benefits to go to these other sites. There's exclusive content, but if something happens, there's a backup or something like that. Or you see some people they'll end up having once they get big enough, they'll end up with 2 or 3 different YouTube channels. Obviously, it's for different content, but if something happens, you have other avenues to kind of reach your base and stuff like that. So it's just trying to do what you can yourself to be your own backup and security, just in case for whatever reason something happens to your main channel, your main source that you're reaching your audience at.
Right, which like both of the people I just mentioned, like Adam has a second channel, but it's like it's not gaming, it's about traveling and eating. So like different audience, much smaller, brand new. Retro Rick also has a second channel, but it's about his store. He owns a video game store that he opened up, I think last year. So like, not that same following that they had. Like it's not a channel you can live off of. So yeah, that is the way to go, especially a lot of these other people that are doing it full time or are bigger. They end up doing that. I think that is a smart move. But I just wanted to mention that because it's still not been resolved. I was just checking right before to see if, and you can go on his channel right now, and it's all 24/7 crypto streams. So and it was the same thing for Adam, exact same people. MicroStrategy, if you look it up, whatever that is, that's what it's called. So like they changed his channel to MicroStrategies, I believe is the title now. So can't even imagine. This sucks, but it looks like we're getting a live action Watch Dogs. What the heck is going on here? We just gonna get everything video games in live action?
Probably.
Yeah, you don't know if it's excited or if it's if it's sad.
My default is sad, but I mean that's just because Hollywood's creatively bankrupt.
I mean, Watch Dogs is very hit or miss for me. I to be honest with you, I've really only enjoyed one of the games. Like I played the last one I've got on PS5. I popped it in. I spent maybe 3 hours with it. I'm like, this kind of sucks, man. Like this game is not good. I think it's called what? Watch Dogs Legion. Is that it?
I think so. I didn't care for any of the games. It's just a series I never really got into.
Well,
I finished the first game. It was pretty fun. I started the second one and I kind of quit. Never went back to it, unfortunately.
I do remember hearing the controversy when the second one came out. It was such a letdown from the fans of the first one.
Yeah,
I think they just kind of promised too much. It was a classic case of like hype up, and then it actually gets there, and you're like, eh. Like it's
classic
it's
Ubisoft.
okay. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like if they just didn't like hype it so much, maybe it would have been much better off. But they make quadruple A games, so what do we know?
Yeah, I'm just a pleb. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. On that note, Skull and Bones is struggle busing. It's already went on sale. That's how bad it is. So fun times.
I saw that.
But yeah, it's hilarious. I was laughing so much when I saw that. Karma gets him, But next to that, we do have the Fallout show getting some really good news, which is that the trailer is out, and on the 11th of, is it 11th?
Yeah, the 11th, April.
The 11th of June. Oh, April.
I think.
Wait.
Yeah,
oh shit.
I'm pretty sure it's April. Yeah, pretty sure. I'll double check.
I don't know why. Something else has to be coming out. I'm getting me confused. But regardless, they're doing something which is not super common. They're releasing all the episodes of season 1 on day 1. What do you guys think about that?
I like that better, just because I find that it's a little bit harder to try to keep up on a weekly basis. I guess if it's there, it's there. So I like that part better. I'm still pretty mixed on. I watched today's final trailer for it. I did confirm it is April 11th. So it's
Okay.
just right around the corner, month away, and uh, it looks. I feel like this trailer was the best trailer that we've gotten, um, for sure. But I'm just still so mixed on it. And it's Amazon Prime. They let me down with Lord of the Rings and so many things, man. Like such, great franchise they let me down on. So I don't I don't know. I'm not like overly hyped for it. It sucks because like even, like the Halo series, I watched the first episode, and like I had no desire to even continue it. I'm going to because I'm gonna be talking about it or something, but uh, I don't know, man. Mark, let's hear your thoughts. I know you're not too
I
thrilled.
mean, the trailer doesn't look terrible, but it's a trailer. I don't know what the show's actually going to be like. I mean, I'm obviously not the biggest Fallout fan. Arguably, my opinion would be there hasn't been a good Fallout game since New Vegas. Like,
I mean,
like
that's my
I
that,
agree
that's
with
my
tough.
that.
favorite
4
Fallout.
was kind of like a really cookie cutter as far as you could go. 76 was the mess that was, regardless of how good the story actually is. There's a whole load of other problems around that game. Uh, I liked Fallout 3, but obviously it didn't have the best. It had some gameplay issues, if you ask me. But I don't know. I'm kind of in a. Well, we'll wait and see what it actually. When it actually comes out, we'll see what the reviews are, see what people think. I might watch an episode, see what we actually get. But I'm by default skeptical of any adaptation.
Yeah, it
Fair enough.
reminds me of God, I can't remember a very obscure DC comic series, but it was like when they were trying to do all these DC shows, and it came out on what did it come out on? Oh
I
crap.
assume like the CW, that's what they all seem to
No,
come out on.
it was yeah, it wasn't a CW show. I think it was on their streaming service when they had the DC. DC had a streaming service at one point, and I forget what it was, but there's like Robot Man is in it, and I think it was played by Brandon Fraser. I have to look this up. I can't remember, but it gave me those kind of vibes. Um,
You had me at Brandon Fraser.
yeah, I love him. Doom Patrol. That's what I was thinking. It gave me Doom Patrol vibes, which I kind of like. I dug that show actually. It was kind of mixed with people like I don't know, but it sort of gave me the vibes of that, and I don't know, man. It looks all looks alright. I'm kind of tired of this stuff already. Like we got so much new Avatar, new freaking Naruto movie we're getting. I mean, like we're getting adaptations from everything. Um,
Isn't it funny because for the longest time we were so like at least I feel like this is how it was for me when I was a kid. Like I always wanted more video game stuff and it was never a thing. And
mhm.
in the last decade, like gaming space became so big that they're like seeing the opportunity to make money, obviously. But there's also so many stories and things you can tell through video games. And I was surprisingly pretty okay with it. And I love the Fallout series. It is one of my like that's the Bethesda formula that works for me. It's like it's the gameplay can be always better, right?
Mhm.
But it's fun enough, and I can get lost in it and never finish it, and start it 8 different times, but never actually finish the story. And I don't know, I'm okay
Same.
with it.
I mean,
Yeah,
like
the
Bethesda used to be one of my favorite developers. I mean, I loved, Oblivion and Morrowind, and like I even like stuff before that, like the weird stuff like
mhm,
Pocket on the Engage, and like I like Bethesda like way back, and I
yeah.
miss that Bethesda, man, cuz like Skyrim, yeah, I've started it a bunch, people love it, but it just never hit me the same that, like Morrowind and Oblivion did. I remember how excited I was when the Shivering Isles came out. Like I was so excited to play that on console. Um they don't feel the same to me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very mixed
What do
on
you mean?
Bethesda.
It just works.
There's a song about that. No, I tried because I didn't play Morrowind when it came out, but I've tried to go back and play Morrowind in like the past a year or two ago, and it's a brutally difficult game if
Very
you don't have
difficult.
hours and you're not taking like meticulous notes and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't have to, but it's a game that, well, thank God there's mods to somewhat modernize it. Like Skyrim's a good game. I mean, it simplifies a lot of stuff, but I don't think it's a terrible game. Plus the easy
No.
ability to mod stuff into the game, change it how you want to change it, I think really helps that game work.
Yeah,
What, Skyrim?
it's
Yeah.
certainly not a bad game by any means. I mean, I bought it like, 5 times over, but it never captured me the same way
This
as
is
that,
why we
like,
can't have
old
nice
school.
things, Brandon.
I know, it's always
We're
my
letting
fault.
the milk you.
To be fair, Skyrim was my first Bethesda game, and it immediately drew me when I first played it on the
really?
360. Yeah.
That's kind of shocking.
I didn't get a 360 until, I think 2011, 2012 was when I first got my first non-Nintendo system. 'Cause up until then, I just had a GameCube, N64, SNES, and a
the
Wii.
good stuff. The good stuff.
So, but I didn't have anything that had all these other stuff. I remember some kids. I think some people we knew that played Oblivion, but it's never a game that I owned myself or played myself.
Mhm.
But I've gone back and played it since, and it's an enjoyable game. It's definitely aged for sure, but it's still a good game.
Oblivion or Morrowind?
Oblivion on that end. Sorry.
Yeah. No, Oblivion is really fun. I don't know. It's going back to the Fallout. It's there's obviously things they could have done better. I feel like my biggest gripe with it is they could have done a better job keeping it more like rugged, if that makes sense. Like more rough. Like it is a post-apocalyptic world,
Yeah.
and it's 200 years after it happened. So maybe like the world's healing. Maybe we'll, see something through the story that kind of explains it a little more. But I was pretty okay with it. I feel like the cast was good. Obviously from the trailer, and I have high hopes, which I'm just huffing some copium, but we can't all be negative, so
Hey, I'm just saying, if you don't overhype yourself up, you can't be disappointed.
that's
Sure.
how
You can only your expectations. If your expectations at the floor like mine are always at with anything that comes out of Hollywood, there's nowhere to go but up. And if it bombs miserably, it's like, well, I didn't expect anything out of it anyway, so
Yeah,
I'm not disappointed.
true.
I'm not let down.
Yep.
Sure.
That's the
Good.
truth. That's the way to look at it. I mean, honestly, like, we're getting, we're like, I was getting real excited there for a minute because like video game movies were like doing really, really well. Like we got Sonic movies and we got the Detective Pikachu and then the Mario movie, and like there was other stuff I'm missing that was pretty good, and like stuff was doing really well, man. Like I was really excited. We got a Zelda movie coming. I'm like, this could be good, but now we're just getting like just all this crap thrown out, man. Like this Halo stuff, I'm really disappointed with that. Like, I just think it's just generally not good in my opinion.
I would say this. Obviously, through the history of everything, there's more bad than good, though there is somewhat an upward trajectory. But the ones that tend to do well and are received well as a whole by everybody, especially the gamers, are the ones in which the creators, the studios themselves, are heavily involved. Like Nintendo's IP, they're heavily involved in these movies now, especially since
Yeah.
the old Mario movie was such a disaster, and some of the old Zelda animations were
Dude,
terrible bombs.
You know what's funny about that? I want to say real quick. There is a boutique. I can't remember what the publisher is that released that, but you can get that on 4K Blu-ray now, and like the special set. It comes with like a book going through the history of the movie and all that stuff, and of course the actor that played Mario's passed away. But it goes through all the history of the movie and what went behind it with Nintendo, what they did and didn't do. It's a really cool package. I really, really want to get it because I'm actually like nostalgic for that movie. It's like one of those movies. It's so bad it's good. Like that's how it is for me. Like it's super cheesy, bad movie, but it's fun to watch.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh, hi, Mark. The same thing at this point.
But yeah, I mean, go ahead. What were you saying from there? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just saying that the studios that are heavily involved in making sure that it sticks to what their vision is, what they want it to be, are the ones that do well, and the ones where the studios have free reign to whatever they want tend to stray far away from what the source material is, and then they tend to not do well as a whole.
Yep.
Yeah.
True. Big true.
Yep.
I mean, look what happened with The Witcher, right? Like it started off
Yeah.
good, and then Havel just said, like, whatever. Like, I'm out.
Creative differences, like you want to stray too far away from the source material to the point where
Yeah.
it's not the same thing. Like you're changing the core of what the story is supposed to be.
The point why this story is the way it is and why it's
Yeah.
good and why people care about it for sure. But I don't know. They did say, I mean, Todd Howard obviously just had high praise for the project. Why would he ever say anything negative about anything
Well,
that's
he's
related to
trying to sell
Bethesda?
it.
Yeah, he's a salesman, but it is a new storyline, which is interesting. But for Fallout, it's not. You're not really playing it for the main story, right? So I feel like the one good thing about this is that people that play Fallout games are finally gonna finish the main quest, which is you can't really stray away too much from it because you're watching a show. So
Yeah.
that's a good part. But I don't know. I'm optimistic about it. We'll see. I'm sure we're gonna talk about it once we all watch it. So we'll see. But yeah, let's move on to other stuff. What else we got?
Yeah, so it looks like we've also got Sea of Thieves is implementing a anti-cheat system. Apparently, they've had issues since launch of the game, and I assume that a lot of that has to do with it going to other platforms. But
I don't know. They said that it's been since launch, but I think it comes down to it's an online game interacting with other players, so any kind of cheating is going to by default ruin the experience.
yeah,
But it's always kind of a cat and mouse type game with cheat and anti-cheat kind of stuff. So I assume
Yeah.
with the game expanding, probably getting in a massive influx after the whole Skull and Bones disaster, and people saying, "Hey, this is a better game for what you were wanting
Yeah,
for
for
it."
sure.
And then with the new influx of players, people probably gonna the obviously your cheating's gonna kind of skyrocket. So you're trying to address the issue because like any other online game, any amount of cheating immediately ruins the experience and can just drive people away from your game since there's no like offline mode or something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, yeah. I mean that makes sense, and um, yeah, I didn't realize that there was an issue with cheating, but I also haven't played since around launch. I picked it up a couple of times after, like I went back to play when like the Kraken update came out. I played it twice with friends last year, not for very long. So I don't know. Do you know what the cheating is that's happening? I didn't
Not
quite.
me, not I haven't played it since around 21, 22. But I, at least when I played it, then cheating never seemed to be a big issue. But I mean, it's such a big world. And there's only so many people within a single server that you're playing in that I never really experienced it. But doesn't mean it wasn't going around then.
Yeah, I guess it has something to do around loot and
I mean, that's the whole
um
gameplay:
avoiding
looting
death.
and yeah, just
It's a
trying to
god mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
take out other people. And obviously, if you can't take somebody out, and they can just take out your ship. It ruins the whole experience.
Dude, that makes games so boring, man. When people do stuff like that. I never understood it. Like just dumb stuff like that. It just feels it feels dumb, dude. Like just
Did you
'Cause some
guys
people
see
want to.
that? Sorry, go
Oh, what are
ahead.
you saying? No, what are you saying?
Did you guys see the girl that faked a blindfold challenge in Monster Hunter?
oh god,
She
no.
No,
like
I didn't.
deleted all her stuff. She was fighting some I don't know. I never played Monster Hunter, but basically she
You
was
never
fighting
played
a
Monster
difficult
Hunter?
no. But basically was fighting this big ass dragon and she put a blindfold on, but she put like covers on her monitors, but essentially she was cheating. There was another monitor where she was looking through, and and she was bragging about like finally doing this challenge blindfolded, and they figured it out. And she deleted all her social media. She even doubled down, said like she didn't do anything wrong. People chewed her out. It was
Who is
it
it?
was really funny. It was let me find it real quick. I didn't put it on the news, but now that we're talking about it,
That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard about this. I see a lot of
I feel like
the
it'd be obvious because people tend to do blindfold challenges that it's very obvious it's a blindfold
yeah.
because you're
Let
just
me
all over the place.
Queen Pons a lot.
Queen what? Say that again?
Queen P like Queen Pons a lot. So like
That's not
Queen
what I thought you said.
PWNZALOT.
Okay. Not at all what I thought you said. Okay. All right.
But
So
it's crazy. Pretty funny stuff. Then we also have that Dune Awakening. Um is going to be available on Game Pass.
It's actually available now. So just wanted to kind of mention that if you want to get more, you watched.
Where is it out?
Yeah, it's on there
Oh,
now.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So if you're wanting to check out, more Dune stuff, it's a strategy game. I haven't played it yet.
It looks like is it like a turn base or like is it an RTS?
I think it's like an
No, no, no.
RTS. I think.
Oh, but that's not the Awakening. The Awakening is the RPG, isn't it?
Oh, is it? It might be. I might be getting them confused.
This one looks like the Spice Wars.
Dune Awakening.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I was
Dune
wrong on
Part
that.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, so Dune Awakening got a new trailer, and it's in Unreal Engine 5. So that's kind of cool because, I mean, look, Dune 2's got nothing but high praise. I still got to go see it. I was hoping to see it this past weekend. I haven't got to, but this game looks legit. Like the graphics, oh my god, look like insane. I mean,
Awakening, yeah, it looks really
dude,
good.
it looks it's like showing all
People
the
are pissed that
particle
there
effects.
was yeah, people are pissed that there's no sand walking, but they said it was really clunky. They worked on it a shit ton, and it just made it like almost like a miserable gameplay experience. So they just
What?
kind of stayed away from it. Yeah, they said they tried. No matter which way they tried to implement it, it just felt out of place in a way. Which I don't blame them. I don't know. We'll see. But
Aren't people
Try
angry about
something,
everything?
It just doesn't work.
what'd you say?
So aren't people angry about everything in video games now?
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, it seems like we have so much stuff coming out and so many things to play that I think like gamers are overwhelmed and they just go online and complain about video games. They don't even play them anymore.
I know, it's crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and mention the Xbox Game Pass for March. They were revealed. So we got available now are the Warhammer game 40,000 Bolt Gun and Paw Patrol World.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
really excited to play the Paw Patrol game.
Just need one correction.
too.
It's Warhammer 40K. That's how you pronounce it. You're gonna make some neckbeard rage.
What I'm reading literally from Xbox just says Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun. So I don't know.
That's how it's written, but everyone says 40K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, fan
Get
base.
your
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to
get it together.
I'm trying to protect you from some mean comments down below.
Yeah. Well,
Let
them fly. We also got this one that's cool. Mark, I don't know if you remember playing it back in the day on GameCube, but SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. This is the rehydrated edition, so like the remaster. It's basically a remake. It's more of a remake than a remaster.
Yeah,
but
I played the original. I didn't play the remake,
so
but
fun.
I saw it when it came out. It looked like a faithful remake of the original.
Yeah, it looks pretty fun.
Dude, yeah, Battle for Bikini Bottom, it's surprisingly good game, like shockingly good. So I didn't check it out when it dropped, so I'm gonna check this out. That's gonna be on there. We also got on the 13th, we got Control Ultimate Edition, another really good game. I haven't played the Ultimate Edition. I don't know what content's added, but I played Control when it dropped for PS5, and phenomenal game in my opinion. I think it's really good. We got No More Heroes 3 on March 14th. Really excited about that one too. That's a really good series. I actually started on the Wii, and was 1 and 2 were Nintendo exclusive games. So, cool to see. That's going on other platforms. We got Lightyear Frontier on March 19th. MLB The Show 24 March 19th. That's funny. It's a PlayStation game. We also got Game Pass will be losing Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch Remastered, Hard Space, Shipbreaker, and Shredders. So those 3 games will be leaving. Ni no Kuni. That sucks.
That's a good game series.
Very good series. Very good series. So I always get I always laugh when I see the MLB stuff transferring over there because PlayStation doesn't want to work with any companies with anything, but they're okay with putting that one out because they know it's going to sell.
I don't think PlayStation even develops it. They just bought the rights, the exclusive rights for it.
It's a Sony studio. game.
I thought it was somebody else who developed it, but I don't know. It's a sports game, so I don't really care at the end of the day.
I don't care either.
But I mean, that's like the one thing. Obviously, it's not in Ni no Kuni 2, but in Ni no Kuni 1, like if you weren't already aware, obviously the big thing is Studio Ghibli actually worked on the actual animated cutscenes within that game, and that's why. Another reason I like it, just because it has that Studio Ghibli
Ghibli.
aesthetic to it. I think it's actually Ghibli. I don't know.
Is it Ghibli? I've always said Studio Ghibli. I don't know. I will say this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about how you would phonetically pronounce it in Japanese, so I don't think there's no real J.
Well, I'm gonna later. I'm gonna quiz you and see if you can read something that I put that's in Japanese. So,
Probably not.
the game that I was talking about, the strategy game Dune, that's called Spice Wars. It was actually revealed in 2021. So, it'll be leaving early access and have its 1.0 launch. It says September 2023. So that's the one that's already out. I assume this looks like an old article.
And it's
so.
also based on a game that's already out. I'm sure you can find it pretty quick. But it basically has the engine, and it's almost like a skin on top of it with some added gameplay stuff. But it's based off. I can't remember what the name of it is.
It looks
I'm sure I can
like
find it real quick.
God, it looks like a Warhammer game. Like that's what it looks like. Like a classic style.
I'll find it for you. Yeah, I'll give me a sec.
But
it is based on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you like, this is the type of strategy game that I don't like. The ones that are the like weird, like super grid based games. I like the ones that are like Age of Empires and stuff like that. But I've never liked the ones where it's like the hexagonal grids and it feels like I'm playing like a tabletop game sort of deal. Like it's just I've never
I'd
liked
have
those
to play
games.
it to really get the feel.
Yeah,
I don't know. I prefer the real time strategy, regardless of how it plays out.
I mean I like them, but it's
I'm not good at them, but I enjoy them.
There's a few series, man. There's just a few. Final Fantasy. Tactics I like. Fire Emblem I like. There's a few, and like back in the day I played a lot of like Age of Empires and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely some that I like. It's by no means my favorite type of game. But
you can still play Age of Empires 2. It's still got a thriving online community.
I'm sure.
Online community today. It's gonna make sure you get the DE, the definitive edition version. I believe it's the right one.
Yeah. Did you guys see about? I don't remember if we talked about it last week. Oh no, we did. About Diablo 4 coming over is going to Game Pass. Did you guys see that?
Oh, I think we mentioned it. I'm not surprised at all. Yeah, I think we did. But
the thing is, they made the money. Like they made a lot of money. So like they didn't them making this move. People think, oh, like the game failed. No, just because it got bad reviews. They made a lot of money. I looked it up. I forget the exact number, but $110 million or something that they made. Like they made a lot of money. Like
doesn't matter how much money they made. It's still a shit game. Unfortunately.
Well, by them putting it on Game Pass, they're making more money because they obviously set a deal to do that. So probably a smart move actually on their part because of the sort of backlash on it. And if they do all these updates that they keep talking about and all these plans, like I'm sure that it's going to end up being a good game at some point. But I think by the time it's a good game, it is. Yeah. That's like everything now. It's like everything.
Give it a few years after launch, it'll be good. Like,
yeah, I hate that.
I think it's
why
funny
are we playing these games.
The only person I know that for a time actively defended it was Asman. If you ever watched him before, because I think he's got realistic takes on the pros and the cons of the game.
But I think for sure
there was some small stuff that was hyped up, and I played it to some degree, and I didn't hate it. It just didn't grab me like some of the earlier games did.
Yeah, I mean, I played it too, and for like a casual player, I would even say it's a great game. But I feel like if you play Diablo 2, you're just not gonna care about Diablo 4. That's just my takeaway from it. But if you're like somebody who never played a Diablo game, Diablo 3 wasn't great until Reaper of Souls, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely it is the best there. I mean, like you could buy just straight up Reaper of Souls, like with all the DLC and everything. That's the way to go. I agree.
Yeah.
It was another thing where it got better. I still enjoyed it at launch way better than I have enjoyed Diablo 4 at launch. I'll say that. I mean, what do you think? Like, did you play it at launch, Diablo 3?
Me? No.
Yeah. Okay. So
No.
like I feel like it's still panned out way better than Diablo 4. But like
Oh, for sure.
they've just been making the wrong moves with Diablo for a bit now. I mean with the Diablo Immortal crap and like people, were angry about that, but now like people were leaving Diablo 4 to go play that and saying that's a better game, that's already like fleshed out so much that like they can get their Diablo fix there. So like
I
Yeah.
don't think they
I
were
don't
being.
know.
I think that was just more of a dig at Diablo 4. But playing it, because I played Diablo 3 casually, and I didn't hate it. I didn't like the aspect where it's always online. That's like the one
no,
thing that
of
I immediately
course.
didn't like. But I
Yeah.
think it
Yeah.
just played well. Like if you're just gonna play through the story once casually and just play it, and all right, you're good. It's not. There's no issues. It's the in game issue. Everything in that game that I've seen revolves around the end game. People that are gonna
Yep.
put hours and hours of time into it. That's where some of the bigger issues really start to shine.
For sure.
Yeah. Yep. So, um, yeah, one of the other things, I don't know if we have it next in the notes. I'm just going off of memory here. I guess, yeah, we have Toyota is making a Pokemon bike. And actually, Lucas sent me this yesterday, Slave to the Mind there in the chat. And this is really interesting. So it's like riding from Violet. So like they're making like an actual like motor. It's like sick looking, dude. Like legit,
Mhm.
super cool. So it takes me back to when they did like the Mini Coopers and stuff with Pikachu and they did a few of those because there's a girl and she lives in Maryland and she's got a big TikTok. Like I met her last year when we were out that way and she owns both of the Pikachu Mini Coopers and she's going after the Lugia vehicle. So like it just takes me back to that. I like those really weird, silly kind of collaborations, and this thing looks sick, dude. I would ride this all day
From
long.
what I've seen, the one that looks like a plastic, just a concept art. I don't know. It looks kind of goofy. It looks more like a toy than an actual
No, there's real
Yeah.
motorcycle.
pictures. There's real pictures.
Well, in the article that you showed us, that's really short.
Scroll
It just looked kind
scroll
of
down.
goofy.
Oh well, I mean that's how the Pokemon looks. So I mean,
It's an ugly Pokemon.
they're not. The wheel,
More
Gotta
digs
balance
and
they're
that
not.
out
Scarlet
with
and
Mark.
Violet.
They're certainly not the best designs in the world, but I don't think they're terrible.
I don't know. When it comes to motorcycles, I just prefer the more standard look. I mean, this looks neat, but I don't know.
Really?
It seems more like a gimmick than anything else.
You're a hog rider, aren't you? You old
No,
Harley
I've been
fan.
meaning to get I still need to get a motorcycle license. It just hasn't kind of panned out. But I prefer the more standard. I prefer the more sport bike look than the cruising look personally.
Chopper.
Yeah, I never liked the look itself.
My grandpa's a Harley guy. He was in like a motorcycle club and all that stuff. So I grew up around all that, trashy Harleys. I probably just offended a bunch of people, but like, I'm talking
Yeah,
about Mark.
probably.
So, it pretty neat stuff. I like these weird collaborations. They always do this sort of stuff in Japan. I mean, the Pikachu Mini Coopers were actually here in the U.S. and I don't remember if there's one in Japan too. But I mean, like this kind of stuff, I think is always kind of cool. Like we just talked about the Gundam thing, Mark. Like stuff like that. I mean, Japan goes wild on that really cool. Just like, I they're super like showy with like their franchises. Like, I mean, you look, they've
Yeah.
got
I mean,
their
it's
anime
neat,
advertised in Tokyo across the
but like it's
billboards.
something
and-
that would be mass appealing to the average consumer. I'm like, I don't know if this would really do all that
Nah.
well outside of it. It's like more of like a gimmick thing that they make. Like
Yeah, it's like a prototype. And it's
1,000.
gonna be one and done or something like
I
that.
don't think they're gonna make it that. I think this is just gonna be a one-off, right?
Yeah,
That would
that's what I
would
was
make
thinking
more
too.
sense.
Yeah, this is gonna be one of
For
those
sure.
deals. It might be like end up being like a giveaway, like they did with the other ones. That's what they did with the
They
The
make like
Mini
100 to
Coopers.
500, and they're special things. There's only so many of them.
Well, yeah, I mean that would be pretty cool to get one though. It's neat looking. I'm not a motorcycle guy, but yeah.
So you
So
need to get a motorcycle license before you get it.
no, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Do you need one if you're riding Pokemon? Wouldn't it be like an exotic pet license or something like that?
No.
You need a Pokemon license.
A Pokemon license, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
From
it's your
Professor
old
Oak.
1989 plastic Pokemon Pokedex
89?
thing.
You mean 98?
98. I don't know when it came out. I'm
You don't know when it came
2000.
out, bro. It was your era. Oh,
I
Jesus.
misspoke. You know what I meant.
All right. So we also got a little bit more info on the MSI Claw. We talked about this when they announced it, and I think this looks really cool. I've been in the market for one of the handheld PCs, and with like so many announcements now, the MSI Claw is supposed to be, better than the ROG Ally, but we're also getting like a ROG Ally 2, which is confirmed. So it's like, I don't know, but the release date was March 8th, which is today. So they went up. I saw the tweet this morning when I was at work. They went up to Best Buy. I'm pretty sure they're sold out, if I remember correctly.
Guarantee.
But I think these things I think the MSI Claw looks really, really cool. I'm not sure if they're sold out everywhere. I just know that Best Buy, I saw there was like a queue or whatever, because somebody tweeted screenshots and I was getting on my watch, and so I assume they're probably sold out, but I'm sure that something like this is going to be restocked pretty quick. Like the ROG Ally and Steam Deck are everywhere.
The link that I saw from the article that takes you to Newegg, it just says pre-order, but obviously it's a limit one per person for the pre-order, so you can't just like buy mass of them. But if you want to spend $700 to $800 on it, depending on like looks like they have 3 different options. The Core Ultra 512 for $699, the Core Ultra 7 for 512 gigs for $749, and then the Core Ultra 7 with a terabyte is $799.
So much money.
Chump change.
I'm sure that most people are going to go after that top model, the 1 terabyte. You're going to want a 1 terabyte for something where you're getting all digital, like, you know what I mean? At minimum.
I don't know how the storage on this works, but I mean, it's like a handheld budget PC is what it kind of comes off as with that price.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is rivaling like, pretty good desktop though, with its specs. I'm not gonna lie, like a lower grade to almost mid grade desktop.
I mean, at least it's from what they're saying, it's a 7-inch 1920 by 1080 screen. 120 hertz, which is decent. The Ultra 7 CPU, which I don't know the equivalency for regular CPUs as far as that. Yeah, 1.4 to 4.8 gigahertz as far as the CPU frequency. Using the Intel Arc Graphics 8 Xe core, which I don't know the equivalent. I think that's probably specially made, like the other thing for this handheld.
Yeah, they made some for laptops too. It's like super efficient.
But it's not this. I'm more familiar with the actual desktop specs than the handheld stuff, just because the desktop is just better by default.
Yeah,
I'm not biased on that.
So it looks like it's 16 cores. It looks like there was some benchmark tests ran, and it says it said they need to go a little bit more in depth. This is PCGamesN.com, but it says they ran benchmarks, or there were benchmark leaks apparently, and it says that the AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme chips used in other handhelds are slightly better. It says it's not this Intel chip is not overly impressive compared. So like it's better, but the benchmark tests apparently that leaked from wherever.
It's marginal to the point where it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
which really what matters.
But the power usage is higher, which means your battery life is going to be even lower, and it is not unheard of. I've heard from people running on the Steam Deck OLED to get just an hour out of your handheld, but like max is usually at 3 hours at the lowest settings. So like these are it's interesting because these I feel like are much more targeted for people at home, but they're very popular. I mean, these are almost everybody I know has one of the options for these handheld PCs. Like it makes sense. Like it's kind of cool. I don't want to always sit at my desk and stuff like that. So like I get it. I get it. I don't know that you're going to travel with this a bunch, but I mean like if you're, try just for instance convention and you're in your hotel room and got it for a few hours, just a couple hours to kill. It works. It does the
Yeah.
job. Um
Yeah. And
so
I
I
yeah,
think
didn't.
the big selling point is too, you don't have to haul like a whole laptop
laptop,
bag,
yeah.
and that's a big selling point, I feel like.
And I mean, you can
Probably.
hook these up to a monitor and,
Yeah,
use
yeah,
it as just a PC. So, uh,
for
it-
sure.
cool. It's cool stuff. I like that I don't know this will have one, but the Steam Deck has a dock, like the Analog
Yeah.
Pocket, so you can just like straight up just use it as a PC. So it's kind of cool the way that you can, hook those up. I don't know if the ROG Ally has one, but I know that you can plug it up with a cable.
Don't
But
they? I'm pretty sure they make the aftermarket ones. Like
oh,
even
I'm
if you don't get
sure.
it,
I'm sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure they make that stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then I don't know if this is on everything, but as far as like if you pre-ordered it off Newegg for the MSI Claw, they're also, if you really want to, they're offering the Skull and Bone PC Standard Edition game code,
Oh God,
seven
no, man.
days 7 days free of the Ubisoft Plus, and then 1 month free of Xbox Game Pass. So you can buy this, and by default, at least you have a month of
Yeah.
games you can play on this thing. Because no one's gonna play it. No one's gonna play Skull and Bones. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Let's make a game that's worse than the game we made 10 years ago.
Dude, it's
Yeah,
just
right.
it's crazy. But it looks like if you order from the MSI website, it's gonna start shipping on the 13th. So that's just a few days away. So like these are gonna be getting in they're already in some people's hands, obviously, like YouTubers and stuff. But
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean,
You're,
cool if you're
you're
into
about a week or
about a week away, yeah. About a
yeah,
week
because
away.
I think the Newegg site says it releases on the 15th. So that's probably, if you order from the site, they're gonna start shipping early.
Yeah. Yeah, Best Buy today. Like they went up for sale today. So I assume with them it's gonna be around the same thing. You're probably gonna get it in like a week or something. It's weird that MSI's website's shipping later than Best Buy. It looks like Best Buy is shipping by Monday, so
Well, I mean, to be fair, at this point, all these places already have them. I don't know if they've got set freedom for when they can start shipping stuff out, or they just decided, screw it, we're just gonna ship it early. What are they gonna do at this point?
yeah. Yeah. True. That's true. So on I guess smaller news scale, I did want to at least mention this because like I'm a fan of the series. I know people have loved the series for a very long time. They announced a new RPG maker. It's got maybe the dumbest title. Maybe there's a reason it's got the title, but it's literally called RPG Maker with. That's it. RPG Maker with. There are
English very best.
what?
I said English very best. Keep going.
Um, there's like there's like 25, 30 of these games. They've been around for a long time, but it looks really cool. I've always liked them cuz like some of them like have like a story you can play too, so it's not like you're just making your own RPG. But I just think it's really cool. Like it's a really cool concept. Like the first RPG maker came out in 92. 32 years ago. That's pretty crazy. So, yeah, there's been a ton of RPG makers and I've had maybe 4 or 5 entries in the series over the years. I always found them pretty cool. Like I said, a few of them I played had like like a legit story mode, and I always like to see what people do with these. I always think that's cool. Weirdly, it looks like the Switch version is going to be coming out at the end of this year is what they said. They're targeting the end of this year, and then PS4 and PS5 is next year. No Xbox version. So figured I'd
Yeah, I saw this. You're criticizing this title name, but some of the other ones they listed here was RPG Maker 95, RPG Maker 2000, RPG Maker XP, RPG Maker VX and VX Ace, RPG Maker MV and MZ. I think those are weirder names personally.
There are, but then there's like just the numbered titles like RPG Maker 15, and like there's a lot. I'd be curious to know exactly how many there are with this game because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of RPG makers. It's pretty crazy. So Yeah, I figured I'd mention that one. We've got so let's get into it, I guess. Actually, let's talk about this one first. The survival game The Altars. Does anybody know very much about this one? I've mildly seen some stuff on it.
I haven't
Um,
heard anything about it.
I wanted to mention it. It looks really cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is one of the titles they announced at.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so
partner
we might as
preview.
well
Yep.
just talk about that whole thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
I put it in
We
the
can.
big news
Or
stuff.
at least
So
remind me. I don't remember if I saw it or not.
yeah,
It's
so
one with a big wheel that has like multiple characters. They're essentially your clones. You're trying to escape. You're trying not to reach dawn. You're escaping from dawn in order to survive because like it's gonna incinerate you or whatever. And you have this giant. It looks like a giant. What are those things called that you can ride? Oh god, my brain's frozen. But
I
basically, it
know
looks
you're
like a
talking. Yeah.
giant wheel. It looks like a giant wheel, and the base is actually inside of it. And
Oh,
there's different like compartments, and they're all like I'm assuming like one is gonna be like a lab, one is gonna be like a kitchen, one is gonna be like a sleeping area. So essentially, you have this big wheel, which is a base, and then you out of your genes, from what I understood from the trailer, is you make clones which are all different but they all come from you. Um so yeah, I just kind of wanted to mention that one specifically because I found it really really cool looking and innovative. It looks like it's going to be an interesting story, and it's a combination of basically like third person view, and then you also have uh like that management almost. I don't know if you guys ever played like Fallout Shelter,
yeah,
like when
that's
it
exactly
zooms
what I thought
out.
about it. It's like the
Yeah,
base
yeah,
management and stuff like that.
yeah. But you also go, from what I've seen, you also go on, like you walk on that planet or planets. I don't know if there's multiples, but yeah, it looks pretty cool.
No, yeah. I know I didn't remember because to me it didn't jump out. It looked like
I
a
think the
Forbidden
visuals
type
look
game.
great. The actual like mocap for like facial like features and stuff look really really good. And also like I feel that we get new games and we get new games, but I feel like there's been so many things that have already been done, right? And then you get
Hmm.
things that were just repackaged differently. And then when I saw this, it kind of stood out as something that it feels new, you know.
Yeah.
It didn't immediately strike me as something like, oh, this game is like this, right? You know, I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I am always looking for games that kind of try to innovate the space and do things differently.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
with it.
mean,
I'm with it.
there's nothing wrong with trying something new, trying to innovate the industry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yep. So I mean,
Well,
I
I guess
think it
we can
looks.
go over the other titles. What
Yeah,
did you guys like?
I kept trying to add in the exact thing there from it, but for some reason I can't. I keep getting the 2023 one put in. I download the wrong one. Um. So yeah, I mean, let's talk about it in general because I mean it was a pretty big event. I guess I can give my thoughts first. They showed off way more than I expected. I expected only the couple of things that we already knew about because that's pretty much what they said. But I mean, we got a bunch of new announcements, and a few of the things are weird. Probably could have been not put in there. But I thought they started off with a banger. I think that Unknown 9 Awakening game looks really cool. Just looks super interesting. Like you couldn't tell a lot about it from what I saw on there, and I was also sort of watching it on my way back from work and went back to it a little bit, but um, I feel like they started off strong with it. Like I said, there was a few things in there that I thought was like could have done without, but they were just trying to fill out a show, and like they did more than I thought. I thought we were getting like 4 to 5 updates on the things that we knew about, and like that was it. Like I didn't know we were like
Yeah.
getting all these new announcements. Because like we knew about Final Fantasy 15 coming, but then they also announced like all the additional content that's coming too for free over to
Yeah.
Xbox. So people love that game. I know people that play that obsessively, play it a lot, and I played it. I like it too. I'm not even an MMO guy. I just wanted to get through and like, play like the story beats and stuff like that. I think it's cool. But we did know about that. And for me, I thought we could have did without the Roblox thing, but like of course
Yeah,
they
that
go
was
and throw
really weird.
they
Like,
get
how do you?
of course it's my favorite like horror franchise too. I'm like I my daughter plays Roblox, so I'm really confused on how this is being implemented into that because I don't know what Griefville is, but it's some sort of Roblox thing. I don't know if it's like one of the games within it or it's like a Roblox spinoff or because like the
It looks like. I
characters
mean,
didn't look like like Chucky does not look like a Roblox character in that.
yeah,
So I was like
true.
really really confused at first. Like they the characters look similar, semi similar I guess to like the Roblox design, but I don't know. That was weird. Again, of course, is my favorite horror franchise too. Like I was like, are we getting a Chucky game at first? Like, oh my god. And then the Monster Jam I thought was a little weird, but surprisingly, actually kind of looks fun. And I played a lot of those games growing up. Like I've got one for the DS now. That's like semi fun. Whatever. It's gonna be for like a specific audience, but yeah, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on like the presentation as a whole. I mean, there's 14 announcements, or things shown off at least, and a lot of new announcements.
Mark, what did you think?
I mean, I wasn't overly blown away with it, but
What did you think of that last game? I'm curious on your thoughts.
which one was it again?
Konitsugami, Path
I,
of the
I
Goddess.
thought it looks good. I think it looks good personally.
Oh, their sites got everything out of order.
That means
It's the
Mark didn't
last
watch it.
one.
Mark did not watch
No,
it.
but it's basic.
I didn't watch it live. I kept some of this stuff after the fact. I'm too busy to watch some of this stuff of this live.
I
No,
Um,
just
I
some of the
wanted
other
to
stuff.
know
I'm trying
your
to
opinion
remember
too.
what's what.
Basically, it's like a mix up between
Uh,
like action and
yeah,
uh,
I remember what it
Like
was
it's
now.
like an Okami style game. Like
it looked like an LSD trip in a video game. It looked really, really interesting to
It's
me.
like a lot's going on. I don't know. I didn't
Yeah.
think anything of it. I guess it's another one of those games. It's like, well, looks kind of interesting, but I'll kind of see about it when it
Yeah.
comes out.
I feel like my ADHD was getting scratched really good by that trailer.
Legitimately, it looks like it has the elements of like Okami, which I freaking love that game.
I don't
Like,
know. It looks not to the same degree. Okami is more like it felt more like traditional, like Japanese fantasy. And this seems like it's going like to the umpteenth degree in some areas.
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
But I don't know. I guess we'll see. There's a lot of stuff like that's neat, but I guess we'll see if I actually end up getting around to playing it.
So,
Which is like most games on these games. Like, there's only a handful of games that are like, yes, I definitely want to play this, or I've been waiting for this game forever.
Well, I mean, what did you think with the announcements or reveals, everything that showed as a whole? Like, what did you think about the presentation?
Nothing major that jumped out to be like, this is a must play. It's just kind of like some of their lesser studios putting out games, kind of what it felt like at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But
what did you guys think about Stalker? Kurgle, I mean, you're a PC guy. Those are PC games. Have you played any of those?
I actually have scheduled to play those games on
Dude.
stream in like 2 months from now, I think. And it felt kind of lackluster because they didn't even, they kind of just made it, it's not even a remaster. It's just ported to Xbox. I think it's cool.
Oh no, it's got changes to it. There's stuff done to it. I
About 4
was there? I thought it was just
Konitsugami, Path of the Goddess.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Deep
I mean,
search.
I would have more of an opinion if I
Brandon.
play them. I have some
2,445.
people in my group that are just kind of swear by
$0.
it, and they keep bugging me to play it.
Search.
Never played it as a
Copilot.
kid because I was terrified. I had a
News.
friend in my childhood that would literally talk to me about it
yeah.
essentially like every day of the week. But yeah, I'm planning on playing them. I have had those games in my library for probably like 7 years now.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
it's an old
never got
series.
around to them. Yeah. But with Stalker 2 coming soon, it makes sense. I'm sure people are excited. I'm excited people get to play it again, or they get to experience it for the first time. Um if they're console players.
Yeah.
But to me, the most interesting one really was the Kunitsugami. That one looked really cool. And then actually the what was it called? The Sinking City?
Yeah.
The Sinking
The
City?
Sunken City, I
Um
think is that what it's called?
is it Sunken?
Am
No,
I-
it's Sinking
is
City
it
too.
Sinking?
No, yeah,
Okay.
the Sinking
Yeah,
City too.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one looked really cool. Slay of Hand or Sleight of Hand. How do you say that? Sleight of Hand or sleight of
I don't
hand?
know.
Yeah. But that game actually looked really cool. It has a female protagonist, and she uses like cards and stuff to move around. It's like a semi-strategy game. That one looked really cool. I've been getting really
It ain't no
interested
Lost
in,
Kingdoms. I'll tell you that.
but
Yeah, wrong
that
studio.
one looked really cool as well. And I think those are the ones that stood out to me the most.
Yeah.
The first Berserker also looked interesting because I've been playing a lot of Souls-like games recently.
Yeah.
But it looks also kind of clunky, so we'll see. I don't know. If it's just one character and one build you can do, I'm kind of probably not even gonna care about it. But if it has some like customization and like different things you can do, I will probably check it out.
Yeah.
Overall, I feel like we got more than we hoped for, so that's good at least.
Yeah. Yeah. I also I wanted to mention Creatures of Ava because it's like a Pokemon-esque game. And I'm interested to see. One of the things is obviously this has been in development way before like Power World would have came out or anything like that. But I'm always interested to see different studios' takes on that sort of like formula. And it's an action adventure game that's like Pokemon esque, and it's from 11-bit Studios, which actually had never heard of before this. So
Yeah, two of their games were on there. It was that one, and there was another one they made that was also on the partner preview.
oh, what
Let
was
me
it?
see.
It was. Oh wait, was it Tales of Kinzera Zao? Was it that one? I feel like it was that one.
Oh, Tales of Kinzera.
Yeah.
Zao. Yeah, it might have
That
been
one.
that one.
That game looks kind of cool too, actually.
That
But
one, yeah, that actually looks really nice.
Yeah.
The animations look clean. It looks like the old Prince of Persia. Actually, the new Prince of Persia too. Like
Yep,
looks and feels very smooth. So
that's what I
it looks
thought
cool.
too. Yeah, I really want to play that new Prince of Persia. I'm waiting to like grab it at like 20 or something physically. I gotta have that game physically, but it looks really really good. I've heard nothing but good.
It's crazy. I thought it was
shocked.
gonna get more traction because
It
everybody
didn't.
was doubting it so much.
I know.
Everybody doubted it so much.
And the
But
sales are like underwhelming. Like there was a whole discussion about 2D games just coming out at like a normal price because that actually launched at I think $50. And I mean people are like 2D games aren't worth $50, like blah blah blah. It's a Metroidvania game, so like there's a ton that you can do. Like you could easily put 40 hours in that game from what I've heard. And like I don't understand the whole problem with 2D games and the price point with people. Like it wasn't even a $60 game, right? It's Ubisoft. Those games get cheap quicker than any studio in the world, right? Like those games always drop immediately in price. But this game, that Prince of Persia, it just was really shocking to me that debate was like, oh, that's why it didn't do well. It's 2D and it's a $50 game. Like, what's wrong with 2D games? Like, I love 2D
I think it's
games.
less.
I think it
it-
had. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I think 2D just doesn't grab the average audience's attention. They see it as an older game. Plus, they see a 2D for $50 as it's overpriced for the kind of game that you're getting. Maybe a $30 to $40 would be more of a realistic price range.
If you're getting 40 hours out of a game, I feel like that's. I mean, it's a Metroidvania.
probably-
It's not just a 2D. Beat it in 4 hours game. Like it's a what Metroidvanias are. Like you can go through the game forever, and
Most people just don't like 2D games. You're not going to get your casual person that's going to play a 2D platformer or a Metroidvania.
Yeah, especially younger.
Well,
40 hours.
I don't like most people, so that's how I feel about it. But
That says all I need to know.
I mean, the sad part is like they have the ownership of the Ubisoft still has the ownership of it. If it was another studio, maybe they would have done better, or if they licensed it out. I don't know. It just I feel like it recently in the recent years, Ubisoft just I don't know. Their reputation just went downhill so much lately. It sucks
Pretty much the
because
whole between the quadruple A gaming for $70, soon to be $100, and the whole yeah, you're not gonna own any game in the future type stuff. Definitely just immediately soured
oh
a
yeah,
lot of people.
100%.
That and the fact they keep making terrible games, but
Yeah, I mean,
It's
yeah, it's
it
like
sucks.
it's weird because like I mean they do put out good games sometimes. Like they make a lot of terrible games, but the last Assassin's Creed, like people generally I heard like that game. I don't like the classic style Assassin's Creed personally. It's just not for
it's
me.
okay. It's
It's
okay that your opinion's wrong,
Because you don't,
Brad.
yeah, because you don't have taste. That's right.
I'm just not a fan. I played one and I'm it's like this game is so bad. This game sucks. And then played two. I was like, nah, I'm not playing this series. Then picked it
Games
up
that people
again with.
loved and started this juggernaut of a series.
Yeah,
I mean, like
one
I
and two
liked Black
is like
Flag a lot, and then from there I didn't like anything till Origins. I mean, like there's ones that I like I Black Flag. I played other ones too. I like what's it called, Liberation on the Vita. Uh,
Unity.
no, this one's called. It was a Vita exclusive. It was like Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, I think it was called. I like that one. What else did I like? I liked Brotherhood. There's like ones that I like,
Brotherhood
but
is two. Yeah,
it's
I
okay.
mean
Maybe it's not
it's
Brotherhood then. I'm not sure. I have to look.
yeah, Brotherhood.
There's so
Yeah,
many of them,
Assassin's Creed
dude.
2 Brotherhood
There,
is yeah.
there were spin-off 2D games too, and I liked every single one of those that came out. I'd have to look up what they're called because I can't remember, but they were like, uh, I think they were like Xbox Arcade exclusives or something like that. Assassin's Creed Chronicles, and I think there was a few of them. But I played through all of those, and there are these.
Like more spin-off type games.
Yeah, they were like directly attached to. I can't remember which Assassin's Creed it's. Yeah, okay, so I'm mixing up here. Assassin's Creed Chronicles was the second one on Vita. I like that as well, but there were straight 2D games. And I'm trying to figure out what they were. Oh, Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. And then there was I think two more of them that I played, and I know I've still got all of them. But I like those, and then I liked. I'm looking up here. Bloodlines on the PSP. I like that one too. So there's ones that I like. A lot
Yeah,
of the
it sucks with the
spinoffs.
reputation that Ubisoft has. I don't know. I really, really, really love Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. That was like my jam back in the day. Um, but yeah, the games look fun. From the Xbox partner preview, definitely could have been better, but we'll see. I mean, a lot of these games, we just just kind of have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
What was the altars? Oh, we just talked about it. It's the survival game. I just
Oh,
didn't.
the
No, no,
first
no. I
one.
just didn't know. No, no, I didn't notice it because of the screenshot they have here.
Okay, what do you guys think about the Creatures of Ava though? Because I like it visually, like looks it from what we saw, it like looked pretty daggone good. Like it looks visually, in my opinion, it looked visually even better than like Power World, and it looks to be like action adventure. I think it's open world. I couldn't really tell, but like the creatures look really good, and like the design, like that sort of aesthetic that it's like like cartoony sort of design, but like it works for the type of game that it is. But it
Yeah.
looks really cool, and it looks like it's heavily story based, which is right up my alley.
But are there guns in it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta
It
ask the
looked
tough
boring to
questions
me.
here.
Yeah, it looked boring to me personally.
mm,
It looked very. I feel like that's one of the games that I see and I see the snippets of gameplay and I'm like, okay, this is just another game that was made 100 times over. Which with the altars, it was like, oh shit, this is something new. But that's just
I,
me personally. I'm sure people are gonna like the design and everything.
I mean, I could see that, but like ultimately we'll see what it's like when it comes out.
Yeah,
for sure.
and then I did want to mention for people as well. The Persona 3 Reload, they announced free DLC with the third wave being like an actual I think it's free. I think I could be wrong, but there's 3 waves. The first 2 I think are like aesthetic type stuff and like power-ups or something like that. You get like items and stuff like that. And then the third one is an actual like story expansion. So as you know, like Persona games are already very, very, very long games. Like Reload has gotten great, great reception. The like 3 hours I've gotten to spend with it, an awesome 3 hours. So hopefully I can spend some more time with it. But it is cool that it's getting like a story expansion already. Like that game just came out. Like I was shocked that they announced that like already.
So wait,
Obviously,
wasn't a remake?
yeah, Reload's a remake. Yeah, it's a remake of
Oh,
3.
okay.
It's actually the second remake. There's a Persona 3 Portable, which was a remake of Persona 3 as
Mhm.
well. And this base is more along the lines of Persona 3 Portable, which was like the better version of the game. But it's a very, very good game. And like it's a great if you've ever wanted to play the Persona series, like it's a great starting point. Like individually, you could pretty much play for personas in sort of whatever order. If you're not counting
They're
like
not
this,
connected story-wise, right?
they
Similar to Final Fantasy?
they're like connected in the world, but yeah, it's like the Final Fantasy sort of thing where they're like, you can they're not like directly connected. So yeah, like you can
Yeah,
pretty much
because my first one was Persona 4, and I had no issues picking up, other than the fact that I kind of soft locked myself. But I got to talk about that.
yeah, I mean, look, like any of like Persona 5 Royal like is like a good starting point, which is like the um sort of uh, it pretty much was like a new game to Persona 5. It was kind of like a remake, and it had all this, tons of additional content and stuff like that. I think any of these games pretty much are a good starting point, but this one specifically, I feel like is a really good one to start with because this one you kind of jump in very quickly to the game because like if you played Persona 1 and 2 or you played Persona 3 Portable for instance, it takes a little
It's like
while
a
to like
slow burn.
yeah, it takes a little while to like really get into the groove of it. Even Persona 4 Golden, you sort of get thrown into it. You're in like a spot right in the beginning where you've got to talk to a bunch of people before you can really get into the game. But this, I mean, it's phenomenal. I would say personally, I think what I played, like I said, not a lot of time spent so far, but like better than Persona 4 Golden, which was highly received, and it's the best selling Persona game. So really cool stuff. It's cool to see it's getting like a story expansion, that whole 3 wave of stuff. So I did want to mention that. Good starting point for the series if you want to check that out. And then we actually did get the announcement too, which wasn't part of this. I think we're kind of done with the Xbox partner preview, but I'll just mention too that we did get that SMT5 Vengeance announcement, which is a sort of where all the DLC is in it, but also like they rework stuff. They rework the battle system to be more like streamlined, and like there was a lot of like feedback they got from the community, and they changed like a lot of that stuff that the community's like, hey, this like kind of sucks, or like I don't like this part of the traveling, and like they fixed a lot of that stuff. So that's pretty cool too. SMT5 is a good starting point for the series as well. So what else
Good.
do we got next? Are we getting into one of the juicy ones?
It's up to you.
All right. Well, I'm trying to think if we should hold that one, or I guess we'll just go ahead and jump into the I guess we'll just jump into the Yuzu stuff. So yeah, guys. What do you think about all of this? This has been a pretty insane week on all the Yuzu and the Citra, and then
I think it
For people
was.
that don't know, it's an emulator
yeah.
for Nintendo Switch and 3DS. They basically got in trouble, agreed to pay $2.4 million as a settlement. Yeah, I don't know. And then I told you guys it's apparently not dead. There's already an emulator that's gonna start off where Yuzu left, and yeah, it's
Well,
gonna
Yeah.
be
there was
gonna
Gotta
be
fight
interesting.
the Streisand effect, pretty much.
yeah, I mean, look, there's already another Nintendo Switch emulator, and the reason that these guys, they're idiots, is that they put it behind a paywall. That's why Nintendo took notice of it, because there's already
It's
Ryu Jinx is
the
another Nintendo Switch emulator that has been around about the same time as Yuzu.
yeah, because
so.
it was another DS simulator called, I think it's Drastic, that as part of the Fallout, they just like, hey, this is free now.
Yeah.
Probably as
Yeah.
a way to avoid any kind of legal action coming down on top of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like that, they're idiots. They put it behind a paywall. Like that, Nintendo catches on to that stuff. I mean, look, I'm gonna be straight up. Like this is straight up piracy. I don't support for a current console generation that is getting games released for it now. Like to me, I mean, you got to think about everybody. You got to think about the indie developers that are losing out on all this money because people are doing this, and like I don't agree with it. I don't think it's okay. The 3DS is a different story, but the Switch being a current console, like you got to think about all the studios that are losing money, and there are a lot of users of Yuzu and Ryu Jinx, like a lot of people.
Users.
I'll say
sorry.
this: we have probably a rough estimate of how much they lost, or what Nintendo's claiming they lost.
But yeah,
to be
that's what I was
fair,
gonna say.
how many of these people, if they didn't have access to this, wouldn't have bought it anyways? There's like, I'm only playing these games because I can play it on a PC, more or less. Like I don't want to switch. I was never intending to give you money. Or how many of those people bought the game that way they could maybe feel less guilty about playing it on a PC? Like there's some crossover there. That did they really, honest to God, lose that much money, or is that just the?
I doubt it. I really doubt it.
guess.
And we kind of touched on it. We touched on it last week.
Before the settlement.
Yeah.
And I think, and I said this before, like there was one developer, it was an indie developer, and he basically said, like, I would rather you guys pirate my game and play it than not play it at all. And I think, sure, like morally, emulating stuff that's current gen is not cool. But at the same time, and I brought this kind of view last week as well. You just have people that would never play it, and then you also got to think about the marketing effect it has, because if you tell your friend who's halfway across the globe, oh, I really like this game, and they'd be like, oh, maybe I'll buy it, right? And maybe you're almost like a salesperson in a sense for the studio by, yes, doing something that's not particularly smart, but I don't know. It's to me, it's a gray area personally. I don't think indie developers lose that much, because I feel like they're more realistic with their pricing. They do things differently. People are more open to buying games that are from indie developers. I don't know. It's a really strange.
It's
stuff.
really hard to say, like, how much, it's hard to say for sure, like, hey, would this person have actually bought it? Like, we don't know. Like
Yeah,
you can't really gauge that, because I mean, if it wasn't there, they wanted to play Tears of the Kingdom, that I feel like a lot of those people would have bought it. Like that option wasn't there. To me, like that's not a game that people want to miss out on. They put out that they lost $1 million or something. I forget what the number was.
2.4. I
No,
thought it was
it's
what they said.
what they settled. Yeah,
No,
it's what they settled
well,
for.
They said they lost a certain amount on Tears of the Kingdom specifically, and I thought it was
Oh,
$1 million.
on Zelda, yeah, on Zelda it was roughly $1 million.
But
yeah.
I don't know. That number feels more like that's what we're claiming as far as PR, but it's probably more of a, we want to take you out, so we're gonna settle essentially to bankrupt you, and then we don't have to worry about you anymore. That feels more like what that settlement is. We're just gonna bankrupt you, and then you're gone.
100%. I have high doubts that it was anywhere near that much money. But
that feels just more of a, that's how much money you made. Oh, that we're gonna take all of it.
Yeah. I feel like it's I mean, it's so hard to say, for sure. You know what I mean? Like it just really is hard to gauge. But the citrus stuff, nothing would have happened to that if the user, obviously the same people, nothing would have happened to that had they, the Yuzu stuff not have happened. That would have
Yeah.
stuck around. Nintendo does still care, like, they brought up about previous systems and like 3DSs like are just like they just cut off support for what repairs. We reported on that, Mark, like 2 weeks ago. They
Yeah,
just
but I
cut
mean,
off.
like, it's at production. Like at this point, like you're not losing any money, and like, well, if you don't want to lose money, then bring all these games or announce you're bringing these games to the Switch. If not, you really don't have any right to complain. I mean, yeah, you have a legal right to complain, but if these games are now no longer available to the general public, to me,
Yeah.
the moral gray doesn't exist at that point.
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah,
I
it's
mean, obviously, there's a black and white legal area, but as far as the moral stuff goes, for past gen stuff that has long since made its profit, like there's no. It's like, who really cares at this point?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to say. I mean, and then wasn't there didn't a new
Appreciate it,
option
Brandon.
didn't
I
a
saw that
new
question in the chat.
Yeah, well, our audio listeners, I put is Mark clueless, and so far the votes are 100% no because he's the only one that voted.
I'm not gonna vote yes.
Wasn't there another option that came up for 3DS? I know there's already a few. There's already a few like emulators, and also like you can
The other one.
Go ahead.
Well, why the other emulator, the Drastic, that was just a DS, not a 3DS emulator.
Oh, okay, all right.
But apparently it was a $5. But since this came out, they're like, "All right, we're just gonna cut this, and hopefully we can avoid any like fallout."
It's just crazy to me that like the MIG switch stuff is happening and people already have their hands on that, but like nothing is being done on that end. Like I am very shocked about that is still like up and being, like
that there has to be some gray legal loops.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's coming from Russia, right?
yes, Russia.
yeah,
I think
so
they're
that's the other issue there. Where when
Yeah.
you start dealing with internet, something tells me that this whole Yuzu stuff deals with that. They're probably more. I don't. Were they in Japan, based out of Japan, or?
Yuzu? I think
tried
so.
to
Yeah,
find
yeah. I'm pretty sure
I
that
think
they were. Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense because obviously, when you're dealing with stuff that's international, that changes a lot of stuff. Different countries have different copyright and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
I think
we've known for a
Bulgaria.
while.
Yeah, I think Bulgaria or some country straight up, like the president said, like basically like torrenting and like emulating shit is legal because he said that like it's like a net positive for his country and for his people
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the
I
standards
mean,
are
like,
so low.
we've known forever. I mean, Japanese laws and this stuff are not loose. Copyright doesn't. I don't think it really exists like it does in the rest of the world, if at all. And it's just we've known for a while that Japan is very strict when it comes to these laws, so it allows Japanese-based companies to be very strict with who they go after as far as like torrenting and illegal downloads and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Russian one would be really, really hard to tackle. So, I mean, that I'm sure has a lot to do with it. And there's some sort of loophole that they're working around to be able to do it. Because, I mean, it's not advertised to be able to illegally play games. It's advertised to back up your games. So it's like.
But you also have the issue where it's based in Russia, and Russia probably doesn't care to enforce it. So there's no legal avenue they have to go after it at all outside of trying to block the IP or block the website within their own country, maybe. But at a large, some countries just don't care, and you're not going to be able to enforce it.
For sure.
Yeah, and then I wanted to mention Citra. I mean, because I knew about Citra a long time ago, but I didn't know it came out in 2014. So like Citra has been around since the 3DS was still active and having games created for it. So that's pretty interesting. But it looks like there is a bunch. I didn't know there was this many. I knew that there were 2 or 3 more, but 2 of the other 3DS emulators that you can access are Mikage and Panda 3DS that run them. And then also you can just straight up like soft mod your 3DS to there's a way that you can soft mod your 3DS to access the eShop and essentially get every game that you want to get and load up on the system too. So like you don't even have to play through an emulator if you don't want to. You can just straight up do it within your 3DS. So yeah, I mean, there's been options for the 3DS for a while. solution similar to MigSwitch as well. Like there's an R4 Gold cart that you can also do, which is emulation. So like there's a bunch of options for 3DS if you still want to do that. Whatever. I mean, gray
Yeah.
area still, but there are other things out there as well. So that's a
I know
hot
there.
topic, man. It's a
It always will be,
yeah. It's it.
but it's clearly legally it's already settled. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already settled, so we do know that. We actually got some we've got some other Godzilla news actually I threw in here, but we'll get mention this one because we've talked about it a few times. I know Mark, you really like it. I'm pretty excited to watch it and all that stuff. But looks like -1 will be coming on Blu-ray in Japan on May 1st. So
Yeah.
that's not super far away. So that's
I know they
cool.
still.
I don't
It was
know.
announced. It was announced via a tweet from their official tweet in Japan. 'Cause it looks like it's a 4 DVD or a 4 Blu-ray set. I don't.
Ooh,
It looks like
is it
the
4K
minus.
Blu-ray?
I believe so.
Oh, heck yeah, dude.
But and then we don't know for sure, but we think the minus color is released with it as well, but just not sure. Because it's a very straight to the point, like, hey, this is coming out this date, so obviously we'll know sooner or later. But I mean, we assume they're working on a U.S. release date, but there's still obviously no official word on whether when or well, it's not
Dude,
an if, it's a when we're gonna get it in the
this
U.S. and the rest of the West.
looks sick. This set looks, oh my god, this set looks amazing. The box art design, the inner fold design, like holy
Yeah.
crap. This looks really cool. Yeah, and it's black and white. It comes with the black. I don't know if it comes with both or just the black and white version.
Yeah.
I can't.
Apparently, you can also get the CD soundtrack via Japan Amazon. But
That's
they
pretty
still
cool.
do
So
actual CDs and stuff CDs and stuff like that, which is crazy.
that's. I mean, we still get CDs here, but like it's died down.
It's pretty much dead at this point. Like,
Well,
let's be real.
actually, I read an
Yeah.
article the other day that CDs are coming back around. Oh, I don't know. I was reading about it. Like all these formats have like a resurgence again. All of them, like cassettes. Like some of my friends' bands have put out cassettes. There's a ton of companies that do specifically just cassettes for like I'm like in the hardcore and metal scene stuff. There's tons of releases for cassettes and apparently CDs are coming back around a little bit. I've seen that there was an article talking about it with millennials and stuff like that are buying CDs again
How
because
much of
like
it
all
is
the
just a fad, or is it something that's going to have any kind of staying power?
I mean
Vinyl
in
has been
vinyl, yeah, order of arts and letters. He showed us all these things manga can do: a dream of going to another world, um a hole too big to fill. A funeral service was held with Toriyama's family members and relatives. Future plans to commemorate achievements have not yet been announced. So yeah, let's just go ahead and hear some of your guys' thoughts and memories, history with his work, and
I have distinct memory of my brother showing me Dragon Ball for the first time, and I remember just being amazed by this little kid who has a tail, and it was hilarious, and it was I'll never forget when he's getting to know Bulma, and they're in this trailer that she pops up out of a pill, whatever. And she's sleeping, right? And Goku comes up and he starts smacking her and goes, "Wait, you don't have boy parts?" And I remember just like cracking up. There was a lot of adult humor, and I think as a kid, I liked it because it felt like I shouldn't be watching that, and it was always such a fun time. But then also, a lot of people say that Dragon Ball's mid. It's not that great of a show. And there's certain things that were definitely dragged out, just like Naruto, in my opinion.
yeah,
But I also feel it's such a staple and such a good intro for people into anime and manga. And I mean, he was a very creative person.
Yeah.
did a ton of work, obviously, for the franchise and for the universe. And just knowing the fact that we know that he was working on a multiple projects too, it stings even more, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not gonna be forgotten, that's for sure. He's gonna be, through his work, always known. And I'm definitely looking forward to probably getting a copy of Sandland for my brother and just seeing how he experiences a different take on, one of his favorite cartoons. Obviously, it's gonna be a different universe and everything, but that art style is just so unique, and so you can see it in the trailer. Even it is just so wonderfully done.
Yeah. What about you, Mark?
I mean, it's Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z was really the first entry into anime, though I wouldn't know it at a time. I don't have like a hard first time watching it just because my memories back there they're kind of fuzzy when I start getting into being like 5, 6, 7 at that point or something like that. But I mean, I definitely grew up watching Dragon Ball Z, to a lesser degree Dragon Ball, just because of Toonami, how they aired it and stuff like that. I mean, Dragon Ball is really the only product or IP of his that I definitely remember watching. A little bit with some of the other work, like I can't think of the name now. The it's an RPG.
Dragon
you know
Quest.
what I'm talking about?
Dragon Quest.
No, it's not Dragon Quest.
Chrono
It's
Trigger?
Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I couldn't think of the name. At the time, or no, I played that later, so I knew it was revolved in a little bit of Dragon Quest. So I know some of the other stuff that he played in, but it was really only Dragon Ball Z was like the foray of his that I knew. I don't have like a super hard memory, just because of recently. I haven't watched a whole lot that he's worked on recently. But I mean, it's impactful. I mean, I think Kirkle brought it up that might not be the best story, but the way it's written, it's a unique world. It's very accessible to everybody. You don't have to know a whole lot and just kind of pick up and understand what's going on. It's just,
Yeah.
Yeah, for
I want
sure.
to fight somebody.
Yeah.
So definitely it breaks a lot of
like barriers.
Barriers. Because I mean, I don't know how you want to take this, but I definitely saw a joke where somebody's like, hey, somebody needs to check on Mexico, see how they're doing. Because there's a lot of different, communities around the world that definitely really love the whole Dragon Ball, world, universe, and stuff like that.
I mean,
For sure.
I feel like Dragon Ball like spans across everybody because like there's people that you would never expect to enjoy like the Dragon Ball series. Like that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I showed it
I love it.
a couple episodes, but it's just so.
Yeah, I love
I
it.
don't know.
Who put that out? That one is that the legendary movie line, like the like actual action figures, or is it a?
No, it's from Japan. It's from Bandai. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
That's cool. Yeah, I love it. Is it Figma? Or no, it's just straight Bandai, isn't it? Figma didn't.
Yeah.
What's
It's
the
straight
top
up
right
Bandai.
corner say there?
Toy animation certificate. It just says Bandai Spirits,
Okay.
Tokyo.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because I think I only have one, and I know it's definitely one of the older ones. Because I think it used to be my brother's or something like that. I don't know what he did with it.
That looks
Really, one of
cool.
these
Yeah.
really old figures. I
The
mean, it's not a whole lot
original.
to it, but
Covered in dust.
yeah, it's got the nice old Z logo. I don't know. It's definitely from like
Yeah.
pre 2010 at the very least.
I
It's
feel
an
like
older
I
one for sure.
remember that in that room. I feel like I remember seeing that. Yeah, because your brother really liked Dragon Ball. I remember that.
Used to have like Dragon Ball Z shirts,
Yep.
and then I wore them at one point, but they're falling. I think they got tossed away. They're like just falling apart.
I should have worn my Dragon Ball shirt today, but yeah, I mean it just it sounded like he had maybe some other things in the works that we didn't know about as well, and it's just he's very impactful in like many mediums because like did you guys ever play Blue Dragon or have you heard of that one?
No, I didn't.
I've not played any of the old RPGs.
Well, it's not
it
that
was-
old. It came out in the 360, the first one. Actually, it's not like super old. Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about like SNES, but
2006.
yeah, that's a really really fun one that obviously like he did all the designs for as well, and it's it was impactful in like several mediums. I mean, obviously Dragon Ball movies that were premiering in theaters. Like he was very, very involved in all the other stuff that, like, was going on with Dragon Ball as well. I remember, like, early on he was, like, pretty particular about with the original Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball series, like merch that was being put out, like figures and things like that before Z even came out. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I've got very vivid memories of the first time I watched Dragon Ball, the original, and then watched Z obviously when it was on Toonami. And although he didn't have involvement in the GT series, I have really interesting memories of us being able to pick up a Japanese channel here that would like air GT at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and like I watched
Oh,
it.
yeah, I
For
remember.
you
I remember
remember
what you're
that?
talking about.
Yeah, I watched probably like 6 or 7 like various episodes at random times at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and had no idea what was going on. Obviously, I wasn't even subtitled. It wasn't out here for like 3 more years. So like I've got a lot of memories, even like with you, Mark, with the series and the video games and everything.
Actually,
So
there is a weird memory, and it's from Dragon Ball, and it's the one. I think it's one of the ones where he finds some robots somewhere or something like that. I don't really remember a whole lot about the
yeah,
episode,
The
but I know,
mech. I
the
think it was
Skull
a mech,
Pirate,
right?
yeah,
Skull
something like that. I
Pirate
do remember
robot.
at one point being at one of my grandma's house down in Florida that like, oh, it's Dragon Ball Z, but it was in Spanish. You got no idea what's going on. But I do
Yeah.
But
remember
he still
that.
watched it. But that just gives you the idea of how interesting he made that. The Dragon
Yeah.
Ball series. It's just like everything you looked at in that show. It just, I don't know. Like, for example, Naruto is just, it's like everybody eh, more or less is the same, right? They have clans and all this and that. But then in Dragon Ball, like, you have this little guy that looks like a goblin and has huge ears. Then you have a normal, you have Bulma who like shows up out of nowhere popping fucking pills that spawn vehicles. Like, it was
Capsule
just very,
Capsule Core.
it was, yeah, but it was very, like, I feel diverse in a sense. Like,
Yeah.
the universe was very, like, you never knew what you're gonna see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there's
So
multiple
in
different
that
like
regard,
peoples and races and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was really interesting.
It
But
really
I,
was.
I do
Yep.
have to go. I just can't keep listening to the kids screaming. You guys can pick it up, luckily. But yeah, it sucks. Definitely gonna play some Dragon Ball when my brother gets here next week to visit in honor of Akira. But yeah, I'm sure you guys gonna have a lot of fun talking about the other news. There's a ton that's been happening,
Mhm.
and I will see you all next week. Thank you
All
guys for your
right.
time.
Yep.
So yeah,
Later, guys.
Have a good
Have
one.
fun.
So yeah, I mean, it's just it is
and
very, very sad, and just kind of sucks,
but
man.
yeah, but I think what he created also led to arguably one of the best fan creations ever of DBZ Abridged.
Yeah.
If you've ever watched that, it's a
Yeah.
great
So
series to watch.
this is hilarious. I read a thing the other day about the Goku voice actor. I'll put it up as I'm talking about it. But he was asked. Was it hold on? Was it the Goku voice actor? I think so. Goku and Z. Was asked about the abridged series and his like whole statement on it. And he was like, I don't support it. He's like, I don't support it. Like this isn't, this is taken from, the original series, and like it's not okay, and like all this stuff at a convention. I'm trying to pull it up, and it's all the Akira Toriyama stuff coming up. Um, yeah, it was really, really interesting though. It's on video. Like there's a 3-minute video of him talking about how he doesn't support a bridge. Somebody asked, and he's like, he at first said, "All right, next question," and didn't answer it, and then started talking. So like,
Yeah,
but yeah, Bridge, man. I watched a Bridge, and
something tells me there had to be either he really just doesn't like it, or he just legally can't support something like that because it's technically not real, but it can exist because of U.S. copyright laws allows it to exist. Um, but I guess I don't know, 'cause I haven't seen it. But it's either he had to address it that way, or he just never actually truly cared for it.
yeah, I'm pulling out.
But
This is sorry.
as far as the fans go, like I've never seen anybody that's been a fan that didn't like DBZ Abridged. Like it does the show justice.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna send it to you, but it's interesting stuff, and I guess like his point was that you're not supporting like the company and taking away from what they made, and
Not
um
really. This is a 20-plus-year-old show. You've long since made your profit off of it. Like it's
yeah.
he'd been better off just not saying anything at all at that point.
Yeah, and apparently he gets asked this a lot at conventions. So it's interesting stuff. I was like kind of surprised like his reaction to it.
Like especially with how much the fans of the show actually like what Team 4 Star did. Where
Yeah.
it's just kind of like, are you gonna take such a hard stand on it? Like, okay,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. He said he thinks that what Team 4 Star does is illegal, and as a representative of the franchise, legally cannot agree with it. B doesn't fully understand what Team 4 Star does with DBZA. They're not simply mocking it, they're making it more comedic and exaggerated. While there may be parts that they mock, they don't make the show with the sole intention of putting down the original. They make fun of parts that are stupid and that the fans tend to agree or oh, this is what somebody was saying that he tried to mean.
because I was like, I'm about to say like that's factually wrong. Maybe in Japan it's illegal. As far as U.S. copyright goes, it's 100% legal, or else
Yeah.
it wouldn't exist. Like let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, I just was around for a long time,
Because
so
because copyright is you can use some other work to some degree for whatever reason, but you have to change it. Like there's a lot of weird gray area. I don't know a whole lot about the actual law, but if what they did was wholehearted illegal, it would have been taken down long ago. Wouldn't still
yeah,
exist.
yeah, they wouldn't have been able. It was going on for a long time, but yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm looking forward. Yeah, there's a lot coming around the corner for just Dragon Ball, and then yeah, the Sandland game, man, looks absolutely phenomenal, and another great series. I really enjoyed that. Have you watched the trailer for that Sandland game? It looks really good.
I haven't even heard of it, to be honest, until
It-
you brought it up.
Yeah, they announced it. It's been I feel like it's been like maybe like 2 years since they announced it.
Yeah,
Um
because the Steam page has it April 25th. I just looking at it, has the Dragon Ball aesthetic to it.
Yeah, looks very much
Almost
like
looks like it
straight
fits
out
right
of
in the
Dragon
universe.
Quest. Yeah,
Like everything, yeah.
it does. I mean, and like that's the thing with him is that he has one of the most distinguishable sort of designs. I would
styles.
say next to like
It's-
Studio Ghibli, like those two
Yeah.
have
Very, very distinct. Where it's like when you see the animation, you know exactly who made it.
yeah. I mean, you can always tell, and like obviously, like I'm a big Dragon Quest fan, so I remember seeing early on Dragon before it was even Dragon Quest. I played Dragon Warrior, of course, like the first game. That's what it was called here when it first came out, and so I played since like the beginning, and I remember when we got Dragon Warrior 2, my dad had rented it. I didn't quite understand what was happening. It was difficult for me at the time, but I since have gone back to that game several times. I've got the 3-pack on Nintendo Switch, and I replayed 2 because I'm most nostalgic for that one when it comes to the classic games. And just like the covers for like the Famicom games, obviously Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 did not have his art on it here. But in Japan it did for the Famicom. So
Yeah.
they went with like they didn't there was always this weird thing back then where they didn't think certain things would work for an American audience. Like they were very much
But
going for the
so-
Dungeons and Dragons like sort of style of art, or like even
you got some unique box art, but it's terrible decision making.
well, I mean, like even even Nintendo did it. They didn't release the actual Super Mario Brothers 2 here for ages, and then called it Lost Levels, and we got
too difficult.
Doki
Such
Doki
crap.
Panic, which is another Japanese game. I mean, obviously it's called Super Mario Brothers 2 here, and it's reskinned, but it's Doki Doki Panic, the exact same
Yeah.
game. Which to me makes no sense because that was like a Japanese game too. But yeah, like they say it was too hard, which that game is very hard. I don't know if you played Lost Levels, but my
it's just
God,
more
is it
of
hard?
it's just more Super Mario Bros, which is really all it was ever meant to be.
It is more of it, but it is very difficult.
But I'll say
and
this:
very hard
I'm
to
glad
do.
I played them on the SNES on the All Stars collection because it's essentially the same game that was on the NES,
but
but it had
remade.
it's more vibrant, more artwork. There's an actual background to it. I think it just looked those games, the first three
I mean,
Mario games, look better.
they remade those from the ground
All-Star.
up. Yeah, they do. I mean, they
And
do
they
look
look
better.
amazing. They look so well. I mean, because that's what I played it on. Which thinking back, I'm like, oh, I wouldn't have thought that. I didn't know another version really existed. But going back, I'm like, I think that's the better version, just because it's just more vibrant. It looks nicer, better to play. You have the
Yeah,
standard gray blue background or whatever it was to look at.
right. I've got that
The
All
world-
Stars port on the way. Man, that thing is so controversial with people because it's just literally a straight port of the game. Like, it comes in a cool box, and like at the time when that released, um, it it didn't come with anything. It was literally a straight port. No work was done, and it was to celebrate like the Super Mario Bros. Anniversary. So like there was no additional content, nothing. You got a soundtrack CD if you bought the big box, but you know they did the Nintendo what they call it at the time, not Nintendo Select, but whatever that for the Wii era, whatever that was. Maybe it was Nintendo Select. I can't remember. They put it out where it was $20, you know, like just a case. And but anyway, yeah. For me though, I will say I have no idea. We got way off topic, but for me, I will say when I go back to play Super Mario Bros. 1, I don't play the All Stars version. I personally prefer for the first game the original NES game.
I don't know.
It does look better,
differ.
obviously, on All Stars, but that's what I grew up with, so like that's what I play. Like I played All Stars later when we rented it and had a Super Nintendo, so I played the original, like, you know what I mean, like so many times. I play that game so much with Duck Hunt, like that it's unreal. But yeah, Swift Smash Gaming Zone said never thought of Dragon Ball like that, but very true. I think is what it says. I got a little cut off there where I can't see, but yeah, I mean it's just, you know, it's a huge bummer. I definitely wanted to make sure that we, you know, paid respects and gave sort of our memories. And like you've mildly gotten to the Dragon Quest games, right?
I've got a few. I've only really ever played the one. I didn't get that far. It's a game or a series I need to revisit, but I don't know, that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I know we talked about it maybe 2 weeks ago because you were pulling off your games off the shelf. But yeah, I mean, it was a series that he was creating. He was creating stuff, you know, for a long time, like supporting all these games for a very long time. So huge bummer. And yeah, upset about it. So we'll move on. We do got I guess we mentioned it earlier, but about the DS emulator Drastic. So we kind of went over that. We've got Stellar Blade teases post-launch content plans. Did you see this?
Yeah, so it's not the biggest thing, but I know one of the things was they said it wasn't like set in stone, but it was kind of leaked. Reportedly offer the developer shift up prioritizes visuals with 30 costumes, flashy combat moves, and third person in the game. So it looks like initially there was just like, hey, we're gonna get more content. I don't know if it's gonna be paid DLC, but like, hey, they're adding like apparently 30 more costumes to the game, which
okay,
I guess as far as the game goes, that makes sense. A lot of these, you know, Japanese-based games, like a lot of their added extra content is here's a bunch of costumes and stuff like that. Whether it's collabs or they just want, you know, well, this is like what would make sense in the game. Here's just a bunch of other stuff. That way, when you play it, you can, you know, have different costumes and stuff. But hopefully, we get more words, and hopefully, if the game when it comes out, because we're still a few weeks away, or I don't think it comes out till like next month or something like that. But hopefully, it's a good game. We maybe get, you know, some more story content down the road, but obviously, you need to wait for the game to come out, and you know, hopefully, it's good. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks cool. It's definitely one I want to play and check out. So it's something I'll be interested in. I know that we talked about it a few times. It's a unique looking game, but I think it looks cool. So
Actually, I need to go to actual GameStop and actually pre-order it because I was like, I before I pre-ordered it, digitally, I was like, is there a physical copy? I was like, oh, there is. I want the physical copy for sure.
Yeah, that I'll be grabbing that physical too. Let me tell you. So I went to 4 different stores looking for the Final Fantasy VII Deluxe Edition, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And then, of course, today I stop in Retro Game Store, and they've got like 7 copies of it, and like it was sold out like everywhere. You couldn't find it. They got like 7 copies in there, and I'm like, oh my god, man! Like I would have much rather have grabbed that, but I got the hat, and then I got one back there setting up the seal too that I'm gonna keep and display. So they gave me, I got 2 hats, even though I didn't pre-order at GameStop or anything like that. I didn't even buy it there. So they hook
No,
they
fair
they
enough.
hook me up sometimes with some of the stuff, and this was the main reason that I wanted to get that anyway. So whatever, maybe I'll grab it later on. But I did want to mention I streamed it twice and I played a little bit of off stream too. I'm really enjoying the game. I think it's a lot of fun. It's gotten generally really good, reviews, and people seem to love it. It's definitely a massive improvement in the visual department over remake on the PS4. Like it is a beautiful looking game. The combat system is a bit hard for me to grasp right now. And I talked to somebody and they're like, yeah, I didn't really fully get the combat system until I was like 8 hours in. So I'm still like where I don't quite get it. And technically, my thing says I'm like 7 hours in, but a lot of that I wasn't going through the game. A lot of my game times with games is not accurate because sometimes I set things down and it's left on there or
Fair enough.
whatever. Like they're never accurate. I feel like I'm really legitimately only like 3 hours into the game, but yeah. So I just finished up chapter 1. Like it's pretty long. And like the game gives you on the main menu gives you like a recap. So like if you didn't play either remake intergrade or if you didn't play Crisis, actually it's weird, they don't show anything from Crisis Core Reunion, weirdly, which is directly attached to the story. But yeah, so they give like a recap of remake, and a little bit is shown in there from intergrade that had like the expansion on there, like um the additional game that was like like there was like 6 to 7 hours of content in just that, and that explores more of the city and Midgard, and it links straight into Rebirth. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm really enjoying it. Really good game. I'm hoping like I can actually get some more time into it because there's so much stuff coming up, and like I still haven't beat Tears of the Kingdom. I'm at the very end of Super Mario Brothers Wonder. I'm like 2 hours in the Super Mario Brothers RPG. Princess Peach Showtime, which I'm about to get into, comes out really soon.
Just spread over the place.
Dude, like yeah, there's so much. So I played the demo for Princess Peach Showtime. Really fun, really fun. It's really cool with like the different abilities and like the whole like sort of premise of the game, and it has been 19 years, almost 20, since Princess Peach has gotten her own game on the DS, Super Princess Peach, which is like a pretty sought after game now. Didn't sell well, obviously. So it's been 19 years since she's got her own game, which is pretty crazy considering the franchise is literally one of the biggest in the world. But I feel like they did it at the right time with releasing this game with, the movie and everything. And now people have, captured like a younger audience with just a movie that have brought them over to the games if they, may not have played it. So this game is definitely it's targeted for everyone, but you can definitely tell that like it's very easy. One of the bosses that you fight was kind of difficult figuring out. You got to sort of work your way around doing it, but it's pretty easy. Like you could see where like younger kids would be able to play it pretty easily and like
Yeah.
get the hang of it. But the abilities are really cool. I think you get to do 3 of them in the demo if I remember correctly, and I think there's like 8 total. But they're really unique and really cool. The abilities are like completely different than like Super Mario Brothers general like power ups and stuff like that. So it's cool to see her have her own game. Obviously very deserving. It's a massive series, so hopefully this sells well. That's my concern about this, because I ran a poll on YouTube, and it was like 78% of people said no, that they didn't want to pick it up and weren't interested. So out of like 30 votes or something, and I was like, that sucks. I really hope that this sells well, because it's a character that's deserving of getting her own games, just like Luigi does, and Wario gets the WarioWare games and all that jazz. So it is kind of shocking to me that there's it's been 19 years since there's been another game. Did you ever play Super Princess Peach on the DS?
No, I never did play it.
Dude, it's a lot of fun. You should check it out. Really fun 2D
It's
platformer.
definitely a game that I would have saw and be like, I've got no interest in this at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's cool.
Yeah.
So check it out. It's on eShop now, free. I mean, no reason not to check it out at least. So, what else have we got, Mark?
Actually, among all the negative news in the industry as far as layoffs and stuff goes, there is a glimmer of hope. Apparently, Capcom announced that it'll be increasing its starting salary in Japan by more than 25%. So apparently, the starting salary for new graduate hires is 235,000 yen a month, roughly about 1560, depending on the conversion rate that day. But beginning in FY25, it's going to 300,000 yen a month, which is going to be closer to about $2,000 a month, which is a very significant, increase monthly. That's, as far as the US goes, that's like, $400 to $500 more a month. That's a significant increase. So, I mean, as far as, hearing all the negative news, there's some bright news.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. What did you say that equates to here roughly?
The 235,000 yen as it stands right now for monthly for new hires is about 1560 a month, from what the videogameschronicle.com put, and then it's going to from 235,000 yen a month to 300,000 yen a month, which is roughly around $2,000.
Okay. Interesting. Well, that's great. I mean,
it's not like that's like what everyone's making. This is just like there's like an initial entry, what it pays. And then I mean, like it's not. I mean, that's not terrible. It's not. I mean, you're not gonna be rich, but it's a new hire.
yeah.
Cost of living in Japan it's not significantly, but it's definitely like a good 20-30% lower depending on where you live in Japan.
Yep.
Cheaper. So it's not like it's you're gonna be broke, but I mean, any increase in starting wages, always a good sign.
Did you watch that Nintendo Switch video I sent a couple days ago, where they were talking about the delay and
The delay for what?
for the Switch
delay?
2? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did, but it's kind of like everyone's talking about a delay, but there was never an
Well-
official announcement in the first place.
Right. No, the reason I ask is it was interesting what they were saying, because basically they were saying they were concerned that they were having like a reverse issue of what's going on here with the economy. They thought prices were going to drop on a bunch of stuff, so like drop on hardware, soft, like,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. That's what they were saying. So I was like pretty interested in like what they had to say about it, because that's a
Yeah.
unique take, and I didn't know that like things were getting cheaper there. Meanwhile, they're getting more expensive here. So
Different countries, different economies, and stuff like that. But I apparently scrolled down, and apparently back in February of last year, Nintendo announced that it's raising employees' base salaries by 10%, which is probably not as much, but it's an increase. A few weeks later, apparently Sega announced it would increase the average monthly salary of existing employees in Japan by approximately 30%, and then it would be increasing its starting salary for graduates by 35%. I think that the announcements happened roughly about a year ago and stuff like that. And apparently Capcom, it just goes, the article goes a little more just saying Capcom was seeing, increased, profits and stuff like that. But I mean, where the gaming industry is struggling here, apparently in the U.S., apparently in Japan over the last year or two, they're seeing great strides, increasing salaries. Maybe that's a case of their economy is just doing better, and maybe their gaming industry isn't as overinflated or as garbage as ours is, where apparently here we have to put 2, 3, 400 million dollars into all these AAA games, and then they bomb because you need ungodly sales to make a profit. Where a lot of these Japanese games, they might not look as good or as neat, but they play well, they're fun, and they're developed at a fraction of the cost. So even if you don't have the same sales as a AAA here in the West, you don't need you could get a fraction of the sales and make a profit, where they might get 4 times the sales and they're barely breaking even because they're doing all this stuff. Like, mocap is great, but it's not necessary. Most people don't really care, and it's just it inflates the price of these games for the development cost, which leads to then when you make a game that doesn't flop, now you're out a bunch of money because you just put too much into the industry. I mean, the games look great, but not every game has to be this immaculate, $400 million game.
Yeah. I mean, I agree 100%. Like that, I've talked extensively about my thoughts on where money is put in video games that we don't care about, like things that are unneeded, like the actors and the mocap, like you're saying. I personally, like, I could completely do without like all of that if it is going to reduce the cost of this game development and people not lose their jobs. And like, I don't care about the likeness of an actor being in the video game. I can't think of anything off the top of my head where that changed a game for me, like made it amazing or better, or you know what I mean? Like, I can't think of anything where that like significantly changed the experience for me. Like, there was the one guy that was in Call of Duty. I'm trying to remember which one. The actor, maybe Advanced Warfare, and then there was the one that was in Far Cry 4. I can't remember his name, but he's on the, or no, I'm sorry, he's on Far Cry 6, I believe. Let me double check the newest one.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know him that well to be able to pull off the top of my head. I haven't played 6. Far Cry 6,
which I played through, and I just can't remember his name. He played the Anton character, the El Presidente. Don't know what his name is, but stuff like that for me, like, if that actor wasn't in the game and they just did like a character, that would have changed nothing for me. You know what I mean? Like, it would not, for me, have changed my experience. And there's things like that where, in Japan, like, they're obviously doing things right, because
I think
Nintendo
it shows, because,
well, no, I mean, Nintendo, you don't hear about these layoffs, and you're hearing about the developers getting paid more, and like, you're not hearing about it with companies like this that seem to be doing at least that stuff right. You know what I mean? Like,
I think they're just better managed companies making games.
They don't put out garbage.
Don't cost as much. Yeah, and they're putting good games, because what are a lot of the good games people want to play? Oh, they tend to come from developers that are based in the U.S. or in the West as a whole, because they just keep putting out the same bare bones mass appeal games, which for every one that does well, you're gonna have 5 that just kind of flop. Like, you're just continuing to see it with the game industry. Like, every new game that comes out, if for every one that does well, there's 3 or 4 every year that just don't do well. They flop. The games don't look as good, and they don't play as well, and they're just not. Nobody's receptive, really.
So I'll go ahead and say this. I don't want to go super deep into it, because I actually had it planned for a video on one of my lists of discussion video. But this is my opinion. Like I said, I don't want to sort of give everything away, but as soon as Sony shifted their primary development team and all of really like their assets for PlayStation as a brand to the West, because now, Santa Monica and all these places, Japan is not the hub for PlayStation anymore at all. Like, most of their stuff is being developed here. And as soon as that happened, I feel like that has been the issue with PlayStation. PlayStation was a very solidified brand. It was a Japanese company. Everything was started there. It was very obvious in the early PS1 and PS2 days with these games. You know what I mean? The first party games. And I feel like as soon as they shifted their focus being over to the West for games that appealed more to the Western audience, and less of being like a sort of universal thing or what they thought, you know, the Western folks wanted. I feel like that was the start of the decline and the issues that PlayStation is having now. Like
It's
PlayStation is
like
having
instead of
so many issues.
we need to change for what we think the gamers want, even though they already told us what they want by buying certain games. But
Yeah.
you kind of feel like you have to change some stuff. And that's kind of like a long downspin. Because like we liked them because it was different. It was Japanesey, if that's not an actual word, but
Japanese.
no, there are some unique games, especially some older games that very you might call them weird, but it's very has a Japanese identity to it and stuff like that. And even games from China and South Korea had a
Yep.
very distinct identity. And that's why people like them because they're so different from what we continue to get over here.
Yeah,
But then
I
they're
agree.
like, oh, well, more people are buying our games. Well, let's change how we make it. I'm like, no, that's how you're going to, people don't want you to change. They bought the game because they liked what you made. Then to try to appeal to a more global audience, you're going to change it. And that's just going to alienate, why the people, liked your games to begin with.
Yep. Yeah, I think that whole decision making there was just absolutely dumb with the shift to a Western focus, and I mean, like you see it, like the Final Fantasy remake series is great. The Final Fantasy VII remake, it's great, but you see the change and the shift. It's originally a turn-based game, and their thought is that the Western audience doesn't like turn-based games anymore, and I think that probably for the general mass amount of people, I think that probably is the case. But there's obviously still a market here for turn-based games. But obviously, going in that action RPG, which most of these big RPGs are doing now, are mostly action RPGs. Like very few of the big series are turn-based anymore. I mean, even Dragon Quest, like I mean, like that sort of shifted the way that it's still turn-based, but like it's kind of weird. A lot of these big series that are like that have shifted to the action RPG, what they think that the Western audience wants, and like Final Fantasy hasn't been legitimately like turn-based for a long time. I mean, 16, the newest entry, not remotely turn-based. And Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is not a turn-based game, and so I feel like that was really like stupid decision making to really like push most of their focus over to the West, and development mostly being brought over here. So
Yeah.
it's just my
Really,
opinion on it.
Catching Days is asking my thoughts on Japan as a country. Like, I don't have any hard thoughts on it. I mean, I was in Okinawa I spent some time in Okinawa from 19 to 22, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time there. I think it's interesting, but I mean, I like things that are different cultures, something that are just very unique and alien to what we're used to here in the U.S. and the West as a whole and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But I don't think
think
anything hard there. It's just I don't know. It's different. I like it. I miss having a bidet in my bathroom or on my toilet. It's
my
really
grandma
nice.
has one.
They don't. People knock it and then you try it and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. This is the best thing that's ever happened in my life.
Steve-O raves about the bidets. There's a company, what's he always have? He says it's his favorite brand that he's partnered up with. He's got advertisements all the time for this company that's an American bidet company. God, what is it called? Oh, something Tushies. Something.
I think I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. But
Yeah, that would be interesting to get.
I mean,
Hello Tushy,
was
that's
like-
what it's called. Hello
Yeah.
Tushy.
But
So.
even the because I think I had one of the apartments that I lived in for like 10 months. Even the toilet was like heated, so when it got cold, which was like 40 degrees there,
Yeah.
it's really really cold. People are like big jackets. But that's an Okinawa specific thing. But even I sit down and it's like I'm sitting there like this toilet seat got really warm all of a sudden. I'm like, this is really nice. None of those you're sitting down, it's just ice cold because it's like 10 degrees outside.
Yeah. I would love to have a heated toilet. That sounds wonderful.
I mean, it's not a big toilet; it's a small toilet from what you're probably used to. But pros and cons.
Yeah. Oh, it works. Japanese folks are generally smaller because their cuisine is healthier than ours. So You know, we got they know what we're famous for, and that's, you know, I won't get in that, but Americans don't eat
Bigger,
healthy.
better.
Yeah. So yeah, what else have we got here? I know we got quite a bit still. Overwatch 2 Cowboy Bebop collab. Did you see this one?
Yes, I think they just put out like a short little trailer. It's a game that I played when it first came out, and I just didn't care for it. I never cared for Overwatch really.
Me either.
Outside of the R34, can't help but mention. Apparently, they're just doing a collab with Cowboy Bebop. I don't know if it's like a standard skin or certain characters are getting skins because it was nothing like in game, just like the Cowboy Bebop intro style trailer.
Yeah.
But apparently, they're doing some collab. I mean, it's not going to get me to play that garbage game, but it's interesting that they're reaching out to some different IPs to try to, you know, continue to round up interest in their game, kind of like what Fortnite does with literally everything.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. It looks like they've collaborated with One Punch Man before.
Yeah, I do remember that being one of the things.
And then something with some K-pop stars. Looks like the girl group.
You lost me there.
I can't. Seraphim.
Let me try to pull it back up.
It says less affair. I don't know how
I
to pronounce
don't
it.
know.
Yeah, however you pronounce it. I'm not trying to butcher it on purpose, but
yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. That doesn't look like a Korean name.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
Looks
it's a
more
girl
like French
group,
or
so.
something.
Well, like, I mean, because they always have like, seems like weird names. Like, I know that Baby Metal is in Japan, but that, you know, like
That's not the traditional like K-pop girl group bands, but yeah, it looks kind of like.
it kind of is.
I mean, there's only 2 members right now because the one girl left. So
Oh,
there's only
really?
2 of them, and then it's not the standard cutesy type thing as far as the Japanese goes, or the more traditional.
I feel like they
gay stuff that you get from K-pop. It was just like, you know, a mixture of, you know, Japanese cutesy pop and then like, you know, hard metal.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I would say hard, but yeah. I feel like they do hit. They've got a rabid and absolutely. I can't stand the fan base for Baby Metal here. Like, I absolutely cannot stand. They are
They
like
have
a
like a handful of good songs. I never really got into Baby Metal that much. It's interesting, but I'm like, long term, I just don't care for that mix of music styles. I'd rather listen to just one or the other. I don't think it mixed too well.
Yeah, it's not.
But that's just me.
It's not for me.
Like, I either want to listen to J-pop or I want to listen to metal. One of the two. Going back and forth like that is really, really jarring. At least to me, it is.
It really is. I mean, it's not for me. There's no thanks.
What we need is a Baby Metal Sabaton collab. That's what we need.
Sabaton. I like Sabaton a little bit. I think some of their stuff's
I absolutely
good.
love Sabaton. They're probably one of my favorite bands right now.
They remind me a lot of Iron Maiden with like the history sort of stuff that they do with a lot of their songs, because Iron Maiden is all history based. I mean, like, the song from the song titles to the lyrics, like, you know, they're all very Bruce Dickinson.
That's what Sabaton does. They're a Swedish metal band that sings about military history.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Maiden, you know, hits a lot of military stuff as well. So,
well, I don't. Is that all they do? Because I know that's extensively what Sabaton is exclusively.
Yeah, all their stuff is about history. All of their stuff.
I don't think I
ever
really listened to Iron Maiden, but no.
Yeah, if you just even like without listening to it, just look up some of the stuff. But yeah, like everything that they'll go through, like one of their albums is about like Egyptian history, another's about like military history, another's about I think like a samurai sort of era. The what was it? I can't remember. I'm trying to think of the name of the album specifically, but
yeah, but one of the other things I do like that Sabaton does, they have like a second YouTube channel from the regular music videos and stuff they put out that it goes over like, hey, here's a song. Now here's the actual, you know, history behind the actual song, because sometimes it's very vague or you can't obviously go super in depth on certain things, which I think is really, really neat. But I know as far as Sabaton, most of what they cover tends to fall between the Great War and World War II. That's where most of their stuff falls. but
Yeah.
they've done a lot of other stuff on the periphery.
Yeah, yeah, they have. So I'm a fan. I'm not like a super big fan. I don't like keep up with
Like
every
me,
release or
I
like you.
absolutely love them.
Yeah,
It hits like two really good niches. I like metal music, but I'm a really big history buff. So it's just like it's perfect. It knocks out really two specific niches that I really like.
I was shocked, but also like not shocked that when you told me that you liked them because I just did never take you for somebody that liked metal at all. I don't
My music
remember.
taste, like I used to be really into rap, like when I between like when I was 16 to like 21 or something like that. Now I just can't stand it. I don't like rap music at all anymore.
What did you
So
what did you like in the era that you liked it? What were you listening to?
back then,
Yeah, when you liked it.
I mean, I was always listening to like J-pop and stuff like that, or Japanese music. That was kind of always a thing. But
Do you remember?
it was the standard, Eminem,
I like Eminem still.
and some of the other rappers that it's been so long, I just don't remember a lot of the other stuff. Like I've never cared for like Nicki Minaj or something like that. I think she makes terrible, and a lot of rap music now is kind of crap. But it was like the old, the mid 90s, like the mid 2000s was like the era that I was listening to as far as the rap goes too. But now I'm like, I might listen to one song here or there, but I've kind of like grown out of that genre of music.
Yeah, that's fair. I like a lot of the 90s stuff is and then some of the early 2000s with like Eminem and stuff. But I couldn't tell you anything now really. I don't keep up with anybody in that genre too much.
This might be a hot take. The moment Eminem is sobered up, his music became crap. If you ask me. Like
100%
his best
agree.
music
Yeah,
is when he gets a really creative,
Recovery
but he's, super
and beyond.
high as crap.
I will tell you though, Kamikaze was a good album. That album they came back with, that was when like the whole Machine Gun Kelly thing was happening, where they had that was like a return to form. That was really good, and that came out in like 2019.
I'm glad he sobered up. It's better for him. It's just his music's just not the same as it was, back then.
Isn't that the case with a lot of musicians though? Like that happens with a lot of musicians. Like there's tons of Megadeth, for instance, like Dave Mustaine. I feel like as soon as he sobered up, music went to crap.
Because you're singing about real crap that's going on in your life that's tough, but that makes really good music.
Yeah.
When that hard lifestyle is kind of gone, your music doesn't feel as grounded and real to like the average person anymore to some degree.
That's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. I have never thought about it that way, but yeah, there's a lot of musicians where that's the case.
Because a lot of what he's going through, I mean, yeah, he became popular, but he's thinking about a lot of stuff that to some degree was affecting like the average person back then. So a lot of people could just really easily relate to what he was singing about.
Yeah, 100%. What's funny is like Megadeth is also a band that a lot of history with their songs, a lot of history, a lot of politics, a lot of there's tons of their songs about history and like historical events, and a lot of it's really kind of crazy for like the thrash metal stuff that a ton of Megadeth is hitting on like politics. A lot of their songs are about politics, and like I didn't know that until much later, and like diving in when I did, but I really didn't realize like, oh hey, like Tornado of Souls and like these big songs are all about like politics. Like
it completely changes your outview on that song now based off how you view certain things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I kind of separate, for me with that stuff, like I can listen to something that I don't necessarily agree with a certain thing on or whatever. I mean, I listen to death metal. I mean, it's brutal stuff. So, like I can listen to a song that maybe is saying something in like a way that can be interpreted, tons of different ways. Like you can interpret. That's the thing about like art and making music, is that like a song can be about an event or something personal to that person, but other people have no idea and like interpret it a different way than they do. I
think that's just a good way to make songwriting at that point. This is why I wrote it, but you can interpret a different way unless you're very direct and obvious about what you're actually singing about, which some people are, it's like, you make something for you, but it's very easily somebody else could take it and kind of feel a certain way. I
Yeah,
think that's just a sign of being able to
good.
write good music.
It is. It really is. Like, I mean, there's so many songs out there where you find out later, like the artist never said what it was about for them, like,
Yeah,
personally.
intentionally. It was
Yeah,
more cathartic for them to write it, get it off their chest. Them and people they might know would know what it's about, but it's like that's not necessarily for you. You can interpret this however you want. Like I just want you to enjoy my music while I'm, writing and getting stuff off my chest in the process.
yeah, yep, 100%. So it's a sign of good songwriting and like art in general. Like you could, I'm
Yeah.
not necessarily into like art and painting stuff or stuff like that, but like that's the same thing with that, right? Like you can interpret a painting one way and it was meant about something else, like paintings from 500 years ago and things like that.
Yeah.
I wanted to for sure mention this because this is one of the big things, and I didn't put it in the main notes section that we haven't got to yet, main stories, but this is just like pretty breaking, like 8 hours ago sort of stuff. PS5 owners are losing access to hundreds of games as digital purchases are wiped from their accounts.
It's
Apparently,
crazy.
yeah, like hundreds of games. I haven't checked mine yet. I need to check it after and see what's going on, but I'm sure that I've got a bunch gone if this is the case. But it says a strange bug is removing people's games on PlayStation 4, 5s, and Vita, and Sony doesn't have a fix. Vita as well, which is crazy. This particular article from Metro in the UK says it wasn't long ago that PlayStation sparked fan outrage when it said it would remove Discovery video content, and obviously, also the anime service. Why it's slipping my mind, I can't. Crunchyroll. But
Yeah.
PlayStation later backtracked, but a similar unintentional issue has now come up, a random bug that's wiping digital games from people's libraries. And the bug is affecting, yeah, the bug is affecting of course, I said all three systems. At least 50 PlayStation owners have reported that their digital games are going missing. One affected by the bug went on Reddit to explain what's going on and vent their frustration that they no longer can access some of their games. In a post that it has attracted others with the same problem. For the last few months, there has been a bug impacting a relatively small amount of PlayStation Network users in which all digital licenses, including purchased games and titles added to one's library via PS Plus, become decoupled from their transaction history, which shows that you purchase those things, so the license is no longer there for them. The bug wipes games from your account completely, and to make it worse, adds if you're affected by the bug, you can't re-download the missing games as your PlayStation account won't let you. And then DTV Reddit user said, "I'm never buying a digital game from PlayStation again. Horrible customer support and terrible practice towards their customers." Another poster pleaded for answers as they lost over 400 games after trying to restore them once the bug hit their account. That I'm a PlayStation user since PS3 and this account bug is really bad. I hope Sony and PlayStation give a real solution, and if someone knows how to resolve this, please let us know. So there's a bunch of people reporting in here that these games are gone. I said one user said became aware of the bug when they tried to launch Helldivers 2, but got an error message, and it says out the error message CE 117773-6. They then tried to restore license in their account settings, which wiped their library. They advise against trying to restore the licenses as they believe that's what triggered the bug in the first place. PlayStation has yet to comment on the issue. And it continues to go on about other people affected and their input on it. There's a whole like PSA post out there essentially saying what not to do. Apparently makes it worse if you try to go to restore license for games. It's like taking other games away. But yeah,
Crazy.
so
Like, how do you let something like that happen in the first place?
PlayStation has had so many issues with stuff like this over the years. With, I mean, they've had what, PSN hacked like 3 times. Do you remember
Yeah.
in, I want to say like 2015, it was massive that they had that huge hack and tons of people's data got lost and PSN was down for like 4 days. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have just had all kinds of problems. I feel like more than any of the other companies. I mean, they've all had a problem. Like Xbox has gotten hacked before. I can remember a time when Xbox service was down for almost a full day. But I remember the one time PSN was down for days, and
It's like,
I
we don't know what's going on. We're just gonna shut it down till we
see.
can fix the problem.
This is my problem with digital media. I mean, like this is like a whole other issue of just being taken away. This is a bug apparently, but this is different than them just removing the license. This is if it is a bug, this is like you can lose your digital media that way too. This is like
Yeah, that's crazy.
Can you imagine 400 digital games being lost that you purchased?
And like, what's going on? Like, I bought these games. I want them available because I don't know if they deal with it, but I do know, like, that's one thing I do like about Steam is when games get delisted for whatever reason, there's still a store page there if you have the URL, and it exists like that for it's like, yeah, we
Re-download it.
lost the license of this game, but it's still on our servers for you to re-download. And I
Yeah.
never heard or had an issue with that. Even if a game loses licensing, if you bought the game, you still have access to the game that you bought for.
Yeah, I mean, you can still re-download games for like the Wii and the Wii U. Like if you purchased a game and like it's in your purchase history and you delete it to free up space, like you can still go re-download that game. Like the eShop for Wii U like is still up in that way. Like they don't plan on letting that go anytime soon. You could still re-download your stuff like at minimum, you know what I mean? Like you can do
Yeah.
that, and that service is still there to be able to access games that you purchased. And it's just crazy. I mean, just absolutely bonkers. I cannot imagine losing 400 games. It's just
I'd be like, you're gonna refund me if you can't give me the stuff back. Like, I want my money back.
I mean, there's just more and more reason consistently why I don't want to buy digital media. Do you know what I mean? Like just over and over and over. They give me
There's,
more
there's
and
still
more
reason
reason.
still reason for physical media to exist.
Yeah. Oh, there definitely is. It's hard for me to justify digital purchases. Really, there's few things. There's like I will if like for instance there's a game like that limited run games would put out and like has a sale on the eShop and is like $1.99. I don't know if you remember, but there was Nintendo caps it at $1.99 now. But at one point, there were games on there that you could get for like 3 cents. So I've loaded up on all these crap games that were like 3 cents, 5 cents. Like I've got probably roughly 100 digital games on the Switch. And like it was all from those sales. Like I can't think of anything. There's only one, and it was just recently that I can think of that I bought digitally because somebody gave me an eShop card for my birthday. So it was I forget what the game's called. It's a sequel to an old arcade game, and I think what is it? It might be the Ninja Warrior series, but it was a new entry that came out a few years ago, and it was on sale for like $7. So I bought that. I can't think of anything that I purchased for like $20 on the eShop other than like DLC for something. Like I can't personally think of anything that I bought digitally on any of these consoles at like a high price. But I do buy with like sales and like mostly on the like Switch. If there's like a game that looks interesting and is like $2, like I might buy it. So, but for me,
sometimes it's like this game I want to buy, and it's hit or miss. Sometimes I'll still buy a game digital depending on what it is, but maybe I'll turn around and inevitably buy a physical copy down the line.
That's
down
what
the
I
line and
do.
just, get it on sale or something like that. But then there's some games where like, oh, this is an online game
Yeah,
anyways. If the
right.
server goes down, what's the point? I'll
Yep.
just buy this digital.
Yeah, I mean, there's games like that, like Anthem, that is shut down, and Overwatch 1. You can't do anything with the disc, so like that's a different story. But for like the especially single player style games, there's even still some of those that you have to stay connected. Like one that really makes me angry is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You still have to be connected to the internet, and it's a single player game. Like you
like
have to
this
connect to their server, but it's a single player game.
should never exist in the first place. Like, why?
It makes me so angry. There's a lot of single player games like that. There's tons that you have to, especially, it was very, I mean, it's still going on now. There's a bunch, all kinds of AAA games where you have to be. Watchdog Legions is one. Like there's so many, and it was super rampant in the PS4 era with games like that. Like you didn't even know that that you're like signing into a server, and then you can't access a single player game with your physical copy because you have to be connected to a single player game. It just makes no sense, man. Makes no
I agree.
sense.
Just bad decision.
I do wonder what the resolution is going to be here for this situation, because I would be I'd be livid, and they're saying that they're getting no help with customer service. So
Because of course not.
yeah, because I mean we talked about customer service with social media. It seems to be the same sort of way. At least there is a contact method for them, but it seems to be no resolution right now. So yeah, we'll see if there something gets resolved with it, but craziness, man. What do we got up next in our notes there?
Apparently there was something else going on back on the 5th, so it was a few days ago, where apparently PlayStation was offering refunds for the first AAA game since Cyberpunk. I'm trying to figure out. Apparently the game in question was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Apparently some fans were able to get that game refunded. I don't know if it was supposed to be happening, because apparently they took to Reddit to inform others that they had successfully received a refund for the game despite the strict refund policy of Sony. Sony followed through and issued the full refund, which could spark a wave of players trying to do the same. Depending on how you slice it, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League feels like the last breath of the Arkhamverse rather than emotional send-off. Yeah, that was more of what the actual gaming Bible kind of said about it. But apparently somebody was able to get a refund, and they went to Reddit to spread it. So I wonder if there was a mistaken refund, or they agree that it's just not a good game, that they'll get money back or something like that.
Isn't I forgot if it's a case, but isn't there like a refund sort of service with PlayStation where it's like 24 hours or something like that? Like I can't.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I do know. The only one I know for sure, I think, is like Steam, because it's like the main thing is like if you get like less than 2 hours of in-game time, you can get a refund on said game. But I've never tried to refund anything on PlayStation, because I usually buy physical media. So I'm usually at that point I'm dealing with the refund of the actual store.
Yeah.
But we do know Sony and Microsoft just don't like to give out refunds.
Yeah, they of course not. No. It's works differently than, Steam does it right. I will say Steam does that right with their refund service. I've never refunded anything from Steam, but I know that people that have, and like generally pretty good with refunds, right? From my understanding.
Yeah, it's like, usually I think I haven't checked it in a while, but I usually was an understanding of if you have less than 2 hours of playtime in a game, you'll usually get a refund.
Yeah.
On the game.
Yeah, which is the way that it should be. So
it's like, hey, it's not, and there might be a thing like of how long you bought the game, but usually, you buy a game, you're gonna play it, and you're gonna know really quickly whether or not you like it or not.
Right. Yep. I mean, like, you can spend 3 hours with the game. You're like, I don't see myself playing this anymore. Yeah. So,
but apparently at the time of writing this specific article, which was published at 10 a.m. on the 5th, had less than 220 players on Steam, which was deemed a failure. Which, yeah, it's early in the morning on a weekday. It's going to be kind of low, but even for 220 players on Steam at that time, which is usually global, that's abysmal
Yeah, that is
for a game that
absolutely
just
terrible.
came out like that.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. Ah, crazy. And that game just got Joker too, which I saw. I don't know if he came out yet, but it was at least announced for the game. And did you see the design for him?
I didn't. I
Oh
never
my
planned on buying the
god.
game, so I've ignored it since.
God, you got to see the design for Joker in this. It is absolutely abysmal. I was shocked. I mean, I think it looks horrible. It reminds me of the Jared Leto. He doesn't look exactly like
Yeah.
that, but he has that sort of aesthetic.
It
Minus
looks
the
like a
tattoos.
teenage Joker.
Yeah, it looks
Looks terrible.
horrible design. I was like absolutely shocked at how bad he looked. I mean, the game
Yeah, like,
already
what,
is bad,
Skinny
but
jeans, skinny clothes.
I
don't
mean,
know, it
it's
just
not
looks
as
bad.
bad as the Jared Leto Joker, but it's still bad, man. It's
I
not
think Jared
good.
Leto Joker wasn't that bad. I like that movie.
Oh my god. I like the movie. I don't like Joker in it. All the tattoos and the way that they presented Joker to me just absolutely tarnished that character.
Wait,
in my
Jared,
opinion.
let me verify
Jared
I'm thinking of
Leto
the
is
right
the one with
Joker.
the face tattoos and yeah, you're thinking of
Oh
Joker
no.
with Walking Phoenix is what you're
Yeah,
thinking
no,
of.
I mixed it up. I was thinking of the Joaquin Phoenix one, which is the one I liked. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
like.
didn't watch the Jared Leto Joker. I didn't care for him. Sorry. I got the things mixed up in my head.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I like that Joker. I'm excited about the sequel. But yeah, just well, at least some people can get refunds for a garbage game. So
Hopefully.
yeah. So did you touch on earlier that Capcom is doing the salary increase too? Yeah, we
We
talked.
did.
Okay. So looks like we also got there is a DS style Power World remake apparently, and it is in the style of like Zelda Phantom Hourglass and Pokemon Black. So this actually looks really really cool. Like
It's like a
something I would
fan
want to
made.
check out for sure.
It definitely looks because it's done by 64 bits on YouTube. So I don't know if that's like an actual thing or it's like, hey, this is what we did. We turned this game into like a Pokemon, more like an old, handheld Pokemon type game, but it definitely looks pretty cool that I've seen.
Yeah,
Uh,
this looks really really neat. This is something I would for sure check out. Yeah.
like I said, I was like, I would buy this as a game.
Oh, I would too. Yeah, I don't think that this is licensed in any way. I think this is just a fan
It's
thing,
just
but I
yeah, I
mean,
think there's some.
regardless, like
Apparently, it's the YouTube channel 64 bits just does D makes of games, kind of like the whole DS style of games, and it looks really good. It turns a game that I already enjoyed into a DS like D make, and it looks really cool. Like this looks like an amazing game.
yeah, I'm checking out the YouTube channel, but I'm already subscribed. uh yeah. Yeah, really really cool stuff there. Yeah, it looks like I knew about a few of these he did. I knew about Elden Ring. But to list off a few others, and this is going over years, it looks like he's done a Skyrim. Oh my god, I didn't know about this. Skyrim demake for Tiger Handheld Electronics. So the old LCD games. That is hilarious. Oh my god, I love it. Um Looks like he also did a demake for Stray. Well, I knew about the Stray and the Elden Ring ones. That is so cool. A BioShock Infinite demake for SNES. God of War remake for PS1. That really okay. This is like very cool stuff. Uh, yeah, yeah. I would definitely play this 100%. It looks and it really does like legitimately that headline captures it. It really does look like Pokemon Black and Phantom Hourglass because they both had similar styles. I would say more in the line of the Pokemon Black 1 and 2, but it looks just
Yeah,
like it. Like legitimately,
looks really good. Like you're able to turn this into an actual game. I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
I would too. Yeah, yeah. I hope that I hope we get something from this to be able to check out because I would absolutely play this. So very cool stuff.
Reminds me of like old Pokemon the Pokemon that I actually liked.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. Still shocked on the no Pokemon Black and White remake. I can't believe that, but old news. But unfortunately, we did not get that. Maybe it's for the better to be on Switch 2. You know, maybe it's for the better.
I don't know. I just
Maybe
wanna
they
be able to
have
play-
higher standards than Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Maybe they're hopefully looking beyond a remake like that that's sourced out to another
I
developer.
just want to be able to play Gen 5. It's the only gen that I have not been able to get and buy. Mainly because I want to spend $200-$300 on Black and White and Black and White 2.
In my
It's like
opinion,
each game is over like well over $100 at this point.
yeah, I know Black 2 and White 2 are ridiculous prices. I've seen upwards of $200 and during like 2020 and 2022. It may have dropped a little, but that's what it was going for, close to $200. I specifically remember seeing them 170, 180. It's just crazy. Even on Facebook Marketplace, I remember seeing those prices. I was like, oh my God, craziness.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So this was pretty shocking for, I think, all of us. We weren't exactly expecting to see this news from Warner Brothers, but they discussed volatile AAA console games. They will lean more into free-to-play and mobile, just like their disastrous Suicide Squad game.
I mean, that's what happens when you make terrible games.
I mean,
It's not volatile. You just don't know how to make a AAA game.
what are they thinking? I mean, when they just announced that they want to make a Harry Potter free to play, or Harry Potter, what's the word I'm trying to think of? You know what I'm trying to say, like Suicide Squad, essentially. They want to make a game in that style. They just made a Hogwarts Legacy 2. People would be super happy. Improve upon that game. You know, it had its flaws. It was still very fun, but it had its flaws. Make a sequel and a follow-up to that. People would be ecstatic. It was a contender for Game of the Year.
Instead, they want to make a terrible game.
An online-only
Suicide
free-to-play.
Squad. Yeah, and then it looks good. It looks terrible. It plays terrible.
I mean,
it's not. This isn't volatile. You made a good game, and then you made a dog shit game. You know, you gotta be more consistent.
For potentially the best superhero video game series of all time, the Arkham games are just phenomenal. And what's crazy is, like, other than Joker, obviously the design for that is terrible. I was shocked. Why I was shocked is, like, the design for the characters in the game are good. Like, the character designs look good. They look like the Arkham style design because it is part of the series. So, like, the character designs and stuff look good. It's the gameplay and the mechanics and the model of the game. It sucks. I mean, like, come on, man. You gave us those amazing Arkham games. You can see that exact same style of character design and everything from Sucker Punch. Like, the characters in it look like, you know, the villains in the Arkham games. Like, the characters look the same. It follows in that way. Like, the design of the game looks good. It's just shocking how bad that it is. But apparently they're talking about there are 11 different internal game development studios, and they mention as some of the brands they could do this with are Mortal Kombat, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, and DC as its biggest. So they have, but they said that if WB can execute, Parrott said he expects gaming to bring meaningful growth to the company in the years to come, but the making games takes time. So Parrott cautioned that the company is laying the foundation now for the returns that could come to 2025, 2026, and 2027. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but Parrott went on to say how he has no idea how the gaming landscape will evolve over time, but he believes owning the IP and studios could help Warner Brothers succeed where others might not. He also called out things like virtual reality and virtual worlds as places that will increase in scale and adoption in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Ah,
I'm just
guess you just want to tap into just making money off minimal effort in the mobile market. That's what you want to do. Go ahead.
apparently they've got upcoming video games that include a Harry Potter Quidditch game and a Wonder Woman title from the makers of Shadow of Mordor. If they do that right, I love Shadow of Mordor. I think it's a very good game.
Couldn't be the same style. Like, it'd have to be completely different with Wonder Woman, though. Like, it wouldn't fit that style of game.
I mean, it wouldn't have the what's it called? What's the system called in the game that they invented, and the Nemesis
Yeah.
system. I personally could see that. I could see that with Wonder Woman. I mean, Wonder Woman gets pretty gritty. Like, not that I like most of the Wonder Woman DC stuff. I do like the first movie. The second one was garbage. First one was really good though. I could see it, but just because it's from the makers doesn't mean anything at all. Like
That means it could be a good game.
yeah, not whatsoever. So WB's approach to gaming is very different to Disney's. The company years ago developed and published games in-house, but now licenses its franchises to other companies. For example, Disney just paid Epic $1.5 billion to bring its franchises to Fortnite. That is an insane number. Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. When you're talking about numbers that big for one video game, phew, man, Fortnite must be
they're-
doing real good.
It's a
Better,
nice cash cow.
apparently. Yeah, so that's craziness. So we're gonna go ahead and go into we started our new segments, and I've got Brandon's retro spotlight. So for this week, I picked the game Jersey Devil for the PS1. This is a pretty sought after game these days. It goes for pretty ridiculous prices, but it's a really fun game that I enjoyed and rented from Movie Gallery back in the day. And I learned upon a little bit of research that it also came out for Windows. I had no idea. So it's also a PC game. But Jersey Devil is a platforming game set in a 3D world with gameplay dominated by collecting icons and defeating enemies. The player character's abilities include gliding to avoid fatal falls or reach new areas, and it does take place in Jersey City. The unique thing about this is obviously it's based on, like the mythological Jersey Devil creature, but he's actually like more like a bat. And like the Jersey Devil is supposed to be more of
Yeah,
like a
I-
Tasmanian, like sort of.
I don't know a whole lot about that. I remember like hearing about that and like the whole Mothman thing, but I never like dug into it at all.
Yeah, it's I mean it's like, Sasquatch and everything else, but it's a really fun game. I think the character design was really phenomenal, and it would have been really cool to see more from this. I always like those 3D platformers that, can be like collectathons, or, things like Banjo-Kazooie and games like that. It's in that style. I don't know if you remember Croc, but like I don't remember if you played it with me on PC or not.
I don't think so.
I had it for
It doesn't-
PC.
Doesn't sound all that familiar.
Yeah, it had a sequel, and I believe a game on the Game Boy Color as well. Well, actually, it had the first game on Game Boy Color, so there was a another version of it, but it was on PS1. And Croc was like, it got a sequel. It was like a pretty. It's got like a cult following. It was meant to be like a sort of like a Mario, or like a Spyro, or a Crash Bandicoot. But yeah, it was another one I actually considered. Funny enough, I considered that for this week's retro spotlight. But yeah, it was a series that was very much in the style of like Spyro and stuff like that. So like a sort of 3D collectathon, like early 3D game. But Jersey Devil. So fun fact, in Japan, where the game was ported and published by Konami, funny enough, this is a Sony Studios game, but published by Konami under the name Jersey Devil no Daiboken. And I couldn't read the rest. I did put it in there. I was hoping maybe like you could if you recognize at all what it's saying, but apparently this translation says it translates to the Great Adventure of the Jersey Devil, released in June 24th, 1999 in Japan. Famitsu gave it a score of 25 out of 40, and I don't think I said here in the US we got it September 26th, 2001. So
Yeah, no, maybe if it was in hiragana, not katakana, I could probably read a little bit of it, but I never got that far.
yeah, so yeah, it got very mixed reviews back in the day. I've gone back and played since, and it does have that sort of weird early 3D with the controls, because when this came out, we were talking, PS1 without the sticks, so you didn't have thumbsticks yet, and
Just had the directional pad.
yeah, so it had that sort of awkwardness with the camera, and that was one of the big issues that people had with it. But it's a very sought after game now. It's still a very fun game. Like, I've gone back and played and really enjoyed it. So it's one worth checking out if you never played it. So, and we've got into our main story section here of this week.
The ones we haven't already hit.
Yeah, so we mentioned at the very beginning, but didn't go into it. There is 2 days of Capcom showcases. So yesterday was the first one, and depending on when you're listening to this, so March 7th, they did it at 3 p.m. Pacific time, and then day 2 is March 11th at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So as far as what they showed the first day, it looks like let's see. Day 1, we had a showcase of Kunitsugami, which was one of the Xbox showcase games. So they showed off more of that in the Capcom highlights, is what they're calling this event. They showed a bunch more off for that game. I went back and watched some of what they were showing, and yeah, I mean, the game looks cool. Like, the game looks pretty cool. I'm looking forward to checking that out. And then we got to see more of Dragon's Dogma 2, which, I mean, hype train is rolling on that game. That is just around the corner. I am so excited for that game. Another reason why I've got to finish Rebirth, because I've still got all these other games that I'm like actively playing and need to get through. But I'm really looking forward to this, especially after what we reported on last week. I'm excited.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Right? If you watched last week's episode, you know. If you know, you know. It looks like day 2 will be touching on Street Fighter 6, so additional content there apparently. Exoprimal, which I'm shocked to see, because I haven't heard anything else about that game since it launched. Have you?
I've never heard of it before, so this is new to me.
Yeah, that's it's a game. It's a game with dinosaurs and guns.
So you're going through a city defeating dinosaurs.
It's an online only game, and games as a service. Yeah, and then Monster Hunter Now, which basically is Pokemon Go. I mean, exactly what that game is. It's Pokemon Go, but it's Monster Hunter. And then Monster Hunter Stories, which is coming over to Switch, and I don't know if it's going to other platforms or not, other than Switch. But it was originally a 3DS game, so I'm very happy. It's coming to PS4, Steam, no PS5. Apparently PS4 and Steam, along with Switch. It's weird, but I'm happy that this is being brought over and ported off of the 3DS, so it's not just stuck on there. Because 2 is on the Switch, and it's really fun. This is basically Pokemon take on Monster Hunter. So it completely different than the traditional style. Very Pokemon based, and it works for the series. It's its own little thing, and it's pretty cool. So I'm glad that's being brought over. Pretty excited about that.
When it comes out.
Yeah, you would enjoy it for sure. So we have also got the BAFTA Game Awards 2024 nominations. And we've got, looks like Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game is up for 10 BAFTA Game Awards, including Best Game. Insomniac's Marvel Spider-Man 2 has a strong showing with 9 nominations. Baldur's Gate 3 is leading the pack, no surprise there. Alan Wake 2 has 8 nominations. Tears of the Kingdom and Jedi Survivor have 6 each. Outside the AAA space, we got Mint Rockets Marine Adventure, Dave the Diver, which I really want to play that game. It just looks like such a fun game. Also got Hi-Fi Rush with 5 nominations. Cocoon, Dredge, and Viewfinder with 4 apiece. I have not heard of Dredge or Viewfinder, interestingly enough. Looks like a pretty neat game. Looks like some indie games that are unique and different. Viewfinder looks pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So those are up for quite a bit of nominations. 11 out of the 12 nominees in the performance categories received their first BAFTA nomination, including Sam Lake for Alan Wake 2, Amelia Taylor, Andrew Wincott, Neil Newborn, Samantha Burt, Tracy Wells for Baldur's Gate 3, all those guys for Baldur's Gate 3, and Ralph Ineson for Final Fantasy 14. So looks like a lot of these, sort of same games with the Game Awards. There's a few different ones. For British game, there is uniquely there's Disney Illusion Island is up for reward. Cassette Beast, Dead Island 2, Football Manager 2024.
Actually, you want to hear a joke?
Let's hear a joke.
Starfield was nominated for a technical achievement.
Oh my god, I did not know that.
Complete broken game that launched.
Horrible. Yeah, the category. Terrible. Categories for this are animation, artistic achievement, audio achievement, best game, British game, debut game, evolving game, family, game beyond entertainment, which interestingly all features games I've never heard of. Game design, multiplayer, music, narrative, new IP, performer in a leading role, performer in a supporting role, technical achievement, and EE players choice. So it looks like players are voting on that. So Tears of the Kingdom is in that category, and so is Fortnite. So yeah.
Didn't Fortnite come out like 5 years ago?
I think it's been out longer than that. Honestly, I'm not sure. That's a great question. I don't know how long Fortnite has been out, but seems like forever at this point.
It has been, like, what? It had to have come out in, like, what, 2016, 2017?
Yeah. So it's somewhere in that area. It's been around for a long time. And in pretty big news that I saw today, Helldivers 2 CEO is extremely disappointed with the developer behavior. So he said there was a new patch that hit Helldivers 2 that people were pretty upset over on the 6th, so March 6th, whenever you are listening or watching this. It didn't go over well with the game's community and Discord servers and Reddit posts. Folks argued with Arrowhead Game Studios staff over the changes that were made to the third-person live service shooter. In the comments, some developers gave back to the criticism they were receiving. CEO Johan Paletis has commented on the horrible behavior of his team. Helldivers 2's first update, patch 1.00.100, came with a lot of changes that fundamentally altered the nature of the game. They are now newly introduced weather events, fire tornadoes, meteor showers that you must contend with alongside the usual bugs and robots waiting to grind you up and spit you out. It also nerfed a plethora of weapons while buffing a handful of others, but it's the negative that have outweighed the positive for some folks. It looks like PC Gamer reported the official Helldivers 2 channels for community members have been recently inundated with players dragging the developers, what's perceived as an unbalanced update. Um, it says Arrowhead Game Studios developers began responding to the criticism with snark and sarcasm, with the comment screenshotted and shared across the subreddit. And one of them in quotes says, "Man, watching you all cry amuses me so much," said one Helldivers 2 dev in the Discord. According to Redditor Curious Influencer 185, people are still clearing Helldive, so I'm not sure what to say here, said Arrowhead Game Studios animator. But skill issue, in quotation, comes to mind. There were enough statements like this that the company head and creative director, John Pelez, stepped in to say that the comments don't represent the studio's ethos. He said, "Hey, thank you for bringing this up. This is not the intention from the studio perspective, but since I'm a heavy subscriber of a communicative studio, it means that I encourage developers to engage with the community. However, this also exposes us to risks of miscommunication or heated arguments, and it's something that we actively discuss internally at the studio to improve on. While I understand that it reflects on the studio as a whole, it is not our intention that this should be the behavior from us. We want to ensure that you all have the best time possible in this game and in this community. As for the balance patch and opinions surrounding it, we actively read as much as we possibly can and take what is said into consideration when we discuss things internally. Right now, the hot topic is your guys' feedback in response to the balance adjustments and the feeling of the game experience at large." So,
I
yeah.
don't know when game studios are going to learn that mocking your player base, your customers, is not a recipe for success. Because if they decide, well, he's mocking me, I'm going to leave, well, that's one less customer. And if enough people were to get upset and leave because your developers mock them, that's going to kill your game. Like, I don't understand. Like, you can have your own opinions on stuff, but
In
what
an
you say is going
official
to reflect on the
capacity,
studio as
yeah.
a whole.
Yeah,
Like, no, like that's not a proper way to interact. Have you never worked customer service before? Regardless of how you feel, you have to be tactful when responding to stuff.
always.
Even if it comes off as robotic or
Yep.
corporate in some ways, that's just how you have to respond to certain things, or else the moment something is said that's giving ammunition to the community, it's going to be immediately thrown right back in your face. But it doesn't affect you. It's going to be thrown at the studio as a whole because, well, you may say this was just my opinion. It doesn't matter. You work for said opinion, and that reflects the studio as a whole.
Yep. I agree with you 100%. And what's funny is said developer apologized apparently and said that I went a little far with the trolling, and he felt he needed to own up to the way fans perceived his statements. I don't know how else do you perceive that, but he says, "I'm sorry if people took offense to it. I'm not going to engage with the community anymore." Since as many
shouldn't.
since as many people have pointed out, we have a community team that should handle that, Erickson said. "I figured I'd have a little fun with the players, but I realized being a dev, I'm in an unfair position." Really? An unfair position?
He doesn't know. It's just simple. You don't know how to interact with a fan base, a community in an official capacity. It's one thing if you were just commenting as another anonymous person, but as an official representative of the game studio, if you say something a certain way, it's going to be perceived a certain way. You kind of have to. It's kind of like, I don't care what you actually think. You need to stop and think about how what you're saying is going to be perceived by the community at
100%.
large.
Yeah,
Which
I mean,
means, like, if you don't know how to interact with them, you probably shouldn't, because you clearly are going to say something stupid, and it's going to be, inflamed. It might have been
Yep.
something, small and innocuous in a comment section, but someone's going to take that and it's going to blow up because you handled this the wrong way.
Right. I mean, like, you have to think, even if you're outside of work, say he's on a personal account, which this may be, you're still representing the company 24/7 if you were to say something in any public capacity at all.
Well, I would say this is like, if you're on a personal account, it should have no ties that you're an employee of said company.
Right. Right. I mean,
Because then
obviously,
it's just going to be ignored, and you're just going to argue with people. But even at that point, should be better off just ignoring it, not engaging with it, because I don't know, you don't. If I'm an employee and on social media, I'm not going to troll. Like that comes off as
yeah,
not professional.
not
That's not how you interact. That's going to be thrown back at the company as a whole.
yeah. That's shocking. And the funniest thing there is that he said, that he said, I'm sorry if people took offense to it. I'm not going to engage with the community anymore. That is hilarious. Oh my god. I'm not going to engage. Apparently the studio wants to engage with the player base because they have an official Discord and subreddit that they all
Yeah, well, maybe you should
moderate.
have people that know how to interact with said community without getting overly emotional or unprofessional. Like it doesn't matter what your personal
Yeah.
feelings are. You can't let your own emotions overcome the professional setting that this is in. They can say what they want to say within the rules of said, online social media platform or
Yeah.
within your community. But you are an employee of said company. It has to be official, or it just, I don't know. It kind of broke a record. It just sounds like crap. It's terrible representation of said company.
Yeah. It's it just shocks me that he said that he wanted to troll the community. I'm just like,
That's not, you don't do that from by nature. That's not a professional thing to do. Why would you even think that's a good thing to do?
I have no idea.
Or if you're gonna do it, it needs to be on a less serious note that people are clearly upset about. Like if you are going to do it in a lighthearted way, there is a time and a place, and clearly this was not the time when people were very upset about certain
Yeah.
changes you made to a game. Like that's when people are upset about something, that's not the time to do it, I guess, if you want to be, somewhat loose about it.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking to me that the trolling thing. I don't get it. Yeah, you're representing the company, and I'm not happy to hear that. Apparently this update's like botched the game. Like, that's if there's like
It
public
looks like,
feedback from it.
to
That
be
kind of
fair,
sucks because I've been wanting to play it.
it sounds like they made balancing changes to some weapons. In any game you play, they make balancing changes. It upsets people because what you really liked was really powerful. Now it's weaker. Some other stuff, like the balancing, might long term be good for the game, but because I liked using the weapon, I liked how powerful it was. Now it's not as powerful. Now you're upset. Like I get it, but uh, it doesn't mean it's necessarily the changes they made weren't a bad thing. But I haven't played it yet, so it's
Yeah.
like I can't say it for sure. But
Right. Same. I mean, I haven't played it either. And
in any game you play, anytime there's balancing changes, people are going to be upset about it because they like feeling, powerful.
yeah,
It
and
just is what it is.
it's a live service game, so this is just going to continue to happen as far as like changes to the game. Like it's just going to
Yeah.
continue to evolve, and the reception that this game has got is mind blowing. Because I mean, there's headlines for it like every single week that
Yeah.
since it's dropped, and like it's a game that people absolutely love. So hopefully whatever I guess balance changes that they did to the game, I guess, get fixed for the fans to enjoy. Because I mean, obviously if the general public fans are enjoying the game, like makes me want to check it out. But this kind of makes me, I'm sure that they'll get it fixed, whatever it is that they don't like. Or
Don't take balancing changes because this is also just be a vocal minority who just is upset with certain changes. Because I guarantee you, the vast majority of this player base is just not that engaged on social media. It's always going to be a smaller portion that's going to go on some of these platforms, and especially when it's negative and yell about things. But I don't know. I'm sure the game as a whole is probably not going to be super different.
no, I would assume not.
Almost every game that I've played has balancing changes, and regardless of whether buffs or nerfs certain things, it ultimately doesn't change how I'm going to approach the game. And I have a style or weapon I like, that's what I'm going to use.
Yeah, I agree, and I guess I would have to see gameplay now of what they're talking about with the weather events and stuff. But I can see without having played the game what they're talking about, because I've seen that sort of thing added in games before. And now you're dealing with a weather element, and like these meteors are going to
Yeah.
hit you and cause cause
That
cause
seems
more
nice, trying to make
struggle.
well, yeah, that's kind of the point. Make the game more immersive and stuff like that. Add extra challenges, because if you don't add new stuff in the game, it's gonna get stale eventually. Like, you need to constantly change
Yep,
certain things in a live service game. That way, you can continue to keep the community engaged.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. So I can sort of, without having seen any gameplay or having played it, I sort of get what they're saying, because we've seen that before in games, and like that sort of change where now you got another element to deal with, and like a whole thing. So hopefully that gets worked out. But that that is just craziness. But it looks like we do got your new named segment, right? And I think we might got some a little bit of chat here to respond to. So Braden's in here. Said, "Hey guys, he's a channel member. And we see the little emoticons or whatever they're called there, the icons. Escalated friend has some questions. Says, Mark, how you been doing, man? And why would someone do that? And now I'm not Helldivers 2 gaming.
I mean, I'm doing fine for the first part, but I mean, balances or balance changes to games are natural. You don't want one weapon to be overpowered, and you need to try to like have a balance between weapon strength and level difficulty and stuff like that. That's just
That's
gonna be
how,
an ongoing thing.
yeah, because I mean, it's a live service game, so it's just gonna keep happening, and
It's a
that's how it
necessary
goes.
evil.
It is. We got Zapdos, Slugi, and Mewtwo says, any Pokemon or anime talk tonight? Anime waifus, ooh. Got a bunch of questions here. Have you played Pokemon X and Y? I really like that and Crystal, and I do love most Pokemon games. Have you played Hey You Pikachu? So start out there. Actually, Mark's getting ready to go into a anime segment here in a second for his new one. X and Y. Yes, I have. Mark, have you played X and Y?
Yeah, I did play X and Y. It's not my favorite games as far as the 2D Pokemon goes, but it wasn't terrible.
I like them a lot. Yeah, they're not my absolute favorite. But they're not down at the bottom of the list either. I
No,
like
but
them.
it's
I think they're
it's
better
it's
than
it,
X and Y, or not X. That's what we're talking about. Sun and Moon. I still like those games too, but I think I like X and Y a little bit better than Sun
I
and
don't know.
Moon.
From Gen 6 and on, it was kind of like a downward trajectory, because X and Y, the Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, uh, Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet. I don't like those games. I think it's just a steady drop in Pokemon games. Obviously, the Arceus game I liked. Was kind of like a nice, hey, this is a really good game, but the other mainline games around it, I haven't personally liked.
Yeah, I mean, I can. I mean, I get that. I've still enjoyed them. I think Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, obviously, I think better. They're the better games to play. Obviously,
It's the same. It's almost literally the same story. It's like, why?
It.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is. Like it's pretty much the same story over again. Although, like technically, it's not. If you're, being technical about it, I guess
It's not enough of a difference to want to replay those games back to back. At that point, just play the Ultra games. It's not worth playing the originals, if you ask me.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I would say just go for Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon if you're gonna play them. I think it's probably just the way to go, personally. But
That's how I feel about it, anyways.
yeah, and then also asking about Hey You Pikachu. I played it. I had it. Got it when it was new.
I haven't played it. So there's a lot of spin-off Pokemon games that I haven't played. I've mainly just been on the mainline games, and that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I got that when it was new, and I remember like being amazed that you got the big box Hey You Pikachu. It came with the sound module or the microphone module that you use, and it was just for the time it was very unique. Pikachu was not responsive and pissed me off so much. Didn't listen to anything I said. Sounded like it was like it wasn't working. But it was an experience, man, for the time. It really was, like having like a little microphone on your 64. Like it
Yeah.
I swear that you played it over at my house. I swear you played it with me
remember.
because it had like the mini games on it and
Maybe I did. I just don't remember. But like of
I
the
feel
actual
like-
spin-off games I know playing, it was the Arceus, the most recent one. It was I guess there were more remakes. The only actual true other spin-off I remember playing was the original Mystery Dungeon games. For
Yeah, the
for the
GBA and DS.
and the GBA, yeah.
Yeah, which one did you have? I feel
think
like
I
you had
had-
the GBA one, right? Blue
Thought I
Rescue
had the one
Team
for
is the
DS.
Blue Rescue Team is the DS. Red is the GBA.
I don't know. Maybe I had both at one point, but I thought I had the one for the DS.
You might have. I thought you had the opposite one as me because I had the Blue Rescue Team, the DS game.
I can't remember. I haven't played that game since I was in like elementary, middle school, or whenever the game came out. I haven't played it since it came out.
Yeah, I mean it's.
I have to go back and look and see if I still have them.
I forget which Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I don't know if it was the first, but they got a remaster on the Switch. It might have been, but it was something DX. Was it the first game?
Name. I don't
Pokemon.
remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember if the one that got remastered for the Switch is the first game. I'd be interested. I've been meaning to grab that for a long time. I think it's one of those things where I want to find a deal on it because I'm not like super. Yeah, okay. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. So remaster for the Switch. Came out in 2020. So yeah, I would like to grab that for nostalgia's sake at some point if I find a deal on it or something like that. You know what I mean? So
Fair enough.
looks like we also got another channel member here, the Decifin. Welcome. So yeah, you're still
Welcome.
here. Sorry guys, I was at work. No problem. Did you talk about Mario Day? Mario Day's come up. So thank you for bringing that up. That was actually one of, it's on our thumbnail. One of the things we wanted to talk about before we jump into your segment. So basically all that we really know, they've done stuff on Mario Day before, like announcements, but nothing crazy. And I personally haven't seen any speculation on it, but I do know that they're doing like some big sales right now on the eShop. I know that's a thing. Obviously, if you just dropped the Princess Peach demo, they're celebrating Mario Day like all week, so the sales are going on now. It looks like until like the 17th. They're letting you get Mario Kart 8 for $40, Luigi's Mansion 3 for $40, Mario Rabbids $14. So bunch of sales on Mario related games. There's a long list of stuff here. So I mean, we know that we got the demo. It looks like you can do a free trial, 14-day free trial right now for Nintendo Switch Online. Looks like there's some new My Nintendo rewards and other deals. Do you think that we're going to get any sort of drops or anything? Maybe some retro games for NSO, or do you see anything coming for Mario Day at all?
There's always the possibility, but it's kind of hard to tell with Nintendo. Sometimes what makes sense they just don't always do. So you're kind of like, I don't know, I don't have a read on what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
It would be nice for them to release, some other older games they haven't, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I would love to see like Super Mario Brothers All-Stars 2. I don't know like what it would be, because I guess it wouldn't hit any more 3D games unless I'm missing something. Or like, you know what I would really like? I don't know that they would do it because they've got some on the NSO, but I wouldn't mind seeing like a Mario Party collection of some kind. Like I'm actually kind of surprised that we've never gotten that. Like there's so many Mario Party games, like a collection of like 1 through 4, or all the 64 ones on a collection, or whatever, all some sort of collection of the previous Mario games that have those accessible. But I guess since some of them are on NSO, I don't know how likely that is. Is there anything that you would like to see?
I don't really know, to be honest. Just more access to the older games that aren't like readily available. Less on the NSO, more like on an actual cartridge. Because you could put all your old retro Mario games on a cartridge at this point.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course, like I would like to see that as well. Like if they did like
Probably not going to get that, but that's what I would want.
I know, like I mean something like Super Mario 3D All Stars would like another. Obviously, it wouldn't hit any 3D games unless they did like spin-offs or um something like that, a package like that with games on the cart. You know what I mean? Like if they did something with the original games, like doing something with, like 1 through I don't know, 5 with Yoshi's Island and I mean, I'd buy that. Like, and if they included like the Super Mario Brothers All-Stars collection in that too, have like those like something on a physical cart, but do you see that happening?
Probably not. Because they want you to subscribe to their online service, but I mean, only time will tell, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Hope for
only
the best, but see what they ultimately come out with. Like, I don't have any reason to speculate on anything, so I'm just kind of like, well, I guess we'll just wait and see.
yeah.
Don't I try to like hype myself up for something that's probably not going to happen.
Right. I agree. They did a really cool video, Mario Through the Years. I watched it the other day when they dropped it, and it's on YouTube. So if you're an audio listener, check that out. It's pretty cool. It goes through a whole bunch of Mario games throughout the years and really well put together videos sort of celebrating the day. But I guess on top of that, there is a Mario Kart tournament that is happening. Top 310 players in the tournament will receive 1,000 My Nintendo gold points, which is cool because you can get like the physical stuff there. Be used to buy online games and digital accessories. You got Mario sweepstakes apparently going on. Oh, and then we did get the new Mario Lego announcements. So I did see that the other day. Yeah, yep, and of course the sales. It looks like Nintendo New York and GameStop will be offering special activities to celebrate Mario Day in collaboration with Nintendo. At the Nintendo New York store on March 10th, guests can meet and greet Mario and Luigi, participate in free giveaways, and challenge official Nintendo ambassadors on the Nintendo Switch. They will also be screening the new Super Mario Brothers movie. Select GameStop stores will feature live demos of Mario games and will also have giveaways. So I'm very doubtful that my GameStop will do anything like that, but there's some Mario Day merch there I can get. I'll be all over that.
Can't hurt to ask.
That's true. So we got your segment, Mark. You got a weekly segment that you've named.
It's only the second week, but I figured I don't know. I'll just kind of copy what you were doing because it's just easier.
What a ripoff.
I don't know what you want me to do. But I guess just do a weekly, anime show that I know that I've watched and that I like for sure, and give my own thoughts on it. But I guess, have you ever heard of an anime called Van Dread?
I have.
I thought you sent me something about it, which is why it kind of reminded me. Have you watched it?
I have, yes.
The whole thing?
Not the whole
thing.
Like
all 26 episodes, I think.
Nope. I think I've probably seen maybe like 12-ish episodes or so. Wasn't
like
it separated?
Or like it's one long continuous story, but they kind of split up into like 2 seasons, like a first half and like a second half.
Yeah, so I didn't watch season 2, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Because I don't know, I guess at this point it sounds retro, which is kind of hard to say, but I believe it came out in 2000. I believe so the first season came out in 2000. I think the second half came out in 2001.
Okay.
It kind of depends on like what people think about certain genres. It's like a comedy harem space opera type genre. That's what it's officially listed as. I guess I can kind of see the space opera, but definitely it's like a comedy with in the latter half some light harem. It's not like super heavy on it.
Yeah.
It's got like an average score of like a 7.16 on MAL, the Miami list. Kind of what like people that are into anime kind of go to that site and hey, these are the shows that I've watched and stuff, and this is how I can like rate and put reviews on it. Which to me is like about a 7 out of 10. That's probably fair for that show.
Yeah, I would say. So.
it's 26 episodes between technically 2 seasons, a first half and a second half, which are split up to 13 and 13 episodes. It was directed by Takashi Mori, which I don't know if he's actually done a whole lot else. The name didn't jump out to me, but it was produced by Studio Gonzo, which has definitely put out a lot of stuff that I've liked before. I don't have that pulled up. I'll pull it up in a second. But essentially, it starts off with that classic trope. Especially, you probably would have realized it when we were kids. The whole boy versus girl type thing.
Yep.
Because I don't know. Obviously, the show doesn't get too serious about it, but it's kind of weird. Like I don't know how this works. But essentially, you have a planet full of men, which I believe it's called. The planet's called Terok, and a female-only planet called Megir. I'm sure I'm butchering that name. But they're like constantly at war with each other, so it's like we gotta eradicate, fight the women or fight the men or something like that. So they're constantly at war. How you have new children being born? I've got no idea. Clearly, the show doesn't care to go in depth. But that was one of the early things I thought, like, well, how are new people being born if there's no love making going on there? But but essentially, there's this conflict going on. The females are more like space piratey, I guess. There's this new ship. The main character is kind of thrust upon by hijinks, more or less. And then they get shot across the galaxy against some other weird race that apparently originally took over Earth. That they kind of have to put aside their differences and kind of work together to kind of like get back to home. And obviously the story kind of unravels as, hey, not everything's kind of as you thought it was, or certain things were set in motion for a very specific reason, but there's like a greater threat at the end of the day. But I mean, if you just like a fairly lighthearted show with some comedy, with it's definitely heavy on the comedy.
Oh yeah, very comedic.
There's harem elements there if you don't hate it, because you get your one male main character, and I think there's at least about three or four main female characters that have some kind of interest in said character. I mean, it's kind of a common trope in anime at this point with that harem stuff, but
it is.
It's it's a light watch. It's got that early 2000s early digital animation, which some people like or don't hate, but it's not terrible.
I like that. I like the early stuff in that design. I thought it worked.
Kind of like a show that for the most part doesn't take itself too seriously. So
not
it's
at all.
Like you can just sit back, enjoy it, not have to kind of worry about it too much. That's what I like in a show. I like comedies and stuff, about that.
I do too. I'm a fan.
And then I meant to have this up earlier, but I know Studio Gonzo is a fairly decent studio. I think this is one of their earlier works. But they've worked on some other stuff. Have you ever watched a show called Samurai Girl?
I have not watched
Real
that.
About high school.
No, I've seen it about when shopping or what. I don't remember. I feel like I would have. I feel like I saw that maybe at a convention or something. But yeah, I've definitely seen it and know the cover of what I saw. But
yeah, but just trying to filter it. Some of the other like well known, because Studio Gonzo's done some good stuff. But they also did Hellsing.
Did they really?
Full Metal. Yeah, the 2001
the
version.
remake. I
don't know if they did Hellsing Ultimate. They may have. Full Metal Panic, which was always a funny like mech show to some degree.
I liked it. Yeah, I was a fan.
I haven't watched this, but I know Last Exile. A lot of people have liked that show as well. They did Chrono Crusade. I don't know if you ever watched that.
Never watched that one. No.
You ever watched or read a manga called Gantz?
Yes.
Definitely really brutal show.
Insane show. Yes.
They worked on another one called Samurai 7, which is based on the Seven Samurai film, the Akira Kurosawa film, which is a really well-known, samurai movie, or the film that he made, which is kind of like a an anime kind of retelling for it, which is I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think it's cool too.
Another really good comedy that I definitely liked called Desert Punk.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes.
It's a really funny show.
I loved that show. Yes, I love that.
It's definitely it's got a lot of adult humor in it.
A ton.
It's not for children, but it was so funny.
I mean, almost everything that you listed isn't really for kids. So
I'm sorry, I've got a different taste, but I know there was like a funny scene and it was like I don't know, I can't remember what the dude's name is. I thought he said something along the lines of, "There's a party in my pants and everyone's invited."
Oh my god.
And there's some other kind of, at least as far as the dub goes, there's some reference like, there's more than a party going on in his pants, because he was being like, tormented by some kind of like demon evil spirit, but it was like an attractive woman type spirit. You kind of get the gist of what's kind of going on there.
Yeah.
Without, I'm trying to be as vague to kind of it's stupid, but it's really funny. Like the main character is, he starts off with a good reputation, but then he meets this other chick who's just like sets him down a path of like just screwing him over constantly.
My God,
just sets him off. But no, yeah. I was trying to think. Apparently they did some Transformers Galaxy Force / Cybertron.
What? Wait, hold on.
I know.
Tell me, what's that called again?
Transformers. I guess it's either known as Cybertron or Galaxy Force.
Oh, Cybertron. Yes.
2005.
So that was the first Transformers anime. Yeah. I mean, was it the very first? But this one was 3D animation. This was on Cartoon Network all the time. You had to have seen it. They probably did Energon too, then, I assume, right? Because that was the sequel. Yeah,
I was just going down the list of some of the stuff Gonzo had done that either I knew was big or that I'd watched.
Did they do Energon? Because that was the follow-up to Cybertron.
I don't know.
Transformers Energon.
Maybe I'll see it later. I'm going down
oh, gotcha.
By time-wise when they came out, so I haven't watched this, but I thought you did. Welcome to the NHK.
Yes, I did. Yeah, that one's that's kind of a crazy one. I'm trying to remember. It had some really pretty insane moments, but it was like a good pretty. I don't. It's been so long. Oh my gosh. I feel like I read a volume or two of the manga too. God, it's been so long since I've seen that one. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I read volume or two. Definitely not for kids. I'll tell you that at all.
Most of these shows,
yeah,
because
have you ever read a comic comedy? But
no.
Also, like,
sorry.
No, it's like semi like funny, but also like a serious sort of drama-esque, more of what they like the real what's the genre of anime they call it? It's more like the realism, like real life,
like slice of life.
Yeah, slice of life anime. So it was like sort of like that, but comedy there.
Not my favorite genre.
Yeah, I like some of them, but there's very hit or miss with those.
Now, I'm not big on comic books. I didn't realize this anime that they made was based off a comic book. You ever watched the anime or read apparently the comic that it's based off of called Witchblade?
I know of it, and I had some of the comics as a kid. My dad collected comic books, and he would give me some stuff, and I had some of them. I remember specifically the cover of the Witchblade. It was the first thing I owned, where she's just like, she got her armor, but it's like barely covering anything.
Very sexy.
Yeah, right on the cover. I was like, I mean, I had to have been like 7 or 8. Like I was young, and like my dad was
for it.
Yeah, well, you already know some of the stories
it's an anime that
during that time.
It's an anime I knew existed. I never got around to watching, but as I was looking at some of the stuff, I was based on a comic. I was like, based on a comic? I had no idea.
That's crazy. I didn't know that either. That's interesting that they did that. Very interesting. They
also did Afro Samurai, which is a really well-known anime that a lot of people like.
I have it on DVD.
It's a good show.
It is pretty good. I like it.
There's another show that they did that I definitely liked. It's lesser known, called Kaze no Stigma, or it's like the It's I think in English it's like the Stigmata of the Wind or something like that. That I really liked. I can go into it deeper later, but it's based off a light novel that never got finished because the author passed away before he was able to finish it, which is unfortunate. Because I really like the story, but it's kind of has to deal with the certain like Japanese families having like powers related to certain aspects, whether it's like the main house that he deals with or that he's from is like fire.
Okay.
But somehow he got some special, power from it's like the power of the wind, which is a really rare or something like it. Makes like a
Avatar
for it.
This Avatar.
Avatar-esque, I guess, if you want to. I haven't watched it in a while, but I don't know. It's definitely a show that I'd watched and I really liked. It
Check
just
out
sucks
now.
that I'm not going to get any more continuing. They did Rosario Vampire.
Oh, yeah, one of my favorites ever. One of my favorites ever. I
I have
watched
tried to get
Rosario
into that show.
Vampire 1
just
and
couldn't.
2. Dude, I love it. I love it.
I was just trying to roll and see if there's any other, at least major. They've done a lot of work. Some of this newer stuff I just haven't watched. I guess their most recent work they did in 2019 and 2020 was Phantasy Star Online 2, episode Oracle. That's
Oh
a
my
game
gosh,
I have.
I didn't even
and I
know that
played.
they had an anime for that. I mean, I have it too.
Yeah, I
I
had no idea.
love Fantasy Star. I didn't know that they
They've
had.
worked on. They've done a lot of different stuff.
Is there any other like major titles?
They've. Let's look at some of the other like strict anime type stuff. They did the Afro Samurai film, obviously. If they worked on the first one.
I never did watch that. I've never seen the movie. Is it good?
They've worked on it. I haven't seen it. They worked on a handful of other games though. The only one that at least stick out to me is Zone of the Enders, the second run, because I have that game.
I like Zone of the Enders a lot.
Fantasy Star Zero, Blaze Blue, Calamity Trigger, and Continuum Shift.
Wait, they
Super Street
developed?
Fighter 4.
They developed?
No, they did. They contributed animation sequences to these games,
Oh,
like
okay.
some of the animation stuff.
Okay.
Super Street Fighter 4, some really obscure Japanese title that I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce. From the late 90s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's they're a decent studio. They've done a lot of big stuff that I know of, at least growing up early in like the mid to 2000s to like to 2010s when I was really into anime. It was a really well-known studio for a lot of stuff they worked on.
That was our era of where we like bonded
Was
over
definitely
anime
into it.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah. We like sort of reconnected with anime at that point in time. So Rosario the Empire would have been, I feel like it was relatively newish, maybe when at that point in time, because that's when I liked
Rosario
that. That's when
Vampire,
I got into that show.
the first season, both seasons came out in 2008 to like
Okay.
early 2009.
Okay, so yeah, around that time.
Oh no, never mind. It came out, the whole thing came out in 2008. Look at something else.
Well, there's two.
It would have
or
just come out.
There's a
No, but they
second.
both. So the Rosario Vampire was from January to March of 08, and then the Capu 2 or whatever the second season's called was from October to December of 08.
Okay. All right. Interesting. If they both dropped that close together, I didn't know that. Yeah, it would have
They
been
probably were
obviously a few years later that I got into it, but
it would have been like probably within 5 years. So it would have been still, at least as far as the U.S. market would have been concerned at the time, relatively a new show.
yeah. Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, I know that there was supposed to be a season 3, but again, I haven't kept up for a long time. I'm pretty sure they never did a season 3, and like people were anticipating it. I remember like in forums people were talking about it, and
but I mean, at the very least, you probably still have the manga you can go back and read. So
that's true. Yeah.
it's not like you're missing the story outright.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like they did I could be wrong. Maybe they didn't do what are those called? Like the OVA. I don't remember if they did or not.
Yeah, but I know this is I guess anime adjacent, but no, this is, I guess it's anime adjacent. Apparently, the Gundam gets a new plastic model that's partly made from recycled wood. That's coming out in
What?
Japan.
That's
So it's based
kinda
off
cool.
the OG Gundam, the RX 78-2, but it's partly made of recycled wood. I don't know if there's something they want to try something that's new, but
It's like
it
one that you
definitely-
can buy.
I was trying to figure out where the release date is. Yeah, no, it's part of like the actual the model kits that you can buy. This is being made by Bandai Namco. This specific model.
Oh.
Looks like it's scheduled to come out the 22nd of this month in Japan.
That would be kind of cool. I'm not gonna
So
lie.
it's-
That's
I
kind of
guess-
interesting.
The tweets in Japan But it looks like it's at the very least it's going to be on sale during the Hyper Plamo Fest 2024,
Hmm.
which I assume is some. I mean, it's some kind of convention in Japan. I just don't know exactly what it's for.
Yeah.
I've never actually heard of it before.
I've never
But
heard
apparently,
of it either.
it's the page claims the model is about 20% wood and resin mixture.
That's pretty cool. Interesting.
The model is going to be about 1,650 yen, about about $11, $11 US during this between Friday, March 22nd, Sunday, March 24th at this festival.
Interesting. That sounds.
Wonder if it'll be more long term, but that's definitely unique. An
Oh.
actual, instead of it being like straight like plastic or PVC, which you tend to see a lot of these models or kits tend to be.
Yeah.
But they're trying to like doing something unique and like, hey, we're gonna try to like add some kind of like wood element to this. I don't know, it's just different, unique as far as like models go
That
and
is-
stuff like that.
Yeah, it's something different to do. I mean, they put out so many Gundam models. I don't even know how they could cover anything else other than doing more scales and sizes. It's like
Well, they've got different like grades as far as the actual model kits, because I don't know if
Yeah.
this is a hard model
yeah,
kit or
because they
just
got the
something. There's
master
different
grade
grades.
and
And then that's why Gundam's half the reason why it's as popular as it is, because every new show it's developed around we
Gunpla.
sell product.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
they made a whole
massively
anime about
popular.
that. Do you remember? They made a whole
it's like,
Gunpla anime.
It's like Gundam Build Fighters, I believe is what it's called.
Yeah,
There's like
yep.
2 or 3 seasons of that series or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, every new Gundam that comes out, hey, there's how many Gundams are in this? Well, that's all in the new models that are coming out. It's
I
a
loved
great
it.
marketing one.
It really is, and I watched that season 1. And I liked it. I thought it was pretty
And
good.
those Gundam models, especially the higher ends, where it's like you need certain tools. Some of them require maybe a level of like painting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's really, really intense, and
It is.
they're not cheap either. Especially the higher end ones, it can go like
I've had-
$100 plus.
Yeah, I've seen them upwards of like 250 before. There's like the master class or what, a master grade or whatever they call it. For like the real high end. I actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I think I've seen them higher than that price. And I know there's a lot of them that obviously the aftermarket that they don't produce anymore. Oh my god, yeah, I'm looking up. First thing it comes up, $2,049. Aero model build Strike Gundam 2.0 build paints PG 1/60th scale model kit. Rare
Yeah, so
find. Oh my god.
So the models are also based off like the scale. So the 1 to 550 is just using various grades. The 1 to 220, it doesn't have an actual grade, but it's used in B Club apparently, which is about 8.2 centimeters, 3.2 inches, how big it is. Then you have the 1 to 144, the high grade, real grade, and entry grade, which are about 12.5 centimeters or 5 inches tall. And these are just the standard, like the ARCs 7,
Yeah.
8 is what they're using for that. Then the 1 to 100 is your master grade extreme, your high grade, and your reborn 100, which the model sizes up for that one are about 18 centimeters or 7 inches. Then you have your 1 to 60 scale, which is your perfect grade and your perfect grade unleashed, usually about 30 centimeters or 11.8 inches. You have your 1 to 48, your mega size models, which are definitely like big,
Yeah.
about 15 inches tall.
Yeah.
And then they have a 1 to 35, the UC hard graph. They don't have a size for that, but that starts getting like really big, and I assume at that scale, probably close to like life size. Or like
Yeah.
a small child. It's gonna probably get really expensive.
Oh
but
my
it's
god.
I do know the standard is like you have your high grade, like your master grade, and your perfect grade, like the standard.
Okay, so
you know,
perfect
kit
grade
standard.
is the highest, right? Above master.
Yeah, I believe that's how it is because it's also based off the scale size as well.
Well-
Like it gets bigger, more detailed and stuff like that. If I'm
The-
not mistaken, it's been a few years since I've actually
Yeah.
built
it's-
an actual model kit.
Well, this one I just told you that's $2,050 has a 4.8 rating with 42 reviews. And there's some reviews on here. It says fantastic model, really great colors, nice items, sturdier than I was expecting. $2,050, 48 reviews, and it's at almost a 5-star. That's mind blowing.
It's probably a good product. It's just expensive. Not a lot of people could afford something like that.
Oh my god.
or are willing to spend that kind of money. Like like people that are definitely into Gunpla are like really into it.
They really
And
are.
there's a lot of kits, and Gunpla isn't always stuck to Gundam. There's
I
model
know.
kits for
Yeah.
a bunch of other things, especially here in the West. You tend to have
I've seen
more
him
like
for GI
aircrafts and stuff like
Joe.
that.
I've seen him for there's Transformers model kits.
I mean, you have stuff for like airplanes, the tank
Tons
stuff
of
as
that.
well. And
My
that's
dad did
that's like
that
the standard
growing
thing in the
up.
West.
Yeah, he would do the
But it's
model cars growing up all the
yeah,
time.
all
He had
the-
a
I
table
forgot about the
for
cards
it.
as well.
Do you remember him
Crazy.
doing that?
I
We had
think
that
so.
the card. He had a card table dedicated to that with all of his stuff out there. He was into that. We did one for what it was an anime. It might have been like Dragon Ball Z or something because there's Dragon Ball Z model kits. I think it was that like something
Are
from
they?
Dragon Ball Z. Maybe
I was
maybe
trying
it
to
was
think whether those were
Shenron.
actual model kits or just like PVC
It wasn't.
models. Because most general anime figures are usually like PVC type stuff, and there's different
Yeah.
qualities and stuff like that. But that's not. It's just like you pull it out. There might be one or two things you snap together, and then you just like set it up, and that's it.
It wasn't one of those. It was an actual model kit. I know what you're talking about because he would get me the snap ones that were you just put together. You didn't have to
Yeah.
paint. You didn't have to cut. You didn't have
I mean, it's
to.
kind of like some of the ones I have, like that Ava one that I have, which
Yeah.
I think is 002. It's just the model, and then there's like one snap that can make sure it kind of like sits up, which is like the standard, usually PVC
Yeah.
related stuff.
Right.
Or the
easy
Ray one that I
stuff.
have, that's kind of right there. I don't know how well you can see it. That I spent like $250 on.
Which one?
I was at an anime convention in Atlanta in like 2018. This is a PVC model of Rei Ayanami that cost me like around $250.
Oh
Don't know how well
my
you can kind of see it.
God. That
It's a
thing
decent
better be
quality
super
PVC.
detailed.
I mean, it kind of is. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's not it's fairly decently detailed.
I mean,
Little erotic.
when we went to a little bit. We went to conventions. I remember picking up an Oraimo like figure statue. It was like you know what I'm talking about, like in the standard.
Yeah.
And I picked up something else too. I can't remember, but yeah, I had some of those. I even just sold some like a year ago on Macari. Like some of them are worth some money. I sold one for like $90. Like it was, I mean, opened up and everything.
That's fairly affordable, to be fair, which is kind of
Well,
crazy
it-
for like a decent quality PVC. That's like somewhat affordable. Like
Yeah.
$90 is not too bad.
They were ones like I had no interest in, so I was like, nothing I would set up. But I think I got them at a yard sale.
Yeah, I'm not super into like the like figures or the PVC model type stuff.
Yeah.
But if I see one that I want for an anime that I like, let's say if I got the money for it or it's affordable, like I'll buy it. But I don't go out of my way to like get a crap ton of them.
Right. I'm looking at like this list of top 5 Gundam figures that are expensive, and I'm looking at some of these. There's like all solid gold, and then there's just gold painted. RX 78-2 Gundam Premium Gold version. There's one that's a chrome.
There's a lot of different types of models.
There is, yeah. There's a bunch of gold ones on here that are all like ultra. Here's the number one expensive. It says is the PG 160th scale RX 78-2 Gundam Gold version, and it's solid gold, and it goes for about $9,000.
Oh, the solid gold of the original, that RX-7 is like the original mobile suit from the original show.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, it is. It's the original one. It says it's considered the holy grail among serious collectors.
If it's made of gold or at least coated in said gold. $9,000.
Can't believe how much some of these other like pretty standard looking ones are. I knew it got expensive, but we were saying you're like, oh, they go upwards of $100. I'm pulling this up, and we got
the more affordable ones.
$800, $1,900.
To be fair, some of those expensive ones are probably gonna take you a few hours to kind of put together. That way, you make sure that it's put together properly. You got to get rid of all the excess size on the edges. Like, there's a lot of stuff you buy if you want to like build them, because then you have to get all like, because it's like a plastic shell that all the pieces are attached to. You gotta like cut them out, put together. You want to get rid of all the bumps and stuff on that. Like, how in depth you want to get on them and stuff like that.
Yeah. My dad had a whole like toolkit for all the ones that you had to cut and then
But you could use
sand
like
down.
most people get the lower quality ones because they're more affordable, and you just need like an entry level. And then the more you get into the hobby, you get the more expensive, higher end ones that are definitely gonna take you a lot longer to put together. Because even some of the cheaper ones that I know that I had, I
Yeah.
probably still spent like an hour or two putting them together. And I didn't even do any cut. It was just kind of like you rip the plastic and
Yeah.
just kind of put it together, and it's kind of good.
Yeah, the ones that you can sort of snap together, you don't have to get all the toolkits for and stuff like that. Yeah, I like doing those as a kid. Like I wouldn't.
An
I
interesting
do one
hobby.
now if like if like I found something for like a deal or something. Like it just it these they take a lot of time, especially if you're doing the ones that you actually paint and cut out and like like an actual model kit, not
Yeah,
like
'cause I've
the
seen some
snap
people
ones.
like stream it. Like, they got a big table, usually like
Yeah,
stand up.
I know somebody that
It's got like
streams.
a grade on the. It's got like a mat that's got proper
Hmm.
scaling or whatever it is, and you got your tools, and it's just you just take your time, spend an afternoon trying to put
Yep.
it together and stuff like that, and it's there are definitely worse hobbies you could have.
There is. My dad would spend weeks on a single model. Like, I mean, he was, getting like the good ones. He would spend weeks painting, letting things dry, sanding it
Yeah.
back down, painting again, getting the cuts all right. And
I know a lot of people I knew at least one guy when I was over at Stewart in Georgia that was really into Warhammer 40K models. I don't know if he bought them or he printed them
the
himself, but
the figures
he
are
would get them.
models.
The actual figures that you end up playing with on the
Yeah,
game,
yeah.
because it's
I've done
originally
a
a board
few.
game. He would have a bunch of he had so much paint stuff because you have to go through and paint each one individually and stuff like that. And
Yep.
he was really really into it. He's like, well, I'm painting these because this weekend I'm gonna go to the store and we're gonna play Warhammer.
I just saw a post about somebody. He's like, here's they were talking about backlogs. He's like, here's my backlog of these I have to paint. I've got 72 of them sitting here unpainted. Like, dang,
And
dude.
you have to you do your initial layer, then you got to do your second layer and third layer and stuff like that. It's crazy.
It really
And
is.
you have your standard like really small ones, and you have some big ones that which take a lot longer to kind of like paint stuff like that.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It really is.
I will probably never get into the tabletop of Warhammer 40K, but I absolutely love the lore of that game. It is insane if you've never like looked into Warhammer 40K lore.
I don't know enough about it, but I've gotten some of the figures and I painted a few, but I've never gotten deep into it. I think the
I don't know,
figures are
find
pretty
some,
cool.
Find some YouTube videos that just like go over like a glossary of the lore, and it's insane. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know what else is insane? There is some movie news, and Blumhouse revealed a new evil teddy bear movie. And this
A new one?
a new one, and it's called Imaginary. The movie centers on an evil teddy bear named Chansey, who terrorizes a young child who latches onto him as her new best friend after she finds him in her family's new residence. But where did the idea for Chansey the bear first hit its writers? Well, Cinema Blend spoke to co-writer director Jeff Wadlow of the origins of Killer Teddy Bear. He said in the very early stages, he knew he wanted to make an imaginary friend movie. So many people have asked me, like, what's the name Chansey come from? And he says, I don't know. Jason and I were on one day, like, want to call him Chansey? I was like, yes. I mean, it's like good to be a director. When you hear a good idea, I don't need to question it. So this just looks ridiculous. Like,
That's crazy. I just Googled evil teddy bear movie, and the first thing that came up was apparently Toys in the Attic, which doesn't make sense because it's a PG movie.
Yeah,
But
I
there's like
remember
another
that
picture
movie.
where it's like a teddy bear with like a sword, but it's got like blood on it and stuff like that. It feels like a Chucky ripoff.
That was sort of my first thought, was like a killer doll type of movie. So I figured I'd mention that. I thought that was pretty funny. And then we actually have a little bit of interesting Godzilla news, two separate things. So this first one I found earlier in the week, and apparently there was a scrapped Godzilla IMAX short that ended up leading into the MonsterVerse, but this was from it was going to be known as Godzilla 3D. The film was in development in the early 2000s. It was going to be a short film for IMAX made with American audiences in mind. It never came to be, but development of the project indirectly led to the creation of the MonsterVerse franchise, which kicked off the 2014 Godzilla and is going strong today. So I thought that was super interesting. It was going to be released after Godzilla Final Wars, which I've told you the whole thing with that, where it basically destroyed the franchise for a long time. That was a movie that absolutely flopped in theaters. So they were going to do an IMAX short, and it was going to be similar to the Godzilla we got for the MonsterVerse. So
Crazy that we didn't get it.
Yeah, it was going to be 40 minutes long, and eventually evolved into the Godzilla 2014. So thought that was pretty interesting. And then we actually have another thing for Godzilla. This is for the new Godzilla Kong. White Godzilla is revealed in a TV spot. And we know he has several forms already in this movie because we talked about the pink one and then like sort of like semi backlash on it and him explaining, oh, there's a reason why with the pink. Well, now we got whites. And you can see there's images of him as white. Just a super quick snapshot of him going under the water. But I'm curious to find out what all this means. You see his white form for 4 seconds in the clip, so I thought it was pretty.
Like no time at all.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is 15 seconds long, so yeah, interesting stuff. Watching it back here, and
yeah, just because you brought up Godzilla, and I guess this is definitely like
very short TV spot, but that white Godzilla has me intrigued. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. No, but apparently during the 47th annual Japan Academy Film Prizes, Godzilla -1 took home Picture of the Year. It also won Best Screenplay, Best Supporting Actress, Best Lighting, Best Sound Recording, and Best Editing at the Japan Academy Film Prizes, or whatever what it's called. And then also, just because I watched and I really liked it, apparently Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron won Animation of the Year.
Oh, okay.
It's a really good movie.
I really got
to watching it.
Yeah, I really got to watch that. That's one.
I don't know if it's still in theaters or how much longer it's going to be in theaters, but it's definitely a good watch.
Yeah,
if you like any kind of like Studio Ghibli movies.
Yeah, I've been wanting to check it out. It looks really good, man. Like I was looking at it again here, and yeah, I definitely want to check it out. It looks awesome for sure. So you said you really liked it?
I definitely did, especially on the first time viewing where you just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I got
apparently it. It's where like in every other movie that he's told, he's telling somebody else's story. This one's kind of like based off his own story. Like the main character in some ways is a reflection of him and how he views how he to some degree has viewed the world in animation, how it's changed over time and his views on certain things, which is a neat connection to kind of how the main character in the story, how you first meet him and then kind of how he kind of like changes as the story kind of goes on.
Yeah, it looks really cool. I was looking at some stuff on here.
It's very different from like any other movie he's done. Obviously, it still has the element of fantasy, but it's just not the same from a lot of other movies he's kind of told.
Yeah, it looks cool. And you said it's still in theaters?
It was like a week or two ago.
Dang,
but I mean, every theater is kind of different.
I still gotta watch Dune 2, man. Are you watching that one? I can't remember. You said you didn't see the first, right?
I haven't seen part 1.
You really should watch it, man.
Dune just came out in theaters, so I'm like, it probably got a good month or two to still see it.
Yeah, got a good month or two. I mean, it's going to get announced in a month for Blu-ray. I mean, the turnaround now is not like it was before when we were waiting 6 months to a year before it came to home video.
Unless I'm waiting on some Japanese movies, then those can take like a year plus to come out over here.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes years.
But
Are you kidding?
since Godzilla minus zero, like that, even for the last Godzilla movie, it didn't have that quick of a turnaround for an announcement for Blu-ray. Even in Japan, it took the better part of a year to come out. So hopefully that
that's
means we'll
true.
get it, sometime before the end of the year out here in the West.
I hope so. Yeah, that set. I'm going to go ahead and assume it does not have English subtitles, but if I can confirm, because I'm actually looking, I just followed a few kaiju accounts because I wanna keep up to date on this. I mean I was already following a few on Twitter, but one popped up when I was searching some stuff, and if that has English subtitles, I very much would consider importing that because that is a beautiful looking set. And 4 discs, like my lord, what do they have on 4 discs? Like Blu-rays? Blu-rays
Well, it
hold a
looked
lot
like
of data, man.
if it's what do I think of? Two of those discs are going to be the main movie. The one in color, the one
You think
the
so?
minus color, the one in black and white, and then the other two probably just filled with special features because it
And a
looks like you're getting
soundtrack.
like 2 other things. It looked like it's a bunch of like added
Yeah.
features and stuff like that.
Well, the set looked like it was just black and white, right? Or am I already
It's,
misremembering?
I didn't have the best resolution. It was a fairly small image, but I mean, if it's 4 discs, I would assume you'd have the regular color movie and then the minus color because you have to release the black and white one. It's such a good way to watch that movie.
That's the way I want to watch it first because I want to
It's
have
the only
that
way I've
feeling.
seen it, and it was really well.
Yeah, I want to have that feeling of the original Godzilla because there's something about that still is very charming to me.
I'm just gonna say it because when I was first watching it, it's black and white. Especially the way the movie starts, you immediately think of the original Godzilla because it starts on that original. I can't remember what the name of the island is, but in the original, Godzilla is known around. He's like a mythical figure on some island.
Yeah,
some Japanese island. Well, that's the island like the movie kind of technically like starts on. I just can't think of the name of the movie, so it's definitely paying homage to the original movie in some ways, but it's got a whole new take on Godzilla. But if you're able to watch it in black and white,
you're saying it has a whole new take, like there's an entire like complete.
Well, because it technically takes place before the Godzilla 58 one takes place in 58, which I think is around the Castle Bravo tests around Bikini Atoll.
Yeah,
kind of ties those because that's the same time though it came out. I think the same year because that happened. Some fisherman Japanese boat got irradiated by some of the fallout, and definitely plays into that movie to some degree. But this takes place like directly, like right at the end and then directly within like the 5 years after World War II ends. So it's technically it's its own timeline. It takes place a lot sooner than it normally does. So obviously you still would deal with the irradiation that upsets him, makes him bigger and stuff like that. But it doesn't technically line up with real world events. But obviously that doesn't ultimately matter. It's a fictional story,
right? It doesn't matter at all.
But regardless of everything else going on, you hear about like stuff like the Soviets in the U.S., but you don't actually ever see them in the movie, which is really nice.
Okay,
it's definitely a hard Japanese told story with no foreign intervention and stuff like that.
That's what I want.
And it definitely relates to a lot of stuff, but you don't ever see any of those people. But I mean, I can't rave about it enough. If you haven't watched it, watch it. And if you're able to watch it in black and white, to me, that's the preferred way to watch it.
That's legitimately the first way I want to watch it. So I'm very intrigued on that. I don't collect physical movies anymore, but there's like certain things I've told you before. And
that
Godzilla,
I think,
Godzilla is one.
If you, I can say this about anybody, if you like the original, you would absolutely love Godzilla -1, and it's a must watch.
Yeah,
for any Godzilla or like kaiju fan.
I have heard a lot that like this is a movie that non-Godzilla fans would like too, right? Like it seems like
because obviously the bulk of the time in the movie you're dealing with your main characters, your two main roles, and it's written that way because Godzilla's in the movie, but he's not the predominant character in the movie. It's your actual like your main male and female lead are like the two main characters, and they're well written, and it's not like your average Godzilla movie where you're just waiting for Godzilla to show up, because he's in the movie, but he's maybe in it for like 20% of the movie, if that.
Ye-
The vast majority of the time, you're with the actual like regular people, the regular characters.
that I mean that hones back to the original Godzilla or
He's
Gojira
not like
film.
not like the Godzilla vs Kong. He's not this anti-hero. He's literally what he originally was, just nature incarnate. And when he shows up, something bad's about to happen.
Yeah, I love that Godzilla feeling. I'm so
You always have
happy
that.
we
It's
have
that feeling
that.
of dread for when he shows up, and when he shows up, you know something bad is about to happen.
Yeah, I feel like
Which
that's
is what I really loved about it.
me too. That's one of the things that's lost in the MonsterVerse. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I said, there, I don't hate any of the films. But it's definitely an Americanized version of Godzilla.
There's no,
it
like,
feels
there's no,
like
like-
more like a superhero film. You know what I
it's
mean?
not like this thriller, this horror esque feeling
Suspense.
that you get.
Yeah.
That you what he was originally known for.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you heard that music, you knew something bad was gonna happen.
I mean, I think it's a remix, and I didn't recognize it because I just haven't watched a Godzilla movie in years. But the original Godzilla theme is in this movie that people that like when he first shows up, it's like it's the old theme, like a
love it.
remaster of the original Godzilla theme, which I just didn't pick up on, but it's a great movie.
I know that by heart.
You'll watch
Yeah.
this and you realize, like, why haven't we gotten more movies like this over the years? Like, this is possible.
Yeah.
This movie had a shoestring budget of under $10 million.
And
it looks
like I said,
amazing.
it's crazy that we're getting like two different versions, back to back. Like, and so
I think there's
close.
people-
Minus World's not that old. Like, and the new one
It
comes
came
out
out in
next
December.
month. Yeah, I mean,
But I mean, like, you've got two of them, but they're very
entirely
different.
different. Which I want. I like that. Then to me, that
Yeah.
it's like, okay, let me get my classic Godzilla, the one that I really, hold near and dear to my heart, what I really love, and then get this new take on stuff that's like popcorn flick. Like, you know what I mean?
The moment we get an actual release on this, I'm gonna hound you. Like, all right, you gotta watch this and tell me what you think about it.
I do it because I absolutely have to watch it. That's what I'm
'Cause
saying.
everybody
The
else that I
set,
work with or people that I know around here, none of them are like Godzilla fans. So I can't talk to them about it.
dude, I really want to watch it. I can't wait. I wonder. I got to find out if this is gonna have English subtitles because I will totally import that. The only thing is that will take forever. So I'm hoping we get an
The movie's
announcement
already
here.
subtitled, but
What is it?
so the movie's already subtitled.
Well, this is a Japanese release, so I mean, it should have
Yeah.
subtitles.
That would
right?
be
Like
nice.
just about everything does now. So
But I guess ultimately, and I don't even know if they're gonna. I hope they don't even attempt to dub it because it would just ruin.
oh
it.
god,
Like,
no, please. Well,
These are
I will
movies-
say this: we'll hone back to that Sci-Fi Channel dubs that were so bad that didn't sync with the lips, or just like
it would take away from the movie if you watch this
3 seconds
any
behind them
dubbed at all.
talking. Yeah,
No,
I get it. I get it.
even if subtitles aren't hardest, but even if you didn't like it, it's such a better experience to watch it subtitled because I've watched some of those old Godzilla movies from like the 70s and 80s that are dubbed in English, and they're not terrible, but it's not the same feeling.
Yeah, I get it. I feel the same. That's
It's
how
it's
I
one
wanna
thing if
watch
this
it.
is like an animated product where it's a little bit different, but when you're doing with like actual like real people, it always just feels jarring when it's dubbed over
Yeah.
English like a live action movie.
That makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, especially for Godzilla,
go back
it
to-
makes sense.
So, like the one that I think of, it's like I think it's Shaolin Soccer or something like that, which is
Oh yeah,
not a serious movie, but it's so goofy sometimes with the dub. You're like, does not fit at all.
dude, I remember that. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Well, I wanted to close out with I did have, and there was some mention in the chat, so I'll get to that. Try to keep up with some what you guys are saying here, but we got looks like maybe talking about series. I'm not sure what the series of games is. I think they were talking about I should look it up with the anime maybe. Hey guys, saw your Facebook post. Sorry, I didn't know you were having a podcast today. Toy Foon, thanks for coming. Do you guys remember Card Captors or Sailor Moon? I sure do.
Both.
Yeah, I loved Card Captor
I
Sakura.
remember Hamtaro. You were
God,
really into
I
Card
was-
Captor. I remember that much.
I loved Card Captors. I loved it. Manga, anime, yeah. Yeah, I had some of the cards as well. I loved it. Did you ever like either? I mean, I liked Sailor Moon on Tanami even. Like, to be honest with you, I was a big
I mean, I
big
wasn't the
fan.
biggest fan, but if they were on, I would watch them. I remember that much.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I think I preferred Hamtaro over Sailor Moon, which I'm sure to some people is sacrilege.
I think I do as well. I loved Hamtaro, man. Played the games, everything. I had stuffed animal Hamtaro. I was a
And
fan.
then again, I was never into the whole magical girl genre. I don't hate it, but it's just not something that I like personally.
There's just a few things that's captured me. It's obviously not my genre, but there has been a few things over the years it's like stuck out.
But
Card Captors felt
Captor
different.
it was a different take on the magical girl
way
genre,
different.
though.
Way different, yeah. And the anime and manga were pretty different, kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh. They were pretty different. Different enough for, if you were a fan of one to check out the other. And I really really liked it. It was different. Just like that one that I can't remember the name of again that we talked about a few weeks ago. I met when we went to the convention. I got a picture with one of the voice actors, which I have never been able to recover. But what was that called? That I keep forgetting. Dang, I forget.
What? Can you give me a description of it?
It was the magical girl one with the crazy brutal ending. We met the
Oh,
voice actor at that convention. Yeah, that was a really good one. It had like a massively brutal ending, like just
Madoka
absolutely.
Magica. I'd have searched it up.
Yep. Madoka Magica. That was a good one. I like that one. And then what else do we got comment wise before I hit this last thing? Got
There was one other thing, but I don't know if it was like the same thing you were talking about.
what is it?
About the Trails Through Daybreak. We have a release date on that.
Oh yeah. What do we know? What do we know on that?
So it's coming on the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC via Steam in the West on July 5th.
That's pretty close.
So it's only a few months away.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 months away.
And looks good to you?
Yeah, no, I went back and watched the trailer. I'm like, yeah, this is. I don't know how it falls into the timeline of the rest of the games, but it's definitely one of those games, kind of like the other Tales that we talked about like a year ago that came out a few months ago. That's like, yeah, I need to get this game.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of games in the Legend of Heroes series that I gotta play.
Yeah, I haven't played all of them. I mean, I played, Trails of Cold Steel 1 through 3. I never played 4. And yeah.
Actually, funny enough, I bought Trails of Cold Steel 3, which for the PS4 with the booklet and everything else. But apparently the disc didn't match it. They only had the first Trails of Cold Steel game. So I've got the box for the third game, but the actual game for the first game. Because apparently whoever like gave it to the GameStop screwed it up, or however they got that game.
God.
They got the wrong game. But I was like, nah, screw it. I'll take
whatever.
it.
Maybe you can find a loose disc to put in there on eBay or something.
Yeah, for 3. It was just one of those games. It's like one of those games. Like, there's a lot of games to play. I'm far from playing this game because there's a bunch of other games that come before it. But it's like, hey, if I see it, I'll buy it. Just add to the collection.
I think I put probably like a good 70 hours in Trails of Cold Steel 3 because that was the last Trails game I played. But I played Trails in the Sky. What else was there?
I need to finish Trails in the Sky, at least the first one.
That prequel one, Zero. Played that as well. Yeah. So there's a few I haven't, like Azure or however you say it. Like there's a couple I've missed. But yeah, it's a really good series. I love Falcom's releases, man, because they're doing all the Ease games as well. And
yeah,
dude,
I'm just glad that we're finally getting all these games that for years weren't available here. Finally properly getting adaptations.
I pre-ordered. It's way off, and obviously I don't charge till they ship with Amazon. But I pre-ordered the new Ease. Oh my gosh, dude, it looks really good. Did you watch the trailer I sent you?
For which one again?
Ease 10.
I think so. I have to go back and double check, make sure.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I can't pull it up, but yeah. Anyway, I'm really excited for it. East 10 Nordics.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like it. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that game before, or one of these games at a GameStop before. The Yeez X game. It probably wasn't Nordics, but I swear I remember seeing one of these games before.
Probably saw 9. This is brand new.
Yeah, I just remember the YS logo. Like I swear I've seen that before at the
Dude,
store.
Ease has been around since the Turbo Graphics, man. That's the first way I played it. I had no idea what I was doing when I played Ease. Was it Ease Books 1 and 2? Or maybe it was just Ease 2. I can't remember. I had no idea because we only ever had, I think, 7 Turbo Graphics games before my dad sold it and got a new system. There wasn't much I played. I played like Splatterhouse. I played what is we bought the rental unit from Movie Gallery when they would sell off the systems they no longer rented games for. So we got
That's crazy.
listen, get this. We got the Turbo Graphics with the CD attachment, with the rental case, and my dad got the 7 games. $50. You know how much Magical Chase is now?
How much?
It is one of the rarest games ever. One of the most expensive games out there. I mean, not compared to some Neo Geo games, but it is very, very expensive. I'm gonna look it up here. The Turbo Graphics. It was so they would get all their games through mail order, and this was a mail order only game. Let's see, Magical Chase for Turbo Graphics, $5,200. I'm sorry, $5,200 for the instruction manual with 74 watchers. The instruction manual. I don't even see a full one sold. Like, there's not reprints, but fan made ones with fan made boxes.
Yeah,
$5,200 for just the original instruction manual. So if that gives you any idea there, we had that because they got all their games to mail order, and that was one of them they got. It's super fun. Do you like side scrolling shooters? Like shoot 'em ups?
I was never big. I mean, they're enjoyable for like an hour here or there, but I was never like super big into shoot 'em ups.
So this is like one of the first magical girl type, because that's like a whole genre now called cute 'em ups. But this was like very early on. She rode on a broomstick.
About that.
She rides on a broomstick. She's a witch.
What's the name again?
Magical Chase. This game is one of the most expensive games ever. Like, unless you're comparing to the couple of like Neo Geo games that are, over $100,000. But this is a very, very expensive game. If you get the Turbo Graphics version, the PC Engine version's cheaper, but still, I'm looking right here, $500 for a loose one. There's a company that reprints fake, they're fan made ones, so you can get like PCE Works is what it's called. But I'm looking here, original instruction manual, $5,200 or best offer, 24 watchers. Oh, right here, here's a complete one, $11,000. $11,000. Insane stuff. Insane.
Oh, because you brought that up and it made me think of something. Because years ago I was watching a JonTron video about like shoot 'em ups and stuff like that. Have you ever played a Sega CD game called a KO Flying Squadron?
Yes, I have. Yes. Yeah.
Because I remember seeing that on that. That's the first time I heard about the concept of shoot 'em ups, and it was really what he showed was like really weird shoot 'em up type game.
Yeah, there's a very now Limited Run has been reprinting these games. I'm trying to think of the series. It is the Cotton series. Have you played any of those? Look that up. There's several of them. There's like I think 7 or 8 of them. But they're expensive games as well. Very expensive, but I think every single one of them has been re-released by Limited Run Games for the Switch and PS4.
Feels like it. Oh, yeah, I see the Switch and PS4 re-release.
Yeah.
It seems like a dead genre of games. The whole shoot 'em up and cute 'em up type games have kind of like died off of like the past like 2 decades.
Yeah, as far as getting like new ones, yeah, I kind of agree. Like we got a new Cotton game, like an actual new one, a few years ago. I think what was it called? Official a brand new Cotton adventure, and I think this one was just called Cotton Fantasy. So yeah, I agree, but there is a hardcore audience for them. We just don't get new ones like we used to. There used to be so many shoot 'em ups. It was like unreal. Like you have to think the genre really started and was that way because of the limitations of hardware. You know what I mean? That's why so many games were
Yeah.
sort of similar and in that same vein because there's only so much they could do.
I'm trying to think. I think there's one other shoot. It's not a shoot 'em up, it's shoot 'em up. But I can't remember what it's called.
Are you talking about what was the one I had for GBA? Also an expensive game now. Forget the first, but it was Galaxies was the second title for GBA. And I think that's what you're thinking of because it was a pretty classic shoot 'em up series, like side scrolling shoot 'em up. Oh yeah, Gradius. Are you thinking of that? Gradius. I had Gradius Galaxies, and you definitely played that game with me.
I think it's a Japanese only game. I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the right one.
There's a lot. There's a lot of Gradius games too.
It's not a Gradius. Oh, that's not what I wanted to search.
But yeah, I mean, I
think it's called Choaniki. And there's a bunch more that goes with it. Yeah, it's called Choaniki.
How do you spell it?
CHO and then ANIKI. There's a bunch more that goes with it, but it's a super long like titled game that's all in Japanese.
CHY?
It's I believe it's CHO space ANIKI. Choaniki.
Oh, this was on PC Engine.
This came off for the platform was PlayStation and Sega Saturn.
PC Engine is the Japanese version of the TurboGrafx. So it looks like the first one came out in 1992 for PC Engine.
Well, I guess the specific one that is well known, it's the
PS1
Kyukyo Muteki Ginga. It came out for PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn in 95. It's like the infamous one.
Yeah, I'm aware of this, but I have
weird.
not. Which one the Sega Saturn one is?
Oh, it came out on the Sega Saturn, but it's the December 29th, 1995.
Otaku no Tamafuda? That one came out in 2000.
No, it's the
guy.
It's a Kyukyo.
Love Super Big
Muteki
Brother. This translates literally to Love Super Big Brother Violence Jump Rope Chapter for the one that came out in mobile in Japan.
Okay, so this one apparently on the fandom website it says Super Big Brother, the ultimate most powerful man in the Milky Way.
Oh my god in heaven. Yeah, this is the gameplay does not
really
represent the
type.
Dude, if you like type it in and just on, well, I guess this is on Bing by accident, but you type it in, it looks like Attack on Titan characters on the side here from Wikipedia. Like it straight looks like it's out of Attack on Titan. I think it's just because the images make the guy look big, but oh my god.
How do we not get weird games like this anymore? Like these are really creative games that you're just kind of like.
He's got an 8-pack, bro.
Right. How high were you when you made this game? Like you were on some kind of drugs, because it's like a psychedelic trip just playing this game.
Yeah, it sure look. Oh my god, dude! Thank you for letting me. Oh my god, this image from the PS1 is traumatizing.
Right,
yeah, the
the 95 one.
The PS1. Yeah. Oh my god! Wow. This is insane looking. These screenshots of him like laying there and gigantic with something covering
a bunch
his...
of muscle men pogo sticking on other muscle men.
Well, you should see the images I'm looking at because they all look the same, and it's showing him laid back with some robotic armor covering his area.
Yeah.
His area.
It's crazy. Like this game makes no sense.
It does not.
Like who made this? I love it. Why don't we get more stuff like this?
That is a great question.
Imagine the games media reacting to a game like this coming out today. I'd be there for it.
Oh my gosh, we don't get stuff like that anymore. The only thing I can think of is
Japanese as it gets.
My Name is Mayo, whatever it's called. Do you know what I'm talking about? I have the physical limited run print of it. It's called something. It has 1 and 2, and then I think it's called like the Green Jelly Collection or Green something collection on PS4.
Looks like
it's just Green Lava Studios Volume 1.
Every
That's what I have.
image word is just a can of mayo.
Yeah, and there's a Volume 2. There's a Green Lava Studios Volume 2. I don't
What
have
is
that
this
one.
game? It's just a jar of mayo and you're
Yeah.
doing random stuff to it.
Yep. Yep. I have the one. I actually got it for like $5.
This
That
has
was-
this is a very positive rating on Steam.
I mean, look, the guy on there looks like he's from Choaniki on the
Why
cover.
is he a guy?
Oh, look up Green Lava Studios Volume 1. That's what I have, the PS4 game. It's got the Muscle Man game. I forget what the Muscle Man game's called on there. Oh, Mr. Massage. Mr. Massage. My Name is Mayo 1 and 2.
Reminds me of Pepsi Man.
It does, right? It does. Yeah, the My Name is Mayo, you can barely call it a game, but I had no idea there was a Volume 2 that includes... What games does it
I know there's a
include?
volume 3.
No way. This says it includes
trying to
My
pull up
Name is
something.
Mayo 3, Bird Lakes, and something else I can't read. I didn't know there was a I need to hear. I need the rest of the story.
February 14th. It's My Name is Mayo 3 for Nintendo Switch.
There's a
So
single release
it's
of
available
it.
now.
There's like a single release of it. Oh my god!
Apparently, I was trying to pull it up. My name is Mayo 3 is currently $1.99 on the Nintendo Store.
Oh, I gotta get that and complete the story, man. It left off at a cliffhanger.
Groovy and emotional, the climax of Mayonnaise and the end of a trilogy.
Listen, this says
It's got an M rating.
no, it does not.
It does.
Oh my
for sexual
god!
things and use of drugs.
On Switch.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
released February
god.
14th of this year.
This says description. It's a clicking adventure that simulates the real life tapping of a mayo jar.
Like when I went on the
See, we do get these games still.
The Nintendo.com store, it made me put in my date of birth.
Oh my god. I didn't. Yeah, My Name is Mayo 3 on Switch. Yeah. It's making me do it too. Oh, dude, it's $1.99. I might have to grab it and stream it. Oh man.
It's only $2.
Might have to grab this. I need to
Oh my
finish the
God.
trilogy. I need to finish the trilogy.
This is crazy.
Well, with that said, I was gonna leave off with one last thing I saw here just a little bit ago. I thought this was kind of touching and a good note to end on, but Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 players pay tribute to Akira Toriyama. Following the news, they honored Akira Toriyama by gathering online and doing the Spirit Bomb emote all together. Fans worldwide thanked Toriyama for enriching their lives with Dragon Ball, wearing Goku's Turtle School gi in tribute. And Final Fantasy XIV players also held up vigils for Toriyama, dressing as characters from games like Chrono Trigger. And the tributes continue to pour in with an updated article. So I thought that was there's actually an image you can see of the people doing it, and it's Xeno Coffee Mods on X and Twitter if anyone wants to check it out on the audio. But he's got a really cool screenshot of this this happening, and yeah, it says this is what started
really
it
nice.
all. This game brought me here. Call it lazy or peak, but in the end, what matters is that we can all be united. Our love for Dragon Ball is strong. Move well, study well, play well, eat well. That is the Turtle Master way. And yeah, they had a whole post about everybody meeting together. It looks like thousands got together for the tribute. Watching a little video on here on it. And very cool. So
Oh, definitely is.
well, with that said, great episode. There's a lot to cover, and we got to do some pretty special segments and dive into some, deeper stuff. And yeah, it was fun. I really enjoy too. One of the things I want to say, I'm very appreciative to be able to share some of the memories that we've had growing up, and knowing you so long. It's been awesome to be able to touch on so many things, because you're the only person there that I've still talk to from that long ago. And we have like so many memories with all this stuff, and
Yeah. I don't talk with anybody else from high school.
I mean, the fourth grade. So
Crazy.
funny enough, somebody came in my work today that we went through all of school with. So it was, and I haven't seen her in 8-9 years.
Crazy.
Pretty interesting. But yeah, so we have all of our social media links in the description of the audio and video podcast. We have our Patreon on there, and if you'd like to become a YouTube member, it helps us out to keep running a show and improve. And we currently got 13 members, and I do want to, say thank you to everybody that we have now. It's been a really awesome ride, and as of yesterday, the channel hit full monetization, and we are officially a YouTube partner, and very appreciative of that. And we just hit 500 downloads on the audio podcast. Just from this podcast, 4 new subscribers. It's been a lot of fun. We're doing really cool things, and very appreciative of everyone. And I do want to shout out some of our current YouTube members just as a thank you. As soon as I can find where to go. But yeah, it's been a crazy week. We've hit a lot of really cool milestones, and yeah, it's just been really cool. It's been a fun ride. Doing this again like we started it, I think it's been so much more fun. Makes the podcast really fun to look forward to. But our YouTube members right now, we got Rodimus J, Lock PSB, Braden, Thor KC, The Rushmore Show, Cats for Nelson, Deciphin, Alex Costello, Joe Rad, Slave to the Mind Dies, Ty Lord, TJC, and Linda the Gamer Gal, who I actually got to meet last year. And those are all our current easy mode members, and we do have 3 different membership tiers. So there's going to be a lot of stuff I've got planned coming out now for the membership. So I got some cool stuff. I'm going to talk with you later, Mark, about potentially doing something for the members. One of our things that we have on there for the first tier I want to talk with you about later. But thank you all. Really appreciate all the support. It's been awesome. Audio podcast is growing and actually doing better than our video, and that's cool. I love it. We're on all platforms. Google Podcasts, which I just found out is shutting down because it is merging with YouTube TV, which now has all of YouTube's podcasts on it. So if you go on YouTube TV, you can actually follow us separately on there and download all of our episodes. Works just like a podcast platform, but also on Apple Podcast, Spotify, and all the other ones. So appreciate everybody listening and watching. And of course, as always, we'll be back next week. Mark, any closing words?
I just look forward to bringing y'all some more good content, hopefully down the road.
Sounds good. Everybody have a great week, and we'll be back with you later on.